Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's doing well. Today, I'm just gonna be doing some drawing. I think I'm going to be drawing on my iPad. I want to draw this emote, and I was messing with some brushes. I hope everyone's doing well. Hello, wife. Hello, Mew. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Pixels, Hualian, Fox, and oh, Orwell was yesterday. My bad. Hi, Suna. Welcome on in. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm playing around with brushes today and trying to make an emote. I know. I got it. I bought a pack from Behawks on VGen, and I really like them, man. So I want to make myself some emotes. But I am not really used to drawing on the iPad yet, so I want to get a bit more used to it, so I think this would be good practice. Boop. Boop. I think I should have like, let's do this one. Ah, that one's broken. I forgot. Damn. So if you need to get smoother lines, yeah, I found that one. I also was having a hard time figuring out like brush pressure stuff because I thought it would have been this, but it's actually like this for like the brush pressure and stuff, I guess. So that was interesting. Need this to be rounded. But yeah, I'm excited to kind of like try it out. What eraser do I have? Let's do match it. So it's like same. But yeah, me, if you got any tips, feel free. Hello, Vexed. The piece of me. Why is this weird? Maybe I should just get a normal round eraser then. I don't know what is like the normal cause with Hello Shadow, thank you for the song request Vexed. I don't know what's like the normal like round brush. Or if these have that. Goodness, so yawny today. Today I had a bit of a rush morning, but it's okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. I think I want to fix this arc a little bit, but boop. I hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Ooh. Oh my god. I don't know if I like these kind of brushes that have like they're not just circles. Cause I quite like brushes that are just circles, but at the same time I feel like using different brushes kinda break the mold a little bit. Keep Basic Album has a brush called Stanley that might be a good round brush. Oh yeah, there's another library in there that you said Basic Albums Stanley. Is that in here? Or was that in the other one? Cause they're like two. There are two albums now. It was like the Procreate one. Is that the? I feel like I know which one you're talking about. Maybe it wasn't the classic library, the other one. This one? Okay. Basic? Because I don't see a basic album. Oh, wait, no. Here, basics? Ooh. Oh. It's a little bit too small. Thank you, Mew. I like this one. This one's nice. There was another one in here too, right? Where's Jaeger? Yeah, I like late Jaeger. Jaeger's nice. Yeah, hold on. We'll just do some, like, overall, like... Well, let me just redo the lines, actually. I just realized I don't have stabilization on this. I kind of like a little bit of taper, I think. Go here a little bit. Maybe. Go. My hands are always so shaky, so I always have to. I always feel like I have to put the stabilization up more than what I'm hoping to do. So I get it. That's fair. Thank God for stabilization. Yeah, I think I like that one better. Let me do that to this one. Oh. Oh. There we go. Hello, Rhino. Hi, hi, hi. How are you? Let me fix my face tracking so it looks like I'm looking up. Just gonna delete this layer. Okay, now it's maybe a little bit too high. I'm good. About to be done with work. Fuck yeah. Hope work's been good. Have to keep looking at my own VTuber. Oh. I need to fix this line. Oh, that's gonna bug me. Ooh. I think I need this to turn. Do a new layer in case. Just like a star. See, like here. Right there in my ear. Me and she wants to hold. Here, I kind of want to be in squisho form because I'm not really doing a lot. And this way I can do this. Myself away from the okay. I almost put you in squisho. I got you, Pookie. Same brain cell. It's okay. I got you. I just can't stop. So, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Oh, that's not what I wanted to click. Whoops. 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 There we go. Oh, that's like much lower. Whoops. This is so hard. It's so hard for my little baby brain. Because, like, I really like Procreate because I feel like it works more like how I expect almost like traditional art to work. So I like it a lot, but, like, I'm so used to how different in the way that digital art is now for a lot of programs that my brain goes, hmm? Yep. Oh, I just can't stop. No, no, I just can't stop. Oop, that's not. Hmm. Is that how? I don't know my other sip emo. I have a sip emo. And I like that one a lot. It's in my emails folder. This one. Oh, they cropped it. I don't know if it's just me, but I don't like it when my emotes are cropped. Like, I want it to be the whole ass chibi. I don't want to crop it. The emotion guaranteed, and then they crack me by my feet. Hurry up and watch me to the beat. Let's see, will this work the way I hope it does? Oh. Oh, the resizing that was clean. Okay, good. Okay, my eyes are just going all funky cool. They so by so uniformly determined for me. Let's do another layer. So I was thinking over, because we were talking about it yesterday, about going to Off-Kai. I think I'll go next year. I think I'd like to go next year. Because, like, then, like, if I plan now to go next year, maybe more of you guys could come. And that would be pretty cool. Who knows? Maybe we could get like a secret, like a special creator pass or something. We plan ahead of time. Really, darling, it seems. Am I anything? I am in emotion. It's seethed. The days go by so me. It's like one of my favorite emotes. And Mew made this one. Also, so Ozu was able to Ozu was able to get their new tablet so they can continue working on my model. But I still think that we might not debut in March like I want. I think, because I thought of another toggle that I want. And I don't want to rush BZ. So I might, and I don't even know if BZ will accept the idea. Maybe. But like, maybe it'll be better if we like push off our debut date for it. I don't know. Also, since I got Procreate, oh my god, it's been kind of fun in the fact that like when I get Procreate TikToks now, I can be like, oh, I could try this thing that they say. And it's like, it's kind of exciting in that like regard of like, oh my god, I saw this trend about Procreate stuff. I could actually try that now. It's like kind of exciting. Let me do my ears. Yeah, because my ears would help with aligning that part. So how do I use? Before. Did they do? They do. That makes sense. Using gold. Me. Oop, nope, come back my ear. Let's see. Yeah. Would have been cute. Just like you. Hi, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. Let me turn this off for a second. How you doing? Welcome on in. Actually, the fluff is kind of more like down here. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm a little sleepy, but I'm good. I'm trying to practice drawing in Procreate. Does Procreate, if anyone's used Procreate, do you know if Procreate has like the little thing where you can see the image? I guess I could just look it up, actually. Procreate image view. Yeah, it's called reference. Okay, cool. Oh. It's in settings. Okay. Thank you, wife. Reference. Oh, eepy. Oh, I like this. This is cool. Put you over there. Why is the reference rotated? Am I drawing this all the whole thing rotated? Huh? Oh wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this supposed to be like this? And I fuck up? Or fuck? Is it rotated? Uh-oh. Let's delete this layer. Hold on. I didn't realize. Oops. No. No. Don't be goob. Get in there. Get in the groove. Okay, cool. What? No. I think this is like the hardest part that I have is like moving these around. How did I select two of them? Hang on. Let me change this to a gray. There you go. I'm gonna need you to help me, baby. Okay. I actually don't know if I can duplicate this the way I think I can. Let me try though. Whoa. I don't know how I did that. Okay. In reference, you can use an image from your gallery or have a canvas up, so when you're zoomed in, you can see the full thing. Yeah, I like it. It's nice. Because, like, I'm like, I don't know how this looks in its entirety because I'm so zoomed in. But now I do know. I need you to help me. Where the hell's my husband? I don't think this is too bad. Maybe the ear placement needs to be a little bit lower. Like there. And then let's do back here. Yeah, okay. Like a ring, I would like a ring. Anything I reach anytime. Oh, did not select that good. Whoops. I think it might be better just to redraw it, actually. How did I do this? Oh. Oh, ah. How do I clear the selection? Oh, there we go. Okay. Like a big shiny diamond. Oh, where is my husband? Like that, and then. Call me. What you gonna lose now you're gone? Didn't think that calling with your regrets and nonsense. Here, let me do a little sketch instead. So you You go over here. I like you. Breaks my heart. Da-da-da. Hello, Taylor. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I'm currently just drawing stuff. I hope you're doing well. Questions and if you I'm the only one I feel like I can talk to. Bigger brush. Tell them that you do always your breath. You don't know what you're gonna lose, and now you're gone. Didn't like that call, now I live with your regrets, 'cause it's all your fault. Now, oh, then I'll let you leave. I'm cold. It's my heart that I let you leave. How can I breathe you? I think it's supposed to be like that, and then I think for this that would go outside. I probably should tell Beezy my idea before I like set my brain on it. Beezy, it's Wednesday. She might be streaming right now, so I will DM her, but I will not expect an answer until later. God. Cold. Oh, my hands are so cold. Mouth cold. Mouth cold. It's so cold. Okay, part. So this part kind of just blends in with the hair. It looks like when people draw it. So this part just kind of goes like this. Gotta hide my non-existent ears. Do we have a square brush? We have Lark, it looks like. Give. I would like to edit Lark. Shape. Green apple pencil size. Okay. Let me just see how it looks. And then turn down the opacity a bit. This is not. Why does it feel like it's not turning down the opacity? Hmm. Mm. There you go. There you go. Cool. Turn this down. This. Okay. Then erase this edgy piece. Do this and then this. Then yeah, and then I like split this one, I think. Open your eyes. Into the open. It's cold outside. We in vain to the night. I guess that goes like that, and then I should have drawn this in a different color. I don't know why I didn't. Okay, so this would be like to the ocean. Poo. Okay. Hi, Lily. Welcome on in. How you doing? Hopefully you're less triggered today. I think that's good enough. Always I wanna be with you. Spread it out a little bit more. How many always with you? Tired and decent. I'm sorry that you're tired. Feel free to take a nap if you can, though. Taking a nap is good for you. Helps you reset without needing full sleep. Especially 10-minute naps. 10-minute naps are usually peak. Too late in the day? That's fair. That's fair. To the unchained. Always I wanna be with you. I won't sleep with pineapple? That's fair. That's fair. That's why you try it. That's why it's good to practice short naps. Short naps! But I don't practice short naps anymore. I used to on stream, I used to take small naps. I might do it again at some point, but I haven't done it recently. Oh my goodness. My prime nap 3 hours. Baby nap 1 hour. But if I have to and I'm like really poo poo dingy out and I just need a small one, I take 10 or 30. If I fall asleep, I'm out cold. No, that is fair. That is completely understandable. Go. I feel like the arc of this was a little weird. But that means I got to move the ear. You know, the other is a little bit off. Yeah. Yeah. God's paper cats. And then I do a little band-aid. And then we got... I don't know why I didn't sketch this out first. I normally do. I don't like how much that sticks out. I want it to be more down. And then the base of my horns are like here. Go. I will go. Is there anything else? Chibi Cow, thank you for sharing your stream. Yeah, Chibi Cow. Trying to see if I just want to add anything else to it. I think maybe not. Okay. And then my hoge. I don't want it to look that squished. Scared the shit out of me? What did? Elvis Presley? Elvis Presley scared the shit out of you? Just know what? Which way to go? I opened a door and there was a wall and a fucking sentry bot immediately rushed me. Damn! Rip, are you still alive or are you dead? I'm alive, but I'm dead. I'm alive, but I'm dead. Oh, no. Not a 4. Not a level 4 blankie. To go back to my brush. Back to my brush. Fuck no, I got atomized immediately. Damn. Skill issue. You're welcome. You shoulda just lived getting atomized, Vexed. Obviously. Ooh. Oh, hunka burning love. No, hunka burning love. Hunka burning love. I feel like this is wrong. You know, I feel like. I feel like maybe this should be a bit more like this. Look at myself asleep. How could you just leave me without help? I wonder why you broke my heart. Hmm. Oh, my eye itches. Ooh, my eye itches like a motherfucker right now. I'm dying, chat. Is it? Oh, edgy eye be the death of me. Actually, I just saw the hairpin in my hair too. Let me clip my bangs back up. Let me clip my little bangs back up. Here we go. Ooh, this was cool. Thank you, Kyle. I'm just making a little emote from a base that I bought. I'm trying to learn how to draw in Procreate. And I feel like I might be doing it a little wrong. Or perspective's a little wrong. Because obviously this needs to be shorter than the other side. But then how do I get this to still line up? Thank you for the song request. Well, I guess I'm actually quite a bit lower. Hold on, let me. Like, these are supposed to be here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Look at that. Perfect timing and perfect song. Let's go. I guess that makes sense because I guess the center of the head would actually be like this. And that works. Only thing I'd want to check is this. I think I need to remove this part and then just lower that a bit. There you go. There we go. Hi, Andrea. How are you doing, love? Did you get some good rest yesterday? Hello. What's the same? Oops. I'm better than yesterday, and yeah, rest was pretty good. I'm glad rest was good. I'm glad today's better. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just trying to learn how to draw Procreate. Trying to get used to the program. So I'm making myself an emote. Pretty. Hello, pretty good. Oh, one layer that I realized I deleted that I wish I didn't. Oh, wait, undo. Don't wait. Oh, I need to do the horns. Oh, my love. Delete this one. Delete this one. And go off of this one. I like this one. Stone jars. Cow horns. Cow haunts. Duplicate. Cow haunts. For a little bit. Oops. 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 I think there makes more sense. Oops. There we go. There we go. And then let's do the face. Give it to me. Give me the layer. There we go. Made it messy. So I've been watching horror today, and I kind of want to make a short. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Oh my God, Andrea, do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! What are you waiting for? The time is now. Well, what horror movies were you watching, though? The devil that I will sell you my soul. Moment you that I'm yours. Feel it deep in my bones. Let me seem gold. Not the way you hurt me. I don't want to escape. My words, you're who I used to be. Used to take. I'm falling apart without you. It hurts, but I can't get you off my mind. Who I knew, and leave it behind. There we go. Watched a Portrait of the God short film and it fascinated me. Ooh, that sounds really cool. I've never heard of that one. That sounds really cool. Yeah, I'd love to see whatever you create. If you make a short, I love to see whatever you create. Period. To be fair, but I'd love to see what you do if you make a horror short film. Little eyes are done. I think I'd like to merge with the eyebrows. Maybe not though. Actually, don't feel like sun. I just finished watching Weapons. What's that one about? What did that? What the? Have you seen? I don't know how into gross things you are, or like gore stuff. But if you look at Meat Canyon also made his own first like short film as well. It was pretty good. It's a little gross though, but it's pretty cool. So 70 children who went missing overnight. Whoa. I like that phenomena. Because that's not a small amount of children. Okay. I got pretty cute. What are you doing at it with the eyebrows? Well, no, because the eyebrows are going to be done separately, actually. Merge down, add. Oops. There we go. Oh, that's scary, but it had interesting storytelling. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, what at the end of the day is media and film and books, if not just for storytelling? Good storytelling. Doesn't matter what a genre is. Emote making? Yeah. I'm trying to do it in Procreate. Ugh. My back might kill me first, though. I might put this on a pillow. I think I'm gonna put my tablet on a pillow. Nom 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 nom. Eepy neepy. We're a little less than an hour till our cold out, though. Let's go back a little bit. No, I'm not. Not to be a binky bonky stinky bonky. Next time I want a meeting, I'll be like, hey guys, can you meet me in 5 minutes? You bums. You bums. I was called into a last minute meeting today, and I was in the middle of making breakfast, and then my breakfast was cold. It was so cold. So cold. Yes. Okie dokie. Not at the moment. What do you need him? Yeah. Doesn't matter. Ooh, Elaine's gonna die of the cold, chat. I'm so cold. So cold, chat. Now I don't know if I'll survive. Like this to go underneath. It's a light jacket. It's fine. Chat, I'm going to die of cold. This is about as warm as the cardigan, except colder because I was in the cardigan. No, now I feel like a grandma. No. I should do the eyeballs. That's an eraser. Hello, Pocky. How are you doing today? Come on in. Hope you're doing lovely. Hope you've slept lovely well. Oops. Oops. Yeah, no, I don't know. I didn't sleep well. Aww. You go to bed early today and get some better rest. I'm sorry you didn't sleep well. Maybe hanging out here will make you sleepy and then you go eat. Like that. Let's do the hands. Boop, 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 boop. I'm awake 14 hours? Where you been? You've been awake for so long. Does this mean you're not a truther? Cause yesterday you were like, I'll go bed, good night, and then you never came back. Which your dad would told me that you went to sleep. But you didn't. You didn't. Also random, but NASA's Artemis 2 mission moon launcher. Oh yeah. Oh, that's your birthday? Oh my god, we have a. That's awesome, first of all. Second of all, Vex mentioned that to us yesterday. And we're gonna do a little watch party. Cause it's cool. I have space. I did. I woke up at 8 a.m. Okay, well, oh, you know what you should do? Go eat a really, like a dense meal. Go out and go get a really nice meal, and then you'll go to sleep because you're in a food coma. Go. You're welcome. Elaine is full of such good ideas, chat. If only I could draw as good as my ideas are in my brain. It's on the same layer. It is. Fuck. I mean, for them to be on the same layer. Yeah, I have kebab. Okay, but like have a lot of kebab though. Because if you only have a little kebab, it's not gonna have the same effect. You have to have a lot of kebab, okay? What about it? What is wrong with it?
Nothing's wrong with it.
What is wrong with it?
It catches me off guard whenever I see it because it's like whenever you're doing stuff, you're never just like sitting properly, like with your eyes wide open, you know, like on stream. And so I think it's the first time I've seen that outfit like that blown up when you were like doing
That's
stuff.
fair. Also, my lips are different, so.
Oh, is that the thing you were messaging BT about?
Honestly, I was messaging BZ about my new idea for the arm poses, and then I cry on the inside because I'm like, she's never gonna finish my model.
Well, if you keep adding,
She's never gonna finish my bottle. I'm gonna work with BZ forever.
I mean, it's one of those things where at the end of the day, you got her a lot of job security because you always want more stuff.
Can you think of any toggle other than a controller that would be good for gaming, though? Because, like, at the end of the day, I don't really use a controller all that often. Chat, this perspective on this juice box is bad. This is bad perspective, chat. It's gotta be like this. Well, that's why I'm in squisho mode, so it doesn't matter as much. Did you play the game with your new friends? Not yet. That's in like 30 minutes. If you wanted to watch that.
The perspective on the juice box.
Yeah. No, my question to you was, can you think of any other toggle that would be better than a controller? Because I don't really. I don't really know. Baby, I know what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. Yeah, I think.
Because like I think you can do two directions. You could do what you're doing at your desk, which is keyboard and mouse, or you could
Maybe one that won't make BZ want to kill me, maybe. Possibly.
because in my opinion, the other direction is you ignore the actual control input of keyboard or mouse or controller, and you just do you're holding on to something while gaming. Like you know, like when you had the cyberpunk one, you had your baseball bat.
Yeah.
Like something like that, where it's you could just do or in gaming mode, got my weapon or my blanket or whatever the vibe is. You already have a cozy one with you're holding a stuffed animal.
I can hold my stuff and I can hold my tail. Also the crossed arm, now if I do a crossed arm one, I can hold something in there. Yeah.
So yeah, the only thing I could think of is if you, because you have lots of stuff in front of you. The only thing I could think of is if you wanted something on your shoulder or otherwise. But that's what makes the most sense to me if you're not doing the controller's input side of it. If you're just doing a different pose for gaming, it would be ones in my brain are blankets, stuffed animals, your tail, your anything you want to throw in between your arms makes the most sense. The only other thing I think of is if you wanted a weapon, but I don't necessarily know if you want. Because if you were doing the weapon vibe, you might want a pose, but I think that's up to you whether or not you want that, because it doesn't really match the rest of you. It would have to be a silly weapon.
It's usually, if I have a weapon, it's a baseball bat with a smiley face like Harlequin. Yeah.
Is that not what you wanted to hear?
Well, it's it didn't really give me any ideas, but that's okay, because it's I just feel like it's hard, because I feel like as a VTuber, or I have all my bases covered.
Yeah. You're saying you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the thing is you have a lot of your bases, and so I think if you're looking for new model things, it's the sitting pose, the crossed arms. If there's any other, I think you got pretty much all the emotes covered as well. To the point where it's if you have any more, you might not ever use them because you have so many.
What if I did hairstyles instead of controller? I do more hairstyles.
Do a work time. I think you already got something like that.
I don't want your opinions anymore. Hey chat, how are you doing? Pixels kind of sucks.
What other hairstyles would you get?
Could do a different bang style.
Okay. Yeah, because you already have a pinned up thing, which is something kind of completely different. Because the ones you have right now are kind of up, down, and variation of down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, then you could do just a totally different bang style That's not a bad idea.
I was just trying to think if I could do something inventive, something new, something cool.
Something different from what you've seen before.
Yeah, but that's hard because it's something I've never seen before.
Exactly. That's the hard part. Something you've never seen before that doesn't fall into the bees he wants to kill you category.
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to any suggestions, and then I could like dumb it down into something that like maybe she won't hate me for.
Are we still trying to find something that fits into like playing a game category or
Just
anything?
anything. Also, I'm thinking of pushing back my debut till May.
Just because you want to have more stuff for it.
Just 'cause I don't want anybody to rush, because Ozu got their new tablet, but they're thinking that they'll probably finish at the beginning of February.
Which isn't enough time for BZ.
Well, I don't know. It could be, but I don't want anybody to rush. Like, what's something that a real streamer can do that I cannot do because of my digital self? Hi, Lane. Hi, Stripes. How you doing? Seen any prostitutes lately? Specifically in nursing homes? Boop, 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 boop.
The first thing that comes to mind when you say that so things that have to do with like dimensionality in terms of like camera adjustment. So like they switch over to a different camera or something like that. Like those kind of things are the first things I think of. But some of that was kind of just like you can just put yourself in a different place in the background, like those kind of vibes. And then the other thing is like the other thing I think of in that same category would be problematic from my point of view, which is like a 3/4 view. It's like that's like a whole ass different model, isn't it?
Yeah, but I already kind of do 3/4 when I like look to the.
That's true, but I was kind of thinking
Then make me a 3D model.
exactly like that's this thing where it's like that doesn't really.
Yeah, at that point, it's just it might be better just to make a 3D model.
That's fair.
You don't kiss and tell. Damn, are you sure you don't want to tell me though? You sure you don't want to tell me though, Stripes? Right, you made that too thin.
Yeah, I think like most of it is like stuff where it's like you're right. It would be at that point it's kind of like that's like stuff that like a real like a flesh streamer can do that you can't tends to kind of go more into the like 3D model territory because it's like stuff with hands is a big one, but like I imagine that's like you would need a whole ass different thing to do like hand tracking. Just out of curiosity, is there like a way to do hand tracking with a 2D model?
Yeah, VTubers have a whole ass thing, but it's complicated as hell.
Okay. So honestly, I do think like just like everything that you need on a baseline level, you have pretty much gone at this point, or have planned. I think like the sitting one's a good one, and the crossed arms is a good one as well. Because like if you like do like sitting and like crossed arms, or like have your tail or something, like you're it's there's nothing that kind of screams like stick figure anymore.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It was only one today, but she left because someone threw a juice box. God damn it. God, I forgot that fucking chatter's name, but god damn it, you chatter, you know who you are. That came from Kieran's raid yesterday. That's all I remember. I'm sorry if you're here.
I feel like this is more of a me thing than a you thing, but like a variation of the crossed arms where like you were resting it on your face or head or something like that. Like something.
Mm. Mm.
I got one.
You got one in. I like it.
Yeah, because even if you're just not
Like lean on kind of push. I think would be cool or inventive. Okay. All right, you may leave now.
one good thought.
One good thought. Good job.
It was really hard.
Yeah, I could tell. Mm-hmm. We got there in the end, yes indeed. I wanted to go this one. I think at this point I don't need the reference anymore. How could inhabit an unknowing rabbit might manufacture the way you make me feel? How do I know that the sky's really sunny? Sometimes it feels like your love is as real as an unknowing bunny. A woman who is walking on my TV screen. I was learning that she doesn't exist. Was created her voice, created her soul, hasn't lived, and her lips have not been kissed. How do I know that the sky's really sunny? I could change your looks with the wave of your hand. A fuck ton of money. Just an unknowing bunny. Let's see, how do I make a color palette? Create from file. We're lying. Alright, hold on. I don't know what files are on this. It's with the sky. No longer here on the hair of a hair you feel. Mine's made of lead and your heart's made of steel. Bunnies that were jumping on a trampoline. Just learned that they weren't real. This is my yellow big jar. I like the colors used in this, so I'll just send myself those. I bought some new wired earbuds because old ones broke. Are they nice? Do you like them? Are they comfy? Are they comfy? Oh my god. Shame the cheapest one was $6, but the audio quality but the audio quality's not bad. Well, as long as the audio quality's not bad. Nice. Nice. We'll bring the bike. I think this was. I think. Or it was this one. No, I don't know actually. I think it was this one. Let me look at the sketch again. Oh no, that's a shadow. Okay, it is the midtone. This one. I think this one is my hair color. My hair color. Okie dokie. I know how to multi-select layers now. Yippee! Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. DUI, know how about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour. Little did you know I'm built up on cat. Truck with my virgin truck. Seems you're out of luck. Truck. And then this will go in the back. We'll go behind. Actually, how does Beehawks do the outfits for these? Who have a six-pack left to down, but you're already gone. Hope so you're. Hi, Kiwi. Happy Wednesday. Hello, hello. Hello. Okay, they do put a little sleeve on it. So I gotta do that at some point. I'll do that in a second. I'm tired. You know, I'm tired. You know. Hi, Ash. Welcome on in. Sorry, my face tracking is borked. My cat's in front of it. There we go. She's walked behind my desk now. How's it going? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the head pat. You know I'm trying. I'm sure you swear it's done with me. Oh. Oh, that's not the right color either. I'll be on my way. How long can I stay in a place that can't contain me? That ear's on top. What is this have on it? Or is it this? Oh, it is. Shoot. I thought I did that on the right layer. I guess I did. I guess I did not. No, not at all. You know I'm trying. Hey, Lord, you know I'm trying. It's all What God is this in the you know I'm fighting. I don't know how to take a load of more. I might give myself some eyelashes, but I don't know yet. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. I don't want to listen to the song. Boop. The blunt. Oh wait, and then yeah, and my bow, and then I'll need that. My ahoge. I forgot my ahoge, chat. Oop. My family's from Hong Kong. I went to Hong Kong a long time. On February, I go to Hong Kong for Christmas. Oh, is Hong Kong pretty? I've never been to Asia before. Is it pretty there? I bet it is. But the cities are nice. Mm-hmm. Ooh, that doesn't look great. Oh my god, is there raining? Not gonna lie, it's so cozy. Yes! Yes, we love a cozy rain. I don't like dreary rain. Yeah, I first visited Hong Kong in 1993! That's cool. I bet it looks very different now than it did before. Oh my god. Can I stow away? I wanna go. Damn, you wanna go? You wanna just stow away? You gotta at least pay for some snacks, I feel like, you know? Like, you can't just stow away for free. I don't know if I like this. Oh, okay, hold on. So excited for Repo. I'm excited for Repo too. I really hope that the mod that I got for you works well. Because I was really hoping that you would, like, it would help. Because I know you can't. To be fair, I don't really like it. Shem's new PNG. Oh my god, I'm ready. I'm ready. Wait, I have an idea. Oh, give me the pen, give me the pen. If I make it, like, long. I'm not a long boy, though. No, I don't like how this is. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I like that. I think that goob. All right, I got 5 minutes until I want to start getting ready for the collab. I can draw the little accessories that I'm missing really quick. The Hong Kong in 93, 94, 97, 99, 2006, 2000. Oh, so you go quite often then, huh? It's not just a once in a while thing. Do you have a lot of family in Hong Kong? Mm. Let me do this on a new layer. Because I don't know how I feel about that. Just erase the parts I don't want, I think. Kingslayer. I have a question, chat, and I don't know if any of you can answer this question, but I'd love to know your opinions. Um, you know how some chats they're like you can only speak English? Now, as I feel like you guys can tell, there are people here that don't that obviously they're not from America. And like I understand it's kind of like a make sure everyone feels included, so everybody has to speak the same language and stuff. But like, I don't know, I don't feel like it like I guess, like, I kinda understand it in the perspective of, like, "Hey, everybody I can only hold you accountable for speaking English because I only know English," you know? So I get that, but it's kinda like, I don't know. I don't know. There's, like, some part of my brain that doesn't understand, like, if someone wants to speak in another language, like, you're not held accountable, especially if you don't know the language, I feel like, you know? I don't know. It's just a me thing. And then, like and another thing is, like, if people do that, then it can be, like, a learning opportunity, and you can learn what other languages are a little bit. And maybe they'll teach you some bad words, who knows? But you won't know if you never try. If you don't open that door, you know? Like yesterday, we were talking about doors. Maybe the doors were a little different, and they were maybe about prostitute and paw jobs. But, like, I feel like at the end of the day, I feel like that's not a bad door to open. I mean, my chat is Indonesian, English and Indonesian, so, because not all my viewers are fluent in English. That's fair. I mean, like, I guess I'm confused, cause like, why does it matter, I guess? Like, cause I think I'm trying to learn, like, I only got the bad words out see, fuck yeah. Hey, what's up, Dog Spiders Monthly? Welcome on in. I'm just saying, I just feel like it's a thing where it's kinda like, does it matter? Does it matter? I don't really feel like it does. I don't know. I guess it's just chill here. Like I don't know. I feel like there's always that excitement. I've seen the excitement when someone's like, "Oh my god, you speak like Russian too," or whatever. And they're like, "Yeah, oh my god." And then they like kind of like say like, "Hey, how's it going in Russian?" or something. And I think that's really cool. And it's like it gives that sense of camaraderie, I think is the word is the word I want to use here. And like I don't know. It just I think that's a nice thing. That's a nice feeling. You know, like that one Overwatch meme, same nip, you know? It's like, oh, it's the same. So I'm gonna allow JP because I'm gonna start JP classes. Fuck yeah. But I'm just saying, like, why does it matter? At the end of the day? I feel like it shouldn't. Like I understand feeling left out of conversations because like you don't speak that language, but at the same time it's kind of like, well, maybe you could learn a little something. And like I like to meme it, you know? If they say something I don't know, and then I'll be like, "Ha, you said you were stinky poopy." Haha, I would definitely know, you know? Also, I like how I drew this. Hold on, let me show you guys. I drew my emote. It's very cute. It's not done yet, but I like it a lot. I gotta get ready for Coworking. But it's all it literally says. I haven't been to China. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I guess Hong Kong and China are different, right? That's okay. I've been to Macau. What's that? Where is that? Where'd that be? Also, I'm sorry if I can't be as personal with conversations. I am getting ready for a collab. Free to join VC whenever. Okay. Is next to Hong Kong. Oh, is a gambling gambling capital. Gambling capital. Gamba? 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 Macau is a small country, like a lot gambling or casino. Sounds cool. Is that place pretty? Is Macau pretty? What did they do in Macau? What do you do other than gamble? Or is that all that you do? Is all you do gamble? I'm gonna stay in this mode, I think. I went gambling in Macau and I won twice. Twice? You won twice? Holy cow. I'm in the wrong spot. Yeah, but did you win, like, just a little bit? Or did you, like, win big? Was it, like, a big win? Or was it, like, a little baby win? Oh. Hello, Joey. Hello. I remember it was happening in 2011. That's fair. That's a long time ago. What's up, Zoe? I think this is good. I just gotta wait for people to join in. I'll put my here. Let me move my VD tech. Me. I'll put myself in Dakota. Been to Japan twice. Damn! Look at you just popping in to see ya. What? No. Thank you for popping in. I've been pretty good. I'm pretty good at existing. How you been, Zoe? I hope you've been well. I hope you and Kazia both have been well. Oh, my hands are so cold. Well, I mean, we got ready a little early, huh? Now I think about it, I might have got ready a little bit early. That is okay, because then I can unmute in here. Oh, this is going to be wrong. Just got back into England 2 weeks ago. Been settling in. Oh, have you like officially moved, or are you just visiting? And regardless, I hope that is nice. I hope the weather's been nice. In Tokyo in 2006, I remember I went to Disneyland! Disneyland! Shibuya, Tokyo Tower, Royal Place, and other places. Oh, what? Disneyland? Do you have a favorite Disney character? Do you like Disney characters? Your favorite Disney? Disney? I'm gonna keep drawing while I wait. Went to Hokkaido? Dude, you're like a traveling machine. That's crazy. How do you afford all of this? How do you afford all this? It sounds so expensive. Me, I was in. Hello, ghost.
Bro.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
This little guy. We can never ask you to be more little guy than you are in this current moment. Oh my god! Oh my god! I want. Ghost, how much? How much?
Money. No money.
Please, please,
No
I
money.
I
I
need
can
it.
make you for free.
I need it right now. Wait, hold on. I gotta put you on the other side of the stem so it looks like you're gonna eat his lollipop.
No. No.
That's her lollipop. You're such a little bro.
I made
work
it
as a
last night.
travel agent. Oh.
I made it last night
That's
because
so
I was gonna
cute.
do like new Fujis for me and Shems, and I did make a new one for me, but I'm not the biggest fan of the one I did for me. I like Shems's more.
That's why he's just a little goer. I work as a travel agent. That's how to. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. I feel like traveling is a lot less expensive when you work at a travel agency. That's how you would.
Why?
Hello, my love.
Okay, wait. I will be right back.
Take your time. We are just friends hanging out today. Well, we are that every time. Actually, I don't know why I said that. We are that. Every time.
My
Hello,
little
love.
Fuji has the repo eyes, and so it's just like my little repo head popping up from the bottom of the screen.
Little repo. Did you see Shems?
I did.
Shems?
Yeah.
I feel like that's gonna be his response every time we're like, you gotta be a little guy, and he's like, I got it.
I
I am
gotcha.
the little guy. You are the little guy now.
I'm the littlest guy there ever was.
Little guy. And I am loving Procreate. Can I just say, Procreate's like the shit. It's so fun.
Boom.
It works so, or at least to me, it feels like it works so differently than like other drawing programs.
Yeah. Like I have a friend that got me Clip Studio Paint, and I'm trying to play with it, but I'm like, my hands are so shaky.
Gotta run, have fun, y'all. No problem, Stripes. Thank you for joining us. Have a lovely day. Yeah, I don't know. Just like, I don't know. It just feels so different. So nice.
Oh, all right.
Alright, we are waiting for Naho and Naho and Gabby. Not gonna lie, I forgot I made myself a new scene transition. Show it to me. Send it to me. I want to.
What type of drink are you gonna be drinking in your little art?
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that yet.
Should we
apple
apple
juice.
juice?
Happy juice.
I got it.
Shit. What are you gonna say?
Grape juice.
I got a new little guy, and he's apple juice. Hold on, I'll show him to you.
Oh.
Happy juice.
So many things.
Okay, okay,
All right,
no
look.
problem. Take your time.
Look at my stream real quick, Elaine.
Discord stream.
Mhm.
I love his little his mouth is just so open.
I think it's a nose.
Oh yeah, I think that's
can't.
yeah.
I can't see it other than a mouth. I'm gonna be honest with you, but
Fair
it's
enough.
really yelling.
a little guy.
I have so many.
Oh, look at you. Just the collector of little guys. I like the
All
little
those.
egg toast guy. He had little feet.
I'm trying to find him. Where did he go? Oh,
He's
there he
in-
is.
yeah,
Sunnyside,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
My favorite.
No more Discord stream. No more. No more. Repo's loud. I'm gonna go turn down the volume before I start my stream.
There we go.
Are we doing shared stream chat?
Yeah, but
Yes.
we can get one up, but I'm gonna wait to join it until I say hi to my team. I'm
That's
still on
fine.
starting soon.
I'm
Yeah, I
also
haven't
still
made
on
it.
starting soon.
Fuck, I might have fucked that one up a little bit. Okay.
Oh well.
Yo.
Oh wow.
Hello.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
Oh wow. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, just
I'm so
vibing. Are you?
good.
Is that an avatar baby as as your profile photo?
Oh yeah, there's a chibi of my avatars. Yeah.
I
yeah,
love that
fuck
so
yeah.
much.
Thank you.
Can I share with you with my avatar OC? I haven't colored her in yet. though.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Oh yeah, let's go. It starts.
Oh. Gonna make sure that. Oh, we stream. Are you guys live as well? Just checking.
I'm on my
Yes,
starting soon,
yes,
so we're.
yes.
I'm also on
I
starting
am
soon.
live.
Okay,
I
I'm
am
currently
live,
live. So
Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
all good.
Cool.
I was just checking if it's all good for me to add Discord audio. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
all right,
Where did I send this?
they
Oh, I
should be
sent
able to
this
hear you
the wrong
now.
server. It's fine.
Shem's big fat horns.
Gonna move my stuff around. So
I guess I'll put it in the voices,
go.
the voice like side chat.
voices.
The voices.
Voices.
uh,
Oh, she's so gorgeous. I love your art.
oh, I love the hair. Oh,
Oh, thank you.
oh, the knots at the top are so cute. I love.
Mm. Hee how good you like.
I'm on
I-
chat.
I just watched 99% of Avatar for the first time I've ever made it.
99%.
Hi, Gabby.
Oh, it's Gabby. Gabby also
Hello,
has a
I'm
little
here.
Avatar baby.
I'm here. Oh shit!
Look.
Like, let me change. Am I still peak? Am I still
You
peak
are so
form?
peak. You're
You
still
are
peak
okay.
form. Take your time. Take a deep breath, Gabby.
I'm peaking, guys. Oh shit. Except not in high school, you know.
I'm gonna deafen
Okay.
myself real quick, mute and deafen, and I'm gonna go say hi to my chat. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
I already started, so
That's
I'm
fine.
not gonna say hi to my chat.
I've been.
Wow. So you just don't
rude.
love them. You know, no. They're being nonchalant with their chat. You know, I
Yeah.
get it. I see the riz. I see the
Oh.
riz.
I gotta ignore them or else they'll
That's
feel
funny.
privileged.
I can't let their ego get too high.
Yeah, no.
Mhm, I get it.
I also want to fix the. I have to add the Fuji, so.
Yes.
I don't even know what mine is. Wait, oh god.
What? I don't
You're
even know what your
wiggly.
Fuji is
You're
either.
wiggly.
Aw.
Oh, you're
Elaine, I
wiggly.
still
Oh,
have
that
you like
one.
cradled on one of my stream assets when you were from when you were a
Oh,
fetus.
are we gonna update our
Are you
mod packs or
fetus?
no? Do we
Yes.
update?
I
Okay,
did.
update.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just
I'll
updating it really
update
quick.
it.
Okay, let me open this thing.
Go ahead and turn
Also,
everything.
sorry for being a little late. Because
good.
I was talking to my chat and they were wondering why I was at an angle. I'm like, guys, didn't you know it's a new Twitch meta? It's a new
New
Twitch
meta.
meta.
It's the new meta.
Meta.
It's the meta, guys. It's the meta. I had to. Okay, obviously, you want me to be a successful streamer. It's meta. Hello.
Hello.
I'm a Lee.
Hi, Indy.
Hi, Indy.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, oh shit, Indy, you fucking. I'll put that game.
Oh my god.
So
Wow.
large.
Like, nothing. It's just it's
What
opening.
did
It's
I
taking
do?
forever to open.
Open
faster!
I have to flip people now.
Hey yo,
Okay,
hey yo.
right
At least
back.
like me a dinner first before you do
You
that.
get
I'm
rotated.
sorry, you were literally the person I was rotating to.
How dare you?
Gems, you like your
I'm so
lollipop?
hungry.
What?
Shem's got a
lollipop?
big. Shem's
What
got a
lollipop?
lollipop on his Fuji
Oh.
tech. He's got a big
Oh.
old. He's a big old baby.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I was gonna say, what do you mean she likes my lollipop? I'm like, excuse me.
I said, Shems, did you like your lollipop?
Oh, okay.
lollipop.
Well, okay.
A
So you
lolli-
see,
lolli
you see where I got.
lollipop.
Oh,
You got a
does she
lolli
like your
lollipop.
lollipop from with Shems? I
already
can't
know
hear
Shems
well.
does. It's okay.
Oh.
Hey yo.
Damn.
Hey, yo.
Why isn't it opening like a normal game?
It should be.
Okay.
Is it loading? Sometimes
Why
it
is it-
takes a while
do
to
I have to
load. It's
take
got that
ent-
weird command box.
Yeah, I had to click enter. That was weird. But it's working now, so that's what matters, right?
Yippee!
Your game was like, you have to work for it.
That's what I get for being nonchalant with my chat, you know?
Nonchalant, so nonchalant.
Okay, 1 second.
Real.
Okay, that. Yeah, chat doesn't like it when I'm nonchalant. They know I'm a faker. I'm a liar. I'm not nonchalant. Come on, open the game. Thank you, game.
You're not a Rizzler with your chat.
I try,
I
but
hate that I
then
said that.
no. See, when I try to be a Rizzler, it doesn't work. When I have the autistic Riz, chat is like, "Damn, Gabby, with that autistic Riz," I'm like, "You already know. You already know."
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
Meg?
Welcome back, gamer. Are you ready to? Well, I was gonna say work for the company, but I forgot that this is not. It's
Wrong
not.
one.
Still same.
Wrong
I
one.
mean, we're still working for a company. We have debt.
True.
We do have that,
Yeah.
man.
Cool. Let me
Trying
move
to
everybody's
open.
food.
Elaine, look at the yap in the live studio chat.
Okay, Oh, okay, chat.
studio?
we're back.
Oh my
Oh,
god, what is
I thought you
The live
Great.
studio.
Yeah, the one that we're in. The like side chat.
Wait, live studio. We have a
Yeah,
live studio audience.
No, the
Live studio
core.
audience.
I know. I'm just
I'm
saying.
sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just joking.
Like,
A live studio audience. And we just turn around. There's a shit ton of people behind
I'm back.
us.
That's all.
Everywhere you look, everywhere is a heart, a heart.
Oh god.
Oh my god. I mean, that is what a stream is, technically.
mhm.
It's just
Is this?
live studio audience. Except they're not in the studio.
Except we go insane because we don't actually.
Hey, I'm in the studio. You just don't know it. I don't know whose studio
knew
I'm
it.
in, but I am in a studio.
Hey, yo.
Let's go.
We're all in.
Will
the
you be the
studio.
live to my studio?
Absolutely.
Till I
Oh, there's a
audience?
visual indicator. Oh my.
She audience on my
my.
studio till I live.
Till I live.
Oh
Oh
my.
god.
I love shit like that, especially when it makes no sense. It's like, what?
Mhm.
I'm like, yeah. When she live in my studio till I audience, you know?
I don't know how to
Exactly.
I have this one viewer that comes in and always hits me with one of those jokes. I kid you not.
It's like, we love you. Thank you for your work.
It's Neil. Okay.
Chaos tonight. Yeah, it sounds like it's maybe a little chaotic tonight. Let's go.
Hell yeah. I mean, but
Damn, I
the
gotta
more the
re-download that
merrier.
link.
Oh no!
How dare
Do you remember
how
how to do it?
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
read the syllabus for stream.
I did.
You did.
Goodness.
Someone
I
didn't do
did.
the
I
coursework. Someone
Also,
didn't do the coursework.
for our mod pack, if you want to toggle mute, it's the N button, and it has a little icon on your.
Can I
thigh, and
change
an
it
icon.
from
Icon,
N?
Oh.
Yes.
icon.
Yes, it is
Are we
in the
gonna-
settings.
Are we gonna output as well in Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me uno segundo. I want to change
your
my.
time.
Is it under audio?
It is in
Push.
controls. And
It's in
you scroll
controls.
down.
Oh, it's
Is it at the bottom?
Uh,
No. Oh, toggle mute. There you go. Boop.
Ah,
This
I know.
one. Is it also push to talk, or is that toggleable? I guess so.
Sorry about that. I had to mute myself.
Oh,
Start
and
modded.
it's just okay, cool.
Is it
Just a
start
press
modded or
button.
start vanilla? Again, I can't remember.
Start
modded.
modded.
Yeah.
Always do
Modded.
the mods.
yes.
So many cool people.
Always.
Yeah.
Otherwise you
We'll
won't
do a
get to see the
little.
cool
We'll do a
stuff.
little intro once everybody's in the
Mhm.
lobby.
Also, can we celebrate a little bit? Cause
Of
I finally
course.
broke 100 hours on my subathon.
Oh,
I finally broke it. I'm free. No, I'm not free.
You gotta
There's
do that.
light
You
at the
gotta
end
do
of
that.
the tunnel.
You gotta do that breaking
Maybe.
chains meme with your face on it, and it says less than 100.
Yes. What
Wait,
if I
yes.
think I'm gonna die in this house?
Can you- I did that meme. I think I'm gonna die in
Die
this
in
house.
house.
All right, I am in. Who invited?
I'm inviting.
Sup,
yes,
gamer?
I think Lane. She usually
How
hosts
you
our
doing?
collabs.
Oh, Naho, I
Hmm.
need to add you.
Good
as a
night.
friend.
I was gonna say that yes. I can send
Also-
you
Yeah.
Yes, we
please.
do have a chaos lobby.
Wow.
It's what? Wow.
my chat.
So it makes it fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Recent
So if I think this goes for all of our chats. If we're slow to reply to you guys, apologies. Just
we still love
the
you,
nature
gamers.
of we're not abandoning you. We're gonna come back with the milk. It's okay. Okay.
Okay,
Don't
well now
worry
we
about it.
need. Okay, you
We're
guys are being
not.
good cop. We need bad cop. Suck a nut.
Okay, that's on you. That's on me.
Suck a nut. Suck a nut. We will see it and we will respond when we when we can.
Mhm,
For now,
mhm, mhm.
enjoy the clip farm.
Exactly.
Yeah,
My
no,
push to talk.
I expect
Started to
1,000
reload
clips.
People? Yes, we are.
I expect 1,000 clips every hour. You understand? Get hop to chat. Hop to.
you better clip in.
Talk
Oh
to
no. Not
No,
her.
I
I'm a
do not.
Hakua
No,
on you?
no. I am not
Oh,
Hakua on anything.
Thank you.
I love
Oh.
we love you.
Suck a nut. Yes, thank you, Pixels.
You know what,
Oh, I
Sticky?
remember I threw
Yes,
my mouse
only you
everywhere
I
you
hate.
look.
In a way, beep, ba, ba, ina, ma, mi, ma, mi, ma. Anywhere
Two
you
in the
want.
big
Those aren't
26. That's what I'm
words.
There
saying.
we go.
Oh, wait.
I
push
don't-
talk? Is
No,
that-
push to talk. Push to talk
Off.
doesn't activate. It's off. It's off.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just turned it on and I was like, wait a minute.
yeah. Turn off, please. Wait, let me.
Any
more
mimics are just
ahead.
gonna like mimic us trying to talk to our chat.
Don't mimic.
I didn't add. Let me look at the mod pack. I don't remember.
Oh, there's. Can I?
I don't know if I added mod. I don't
Chat,
know if
what
I
do we wanna
added that
look
this
like?
time. I didn't
I
add
don't
it this
even
time.
know.
We dressed up in.
Guys, they don't have wings. I'm upset.
Cry.
You said you didn't want a lot of cosmetics. We have
I
the
know, I know, I
bare
know.
bones. We have the bare bones, Gabby.
Ooh,
It was a lie.
I'm so
Hope
joking
you-
right
hope
now.
you mimic.
I'm so joking. It's
Ah.
okay.
Just starts hyperventilating.
It's okay. It's okay, gamer.
You're the problem.
I am
broke
like
it.
I love being the problem. What do you mean?
Icon.
Just give me the clown nose.
Oh, we really don't have a lot of cosmetics.
Yeah, we don't. We don't. It's
I'm
like very
gonna be
little.
honest. I thought there was gonna be more because this is like the main mod pack for him, but it's like
I'm
empty.
done.
Jarvis, summon Pancito. I look.
Pancito!
Pancito! Is he gonna come? No, he's sleeping right now. He's in deep slumber.
Deep
did
slumber.
I did a cat text earlier for chat.
Aw.
Wait, let me see. I wish Pancito would like meow on command, but he does not.
No.
Little
Cats
butt.
never want to perform in front of a camera.
Yippee wahoo wahoo.
Wahoo!
Alright, is everybody in the lobby? 1, 2, 3, 4,
I mean-
5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're all here. I'm gonna.
Eyebrows.
Okay. I'm
Rep-
going to mute
rep-
in the
rep- rep-
Discord,
rep-
and
rep-
then
rep-
we can
Yes.
do intros in order of lobby order, so that way everyone can like adjust each other's volumes. I think is the plan.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Sorry I was
Alright.
away. I was giving Pancito chin rubs.
It's okay. Pancito
I've
deserves all the
sacrificed
chin
to the
Okay.
Overlord. That is
I
my
have
ruling.
my Discord muted.
rubs. Alright, I do it.
Oh, yeah, I'll
alright.
mute too.
Same.
Oh, okay, there we go. Don't forget to unmute in repo. You can see your icon if you're muted. There you go.
They're silencing me.
Alrighty. Shems, go first.
Can't.
What?
Yeah, I said lobby
Wait.
order.
Oh
Word.
shit.
Are we doing
We're doing
introductions?
intros.
or-
Yeah.
You not,
Ah.
bro, did not listen to the assignment.
No.
He didn't read the
I was-
syllabus.
I had to step out for a second. I didn't hear that.
Well,
part.
why didn't you tell us then, you goob?
Damn.
I did.
Oh shit, I'm
That's-
sorry.
That's fucked.
Look, you didn't
So,
read the syllabus.
Elaine-
Everybody, quick, gaslight him.
Whoop.
No, you didn't do it.
Gaslighting? What's
You didn't do
gaslighting?
it.
No.
That's not
Gaslighting,
real.
gaslighting?
That's a word you made up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right, Shems,
Alrighty,
take it
well-
away.
My name is Shems. I like to cut cheese, and I occasionally stream, but not often.
Yippee.
Damn.
Welcome to the club.
You hear
to
this,
Ghost.
man? Crazy.
I'm Iroh Ghost Shrimp or Iroh Ghost Buster, and I don't stream ever, and I am one of the local artists.
Mm, mm.
There you go. I think we should hear them now. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah.
needs
We love
co-host.
local
The
artists.
the Rizzler Gabby.
Me though. Oh yeah, it's my turn. Sorry, I didn't read the syllabus. Sorry, gamers.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hi, my name is Art of Gabby. I use she/they pronouns. I am your local fairy VTuber artist, and today we're playing some repo. So yeah. That's all you need to know. And I will fuck your mom. That's all you need to know.
Oh
Which
my
one?
goodness.
Which one?
Yeah. Both. Any
Oh,
of
okay.
them. I will be
Okay.
your new
I've
stepmom
got
slash
3.
dad. Okay, well all of them.
Okay.
I
Okay, I
will
was just
fuck all
making
of
sure.
them.
I was just making
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clarifying.
Don't worry. Look. There's my PP is
Uh-huh,
long enough for
uh-huh.
every one of them.
Oh my!
Oh my
Human
goodness.
centipede. Goodness gracious.
Human sent a pee-pee, apparently.
Human centipede. I love
Look,
it. 10 out of 10.
It's me. It's me. Don't tempt me.
Sorry.
Don't tempt me.
I'm sorry,
Alright.
Alright, Indy, your turn.
I'm Indie Rit. I'm here to read some hoes.
Oh,
Oh hell
Okay.
yeah.
Nice.
Represent.
Naho.
Oh yeah, hi.
Oh, yeah, hi.
Hello.
My wife. Oh my god. I'm such a big
Hi.
fan.
Oh my god. Hello, everybody. My name is Nakoveda. You guys can call me Naho. I am a non-binary elder's god of knowledge. Also another artist, streamer, and singer. Yeah.
So
And-
the pronouns for you?
Yes, please.
Okie dokie.
And
Well.
doing your mom as well.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
my! Everybody's just doing Ghost's mom. Everybody.
Mom making the rounds.
Yeah, goddamn.
Honestly, not surprised.
You know
Knowing your
those,
mom? Not surprised.
Exactly. Do you know that meme of that guy that says no solicitors already have my religion and it's my wife, and it is just like a list of important dates of that. You know,
For real.
I already
though.
have my religion. Picture of doll.
And vice versa.
Oh my
And
god,
then-
yes.
Bless
Can
me.
can the wonderful Mia, last but not least, introduce yourself?
I would love to. Hi, I'm Mia the Mermaid, a fish out of water, just here to make some friends and have some good times. I'm also an artist, and I play a bunch of video games.
Yippee!
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome.
Awesome. Well, welcome. Thank you to Naho
Brian.
and Gabby once again for joining us
Brian.
this week, joining us these
Mhm.
goobers. I don't
Absolutely.
I don't
could I
think
say
anyone else
no?
because they're chained to me. We're going to hell together.
Honestly, Elaine, we should be thanking you for being chained to
Yes.
you, you know? Yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you.
'Cause you bring
thank
us
you
together.
For chaining us. Thank you
You
for
know,
keeping
Teacher's
us in
pet.
your
Yeah,
existence
totally
until
not
you want
because
to
I
stop.
swallowed the key and I don't know when we're getting it back.
No.
Oh my god.
You know, it's because Elaine would pick the soft, fuzzy handcuffs. You know, to be
Ooh.
Yeah.
supposed to be handcuffed too.
Just so my wrists
Ooh.
don't hurt. It's so nice of you.
Yeah, yep, of course. And if Naho Gabby, if you want, I did put a shared chat link in the roundtable. You don't have to do it if you don't want to,
Ooh,
because I know chat can
yes.
get pretty hype. So there's no sweat if you don't want to. But I
need to
will.
see how
I
my
would-
chat is behaving today.
I would love to,
Yeah.
but I'm a filthy Microsoft Edge user when I stream.
Does it not work on Microsoft Edge?
No.
That's like the
No,
Oh yeah,
it's-
because
I-
it needs to be Chromium based, right?
Chrome or
Yeah.
Firefox. And I have
I
I
Firefox,
opened mine
but
in
I
a
have like
different tab in Chrome.
That's no problem. That's no problem. That's no
So-
problem. I'm just putting it out there in case.
I use
Oh.
Bing.
Sticky has
It
Sticky
gives me
has a
points.
suggestion. They
Oh, yeah.
said
Yeah.
it's I like to think less of a chain and more of a leash.
oh my god.
Like,
Yeah, no wait. Instead of just a leash, it's a leash backpack. Yeah, it's a leash backpack, and we're all
Yes.
holding each other's leashes backpack, and then we're
I
just
I want the
going around.
monkey
the-
one.
oh my
monkey.
God, yes. I can wait. I need to. Everyone needs to be drawn of a leash
Wait.
backpack now.
Do they have a green alligator one? I want a green alligator.
Probably.
Yes, that one.
Or lizard.
Alrighty. Are we all ready? I'm gonna throw us in there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Let's
are we all
go.
muting in Discord?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
we're
yes, yes.
Deafening Discord.
I just lowered the
Output
I need to-
volume.
Output.
See,
yeah.
that's smart.
Yeah,
I
I'm
haven't
gonna
done that yet.
Output.
That's
Okay.
what I do. It makes it easier.
Alright.
You
Yeah.
know?
And then Fugi's
Mhm.
still
Yeah.
moving stuff. Yeah.
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 All
Alright, let's go!
Yes.
Go!
Billy Bonky.
I'm
You
gonna
remember
say
what
the most out of
Oh,
pocket
good.
entire time at random intervals show the mimic the weirdest shit possible.
We don't have a mimic this time. We don't have a mimic this time. I'm
What?
sorry.
No
I
mimic.
mentioned it earlier.
Mm.
I didn't know how extreme we wanted to get, so I didn't add the mimic this time.
Well,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Now we know. Hello.
Okay, wait.
I have no
the
idea who was
flashlight
who.
mod.
I'm the red flag.
Oh, we.
Oh, I
yeah,
see you. Okay,
yeah,
the names
yeah.
are there
They got
now.
the names above the heads. Yeah, it's not too
taking,
broken.
Taking walking red flag literally.
Nah, that man's a green flag.
Just painting a spooky.
I'm
Why
gonna
does this
hit
have to be
everybody
our
with the
first
card.
map?
God, I can't see.
Why? My
Stop
face.
moving.
Cube.
Jellicobe. There's a bell. I open this chest. Oh my, there are things in this. Oh my god, I found.
Dinner ready. Dinner
What's happening?
ready.
Please.
What the heck is that?
I have a My Little Pony, but my screen is red. What's happening? Can someone take this? Friend, can someone take this from me? I'm scared. I don't want to be a brony anymore. Thank you. I didn't want to be a brony anymore. It was super scary.
You're safe from
My little pony.
You're safe. Oh,
I'm gonna put the cube in the thing.
Okie dokie.
But like that sounds like really fun.
I love you, chat. I have a cat in my lap.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's making
Sorry, I
it
was just
hard
taking
to
the really
play.
big one out, so then we had more
Yeah,
room.
no, you're good. You're good.
Elaine.
Hello?
Elaine, I don't know
Yes.
how the flashlight mod works.
Okay, here, let me... Is it not automatically on for you?
I don't think so. I read the, like, mod thing, and it's, like, you have to change values.
brain rot.
Okay, because mine is on. I can tell that it's on. If you look at that corner that you're in, you should be able to see a halo, but let me look at how to make it brighter.
He's just a
Yeah.
baby.
Is there, like...
Is this what?
No.
Hiyo.
Flashlight, inputs, flashlight,
What the hell is-
website,
Is this
Looks like...
default value F.
What the fuck was that?
monster.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. But anyway, back to what I was
If you
doing.
press F, does it turn it off and on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Run! Run! Try and grab it!
Oh, shit! Ah! Elaine, watch out!
Oh, no.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Someone pissed off the duck.
Oh.
The mod generates a config file in the weapon folder.
I know.
Kept disabled when tumbled. It looks like you might have to go into the config file for it. Oh,
I have Indy's head. Can I put him
He's a
in
papa
here
now.
to revive him? No. The duck wants
actually,
to.
wait.
Oh my
wait,
god,
we
he's got little legs! Okay.
Hang on.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Go back into
Oh,
the
bitch.
war soldier.
What?
Don't talk to him like that. He's a baby.
He killed me.
You looked at me when I said that. You looked like you were talking to me. I was like, what the fuck did I do?
Let me
Hey,
see.
guy.
I think it might be a thing for the flashlight. You have to go into the settings, like the config file for it, but
Yeah.
let me see.
I wonder if... Me? Anyway, I think I can edit it maybe through the, like, the command thing?
ghost is getting
Are you
close.
using R2 Modman? Are you using Thunderstore?
Thunderstore.
Okay, is there a thing on the left side that's like installed online and then config editor?
I don't know where to look for that, if I'm gonna be so honest.
Here, I can check.
Wait, where'd Shem's head go? Oh wait, he's still in there.
Control disable associated.
Hey, little buddy.
Revive him with
Goom-
H. It just takes
Looking
a
like
little HP.
a Goomba. Oh, I only got 1 HP.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Ugh. I'm alive.
All right. Are you looking at my
the
screen
ghost
share?
is there. Be careful.
Ghost? Repo, have fun, you goobers. Thank you,
And
Buttercup.
what?
Hello.
Are you looking at my screen share? I'm showing.
Oh,
I don't know
shoot, I'm
how.
not.
Under.
Okay, I'll watch it. Oh,
Okay, so-
config editor.
Yeah, is there a thing here for that? Do you have that? I don't know if that's in that one.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so if you click on that, and the third one should say flashlight.
Yep.
I only have
Edit
1
config.
HP. Can somebody...
Do you?
Default value 2. Okay. Cool.
There we
Go.
go.
What if I change it to 4 and then hit save? Can I change it while in game? Did it?
I
that's
don't
1 HP.
know.
Oh.
Let me see.
I don't know if that changed actually at all.
Why would you give me 1 HP?
You want more? Hold
Come here.
on.
You know what?
What?
I'm gonna just suck it up for now.
Be brave.
Oh my god.
Be brave.
Babe, stop.
Be brave.
Oh my god.
Be brave. I'm okay. I'm
the
trying to
bad
fix
shots.
don't mind me. I'm trying to see if I can fix the configs for Ghost. I might have us either I'll have us relaunch the game and I can add mimics, or because I think Ghost might have to relaunch their game.
Can you fuck off?
Come here, Indy. Come here. Come here. Let me see the back of your head. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Why would you do that?
Oh no, it's after me! Oh no, it's after me! Ow, 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 ow! It backfired.
Elaine sabotaged us.
Wow.
Touch the duck.
Ow. How that happened? You ever look?
Thank you.
Watched her grab it.
You guys,
Wow.
I didn't even do anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
You little bastard. Just
I'm
like your father.
You
Yeah,
okay?
you better run.
Yeah, I'm great. I'm great.
You ready,
Did you
or-
hear my idea that I don't know what would be best?
Start
We
it.
can either all
I can't hear
relaunch.
Elaine. Are you? I can't.
Elaine,
Oh!
you're
I can't hear
muted.
you.
I've been muted. I've been muted maybe the whole time. I don't know.
Yes, you have.
Ah,
Yeah.
fuck me. Okay, so I don't know if the flashlight mod. I think it is working for Ghost, but I think they might have to relaunch to make the flashlight brighter.
I see.
But with that, we could all relaunch, and I can add the mimics again.
Ooh. Yeah.
Well, we
I
have to
like
get
it
a new
that way.
code.
Yes.
Oh, that
Okay.
is true. Yeah.
I mean, it
Oh.
shouldn't take too long.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
one of us was gonna have to restart anyway, so
Yeah.
I will set that up then, and then you guys can do whatever.
We can kill everyone.
I think the red flag's appropriate for you now.
Oh, did we win?
Yeah.
Yippee!
That was the most elegant flip I've ever seen in my life.
A flip? How do you flip?
I did a flip.
What if I grab the duck?
Grab it.
It wouldn't be
Um,
advisable, but
Grab it.
Yeah.
No,
As long as
free
you
will and
grab
all.
it, you know.
Alright, I had to we had need to
Ooh,
update the mod a little bit, so we will be
Oh, okay.
restarting, and I will put a new code
Now?
in.
Okay.
Now.
How dare you?
I'm sorry, Pookie. I'm trying to give us all the best life, okay?
Okay.
Oh!
Pookie.
Oh,
I
God!
got duck.
Why? Why?
Death by duck.
Nope. Nope. I'm better.
Ow.
I'm better. I'm better. See how he's not
Oh,
attacking me
oh
because
my
I have
God, oh my
aura.
God.
I was not attacking
I'm
you.
afraid of the duck. It's since we restarted,
Everybody
you're not
grab
afraid of the duck.
Chad, did you see that red duck didn't attack because I have ultra aura stickers.
Okay, so everybody's gonna
You're
grab
chopped.
Gabby and throw them at a monster next round.
That's a great idea.
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I have plus I am the chosen. If you get that reference, I love you.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Are we going back to main
Export as
menu then?
code.
Oh, yeah, are we?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yes. Boop. Quick game. Yep. And on YouTube
Hi,
cord.
Anubis.
Where do we put them?
Oh, we're not in games, so they can't hear me. So I guess
Here.
I guess that's what it is, share, right? My mods. No, change profile.
Oh.
Just gonna watch Elaine.
Import from cold. There. Continue. Import. Update existing one. Yes.
Oh, I
Okay.
forgot to probably.
Can you can't flashbang on Twitch? Just think of the TOS. I'm not flashbanging. The game flashbanged me.
What?
Okay. Error. Why is it giving me an error?
Repo.
A stinky
Oh,
babinky. That's weird.
Laptop.
That's
Wait.
weird.
Now we wait.
That's strange.
Now we wait.
Import
Okay.
From code. Da,
Yeah.
da, da.
Is it
Oh,
me
this
or
loads
did it
faster.
give it me like a red thing? By the way.
It does give a little red error, a little bit.
Okay. Is that okay?
Import from code.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Whip
fine.
out the
Okay.
code in. How are you all doing, great gamers?
Yeah, we are.
Great import.
Cause yeah, I'm the chosen.
I gotta close
Okay.
it. I think it's because I didn't have Rebo closed, so
Wait,
that's
so
why
Oh
I
my
gave the error.
God.
It's possible.
I completely just did not
No.
close Rebo in the background.
Click.
Okay. Lobby is open. I need to
Link.
move my cat.
Mod it.
Should we
I
do
love you,
a new
but-
profile or updating existing profile?
I updated existed
Update.
profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, update it.
I,
Empress flashlight. Oh. Okay, so you added the mimic then. Is that what was added, Elaine?
I added the mimic and I added more cosmetics and a little bit more cosmetics,
Sounds
and
like
then
a little
I added new creatures as well that I think are very
Perfect.
funny. I think
Cool.
they're-
This should give a chance to see if the flashlight mod needs to be updated outside of the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
This is like my
yeah.
Discord output. Maybe it'll all be a surprise for me.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know what new mods are in.
Oh, okay,
That's
okay,
so
okay,
funny.
okay.
There's a
It's
Unity
okay.
log here that says, please, if you don't like a mod, at least be respectful about it. Do not call someone's work dog shit.
Damn,
Yeah.
rip.
it really hurt my feelings.
I'm watching like the code go by.
Feel not found. Wait, no, what was that?
Okay, it's loading.
I was
Yeah,
reading
I'm talking to
it.
you,
Oh, hold
Jeremy.
on.
Fuck ass
Dun,
bitch.
dun, dun, dun.
There it goes. Beautiful, beautiful. Game.
No, we want to go.
I'm
with my
muting the
friend.
Discord again.
Sandy?
Perfect.
Oh.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna read
Okay.
the thing.
Okay.
See you
Yeah, do
if
it.
anything says about it.
Should be able to hear them
Okay,
again soon.
gamers. Hopefully
See
this
when
should
I'm
work.
reading things?
Hello.
Unity log mimic.
No. Chat, I need you guys to take back your applause. We did not break 100 hours.
Aww.
They
What do you
fixed
mean?
it.
Plotting right now.
They
They
fixed
fixed it?
They fixed
Ah,
it. Oh man.
I'm back in the building again.
Oh, we have so many more outfit ideas.
You do? Wait.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Wait, never mind. Yeah, you're gonna have to like re-invite me again because I didn't actually properly close repo. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I fixed it.
Sorry, chat. I'm being stupid.
I love character
I was being
customization.
stupid. I was being stupid. And I closed
Oh,
it and
oh,
reopened
oh, oh,
Okay,
oh,
open.
ghost.
Hopefully this will
Ghost.
work now.
If you, at the bottom of the lobby, you know, leave setting, if you click
Please
mods,
open.
there's the Empress
die.
flashlight's the third one.
Open.
I think you
But
could
thank you, Long.
change the
Seriously, that
brightness
was
in
really
there if you
sweet.
want
I
and see if it's saved.
can. Oh my
Yes!
God.
It's a
I'm
subject
turning
goes
it all the way.
on and
No,
on.
maybe I
My
shouldn't turn it
friends,
all
some
the
people
way.
started,
Yeah, maybe not
started
all the
gifting
way.
to remember when
I'll
they
put it at like
they'll
a
start gifting subs
441.
because it'll never
That's
end.
444.
Because it's a subathon
actually,
that will
just-
never end. Why think?
Do whatever's in
Well,
your heart.
shit. You
bestie.
guys heard it here. I guess
don't
it'll
know if
never
there's- is
end.
there not
Tiefling
a
Melissa,
mod
I'm
list
going
in
after
the
your
actual
crown.
game?
That is crazy!
No, but have you seen Tiefling Melissa? Like, she is notorious for having like
my gosh, wow.
insane subathons that go on for like
Wait.
months. I'm waiting for her to have one that goes on for
Yeah.
years. It's
Isn't
gonna
it at,
eventually
isn't she
happen.
like at like top 5 at least?
Good news. Only assignment is due Saturday. Only
Oh,
two.
Tiefling
Only two
Melissa,
Sunday.
I feel
However,
like she's
there are
top
total
5.
9 assignments I have to do done by Monday. It's the first week of class. Fuck, dude.
Oh, he's
R.I.P.
pretty cool.
That fucking sucks. That really does. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Cyrus. Hopefully,
I look like
I
an
have
idiot.
purse.
hopefully
I
it's
have
I have
easy.
purse.
I have purse.
I have
A purse. A purse.
Purse.
A purse.
I have
A
purse.
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 I have purse.
Purse.
I like that they have a search bar now. There's a search bar for this stuff now.
There's a search
Yeah.
bar. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh, lizard! I want the lizard dude.
They have
Lizard.
A lizard. He's
They
got a little
do.
lantern.
I don't
He
see
got a
it.
lantern. It's called Tonberry.
the Tonberry from Final Fantasy.
Oh my god, they had hooves.
They
I
do
don't
have
see
hooves.
it. Is it being
Wait, where are the
stupid?
hooves? Where are the hooves? I want them.
I don't.
The
Did I put the
They're
wrong
in
code?
limbs. They're in limbs.
I'm living
Hi,
my furry
Bender.
best life. Thank you for your daily wish.
Yeah, I have nothing in here. Wait,
Yeah,
one second. I'm
Jessica.
sorry, y'all.
It's okay.
Let me double check to see if I actually have it correct.
Hey, kill Tom.
Congrats, you broke 100 today. I guess
Oh my
so.
god, you can put the high heels on the hooves.
Oh, I did! Yippee! We're back where we started.
They look janky, but you can
Dude,
do
why is
it.
it being weird?
How are you doing, Blender?
Copy.
You doing good?
Because it's a new one.
There you go, that's what it
Right?
looks like.
Yeah, I was
We're
only
just doing a little bit of a fun
sent a
collab today.
while ago. Elaine.
Mega's org.
Other good news, at least Saturday, I'm free. Hell yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm sorry, chat. I'm trying to make sure that this is working. Okay, from code. This one. Continue. Import. Update existing one. Elaine, update that one. Clearing up. I need to take a walk. Copy mods to profile. Okay, it's right. Ooh, and I'm dyeing your hair. You're dyeing your hair purple? Ooh,
Good.
send
Thank you
pictures
so
when
much.
it's
Yeah, of
done.
course. It's nice to see you here.
Process gonna access file. Okay, let me just make a new one then.
Monkey tail, peachy tail.
Continue. Import.
Not as many tails.
Create. Let's just do that. I will. Fuck yeah. I've been wanting to dye my hair again. I want to do a little peekaboo haircut. Mom, thank you for. Thank you for to give this something to also.
Sick.
Means a lot. Thank you.
Oh,
Get off my
This is
purse.
so
I don't
cute.
know you.
Yeah, that's my purse. I don't know you.
I don't
I
know
know.
you.
Okay.
I don't know you.
Okay. Select profile.
What the hell?
I gotta turn everybody back up now.
Ice climber.
I want to do.
Because I have people scream, I want my ears to be broken.
Or should I do like?
That's
Oh
fair.
no.
Should I do like my model's type of hair color? I mean,
I
last
got
time
it.
when I dyed my hair,
Got
I did
it.
the exact color of my.
Sailor Moon.
So should I do the same?
There's a
thing
little
again?
Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon.
Stupid chat.
Vampire teeth.
Rebel, rebel,
That's right,
rebel,
there
rebel.
is Sailor Moon.
Yeah, they're Sailor Moon. They have them in like a little folder. Both.
Yeah.
Sub gold chat pics
The
Gabby's hair
green one
color.
doesn't match my butt though. Oh wait, no.
Take the cigar out my mouth.
Hoping it turns out on.
It's the cigar out your mouth.
Ooh, yes, that would be really nice.
Hands are so cold.
Ah.
What does predator cloak mean?
But I know.
I like-
would have you
Like
guys
Predator and Alien.
some, like, food colors because
Yeah, but I don't see it. What does it do?
No. And it's just like
And you know.
no, or like lime green. because that
Sonic.
would
Oh, we
damage
got. I can have
it.
Sonic
Also,
feet.
no,
Oh shit.
my hair.
Yeah.
Sonic feet.
Gotta go fast.
It's not like.
Gotta go faster, faster,
It's
faster.
like weirdly. It like some parts.
Oh
of
my
it
Also,
God,
thank
there's a
you,
Minecraft
thank you
pig.
again.
easily,
There was a
other
Minecraft what?
parts will, like,
There's a
fly
Minecraft
straight
pig
away
head.
and it's just
Ex-
life, so
Oh,
there's
it's a head.
certain
Okay,
colors
I was gonna be like, what?
Yeah.
Like a pig.
can't do unless my hair turns into straw.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm
Also, I wanted to
Gucci.
say thank you again for joining us, Naho. I felt like it was a little last minute, so I apologize.
No, that's fine. I was very excited to be invited. So-
Yee. Yeah, because Gabby reached out to me and I was like, yo, Gabby, but like, is Naho busy at all? Because I would also like to invite them. And they're like, no. I was like, oh.
And, like, I'm always busy, but I also always find ways to make time. So-
Hello.
Hello! Oh my goodness.
Okay, let's see if it's working. I think it is working. Where's my lizard man? You said it was in limbs. What's it called?
No, it's
fuck, I
if
can't
you
remember
just
his
look
name.
up, if you go to the all section and then at the top search Tonberry, Ton, and then Berry, you'll find him.
Tonberry.
Dimeberry.
Lizard. I don't know
Look
who
at
you
you.
are, but I love you.
They are. Can I say? Can I say what they are? Is that?
Yeah.
bad?
Can you not say what they're?
They
Go on,
are they're
Sorry,
little
you got
they're they're mages that were cursed in the realms of Final Fantasy, and now they become small lizard people who just want to murder people. And they're cute.
Oh.
That's so real.
No
I would do
wonder.
that too.
Me
Mhm.
too, gamer. Me too.
All right, are we all ready?
Gamer.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
I
Wait,
couldn't decide if I
wait,
want Cody on my head
wait,
or not.
wait.
Take your time.
Wait.
Take your time.
Kirby.
Waiting.
Should I have Kirby
I
on my
need
head
to-
or nah?
Wait, I'll match.
Is he
if
giving
you
the good
give
suck?
Kirby on your head.
Yeah,
Give
you
it
give
the
me the
good
good
stuff?
stuff.
I'll match if you do.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
It's like my kitty ears or the Kirby.
No. I'm like trying to see if there's anything interesting. Okay. I think. Oh wait. What's in Sailor Moon? No. 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 Okay. I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready.
Let's
go.
I'm ready.
Come
Let's
on.
go.
Only $18. Yay! Oh wait. I need to add the shit. Forgot. We probably reached it already. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. Yeah, we did.
bad,
Oh my
our
god.
bad.
Wait, what's the
Let's
next
go.
goal?
What happened?
Oh, no, my chat
Let's
reached
go.
a sub goal. I didn't. I
Congrats.
just realized. Yeah, yippee!
Congratulations.
Oh my god. Okay, well.
Feels a little better.
The cubbies is so much bigger than I
Hello.
expected.
You're always a wizard. I like that I can identify you by being the wizard.
Yeah, because he's a wizard.
You're so
Oh my
cute.
goodness.
You're so.
Thank you.
Oh yes.
I'm an angry wizard who's off the chain.
I'm an angry baby.
Oh,
I'm a little
I
bit.
told him in his eyes. I don't think he minded.
I like him older.
Oh,
I
yeah,
like
that'll
the,
be
I
fine.
like the beard you got there.
You older.
I know. You look older because you have a white beard.
Found something. It's worth $500. It's a bug. Does anybody like
Oh,
bugs?
yeah, Ghost likes bugs.
Ghost. Ghost.
Oh, what is this?
Yo, Flappy Bird.
Lenny,
Ghost. I found you. I found
Lenny.
you, bug.
I have sent it for you.
Okay, hold on. Go. Wait, we can exchange. Everybody exchange.
Okay.
Oh.
Ugh.
Flowers.
What is that thing?
That was so much value lost.
Yep.
And then Ghost
Run,
is a
Shems.
bug.
Oh.
There's a bug.
Oh my, Shems, to your right.
I love bug.
Then
Will
can you
pick up
grab
your
that?
jar.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Back
Grab
up,
my
back
pretty
up.
jar.
Why backing up?
I don't like that guy.
That's why. Oh my.
Oh, level 1? That's fucking crazy. We might
When
be
the
cooked.
wizard says back up, you back up.
We might be.
Yes, Daddy.
We might be a little cooked there.
Unpaused. I said it.
We might be a little cooked here. It's okay. You know, we don't need to. Shems will betray you. Betray him first. Oh yeah, I know. He's probably dead. Elaine, maybe, but not me.
Are those scissors? What the hell?
Hey guys. There's a big guy down the hall, and he's very
Elaine,
not happy.
Elaine,
What's up?
does your
shit.
face
Ooh, I
not
want
look
to say
like?
hi.
Does your face
Commissions.
not look like Bowser? Wait, no, turn around.
Since we betray
No.
you.
Elaine, does it look like? Does it
A
look
little
like,
bit, a little bit, a little bit. You look a little bit like Bowser.
A little bit like
You little
Bowser.
Koopa show. Yeah, Koopa
Okay,
show.
I'll take
That
it.
was bullshit. I didn't know you could pull.
What
your
is
eyes
that?
up on
What
the
is that?
top-
Wait, what is that,
on
guys?
the,
What is
top
that?
bunk, and
I
then
would
pull
Wait,
your,
guys,
uh,
no, Gabby.
Okay, cart's empty.
Gabby's so brave.
Hi there,
Gab
thank
is
you for
the
hydration.
bravest.
If you
The
take a-
bravest.
Thank you.
Oh my god, that
I
was.
love how I'm so brave and there's no consequences.
Where'd she go?
Oh,
my
there's
goodness.
gonna be consequences, gamers.
Honestly, guys, hear me out.
Doing Lil.
Who hit me?
The cot.
Ew, 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 ew. What is that? Ew. 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 What is that? Ew. Ew. Hey, there's a weird bug. A weird bug around.
What
here.
bug? What bug?
Looks like a tick, but he has a face.
Well, I
Maybe we
love
could
him
beat it up.
already.
He's right here. Look, there he is. There he is behind the door. It's right there.
Get him. Get him. Okay,
Get
grab him. Grab him. Grab him.
Oh, oh,
I,
oh, 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 oh,
Kill
oh,
him.
oh.
Kill him.
What's happening?
Oh, fuck.
He's a tick. What's happening? Ow. Ow. Ow, he's sucking on my bones. Ow, I'm gonna die. Ow. Ow, let go of me. Ah!
Hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Go ahead,
How
guys.
did you guys die?
The tick.
Oh,
The
the
tick.
tick. I didn't see
Yeah.
it because I was trying to ask for help. I'm stuck in like a wall somewhere.
What?
What?
That's
Yeah.
weird. Oh, you dead? I'm always dead. I'm drop dead gorgeous.
Ew, the tick is so bloated
You're
now.
stuck in a
Yeah,
wall.
he's huge.
Yeah.
I see two
He
of you.
sucked
Wait,
my
hold on.
essence.
Yeah, I'm like
Yeah.
up on top of
Stuck
a
in a
cab
wall?
now or something.
Oh,
Yeah, Mimic.
No, no,
Fuck.
no, no, don't revive me here. Don't revive me. There's a tick. Ah!
Does somebody want
What
to
the
grab
fuck
this
is
thing?
that?
Does somebody
Ew,
want to grab
ew.
the ice from me?
Bring it back up. Bring it back up.
No, there's a tick.
You're
Hey,
just
can
so
someone grab
touching.
this?
I got it.
Guys, I found Grandma's teeth.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Is this the Discord
And then I
Wampus?
got another thing.
I found Grandma's teeth.
I've got an Atari game
Ah!
case up here.
Stay away from me, you fucking weirdo.
You fucking
Okay,
fat. Let's
where?
find. Did you know where Naho is? She said it was through a wall. but I don't know if
Through the wall on
Maybe.
top of a cabinet or something, I think they said. No, speak to me. I'm trying to figure out with my telekinesis where my wife is. That's not the right word, but I think they're
To
up
the
there,
window. To the wall.
maybe. Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Oh,
Oh, I
shit.
know, I know.
Don't. No.
Uh-oh.
There's a big guy in there. Let me see.
Oh, I'm on top of the map. Hi.
Yep. Oh.
Hi, I saw your like
Oh.
butt.
I don't know how to. I'm stuck in the walls now.
Well, I guess we just
Can
have to
you-
leave you. Leave.
No.
Can I go off the map?
Maybe. Try it. Quack.
Right?
I heard a duck.
I know. I keep hearing a duck too.
Yeah.
Fixed it. Quack.
Oh, nice.
Who are you?
I
How'd you
just
fix
fell
it?
off the
Oh,
map and I fixed it.
good job. Welcome back.
You're on
Yeah.
fire.
I literally.
Your wife Gabby was trying to telekinesis you. Don't know if it
I
worked.
thought I heard someone
Amazing.
yelling earlier, like, I'm in a wall. And I was like, hello.
Yeah, I'm like,
I've
please
been
don't think I'm
there.
in the walls.
I've been there, so I had to stay in. Who is
that was
Ow!
good game design. I agree.
Oh.
What is quacking?
What is this? What is this?
What is that?
What is
I
this?
don't know.
Who is quacking?
I don't know. It's not. I don't know.
Maybe. Oh, maybe it's a mimic. I don't know.
Wait, but
I
did
don't
any of
know.
us make a good duck sound? That's a real good duck sound for it to
No,
mimic.
that's
I
a.
don't know. I heard it like at the beginning of the game. So.
Oh, Mimic's nearby.
Alright. Also, what does the tick look like? I didn't get to see it.
He's big, fat, and round and
Oh,
orange now.
get away! Get away! Get away! Get away!
Oh shit.
No! Oh no! Oh no!
Okay, that's it.
Oh shit, he turned around.
All right. Oh. Did someone die?
Wonder if we can hit him.
We can, but we're not strong
Yeah,
enough.
we'll grab him.
Yeah, maybe if we all
Can we
grab him.
at once?
We could try.
I'm grabbing.
He's attacking.
Oh!
I'm grabbing.
Oh!
I'm
Ah!
grabbing. I'm grabbing. This did not work.
You're by yourself.
Where did you? What? Where did you go?
Oh,
Oh, you're over there.
Maybe
Come
we're
here,
not
big
strong
boy.
enough for grabbing
Come here,
it.
big boy.
No, not
I
yet.
need
You
a
gotta
big
get the
boy.
mod.
Oh my
Oh. Hey, Ghost.
shit, dude! I was not
Oh my
expecting
God.
him
What's
to
up?
drag me closer.
He just want to give you a little smoochy.
Good,
I
loved it.
fell off the map and it spawned me back in the.
Yeah, I was looking everywhere for
I'm rolling around. See if there's any loot. Well, you can look at the map when you're dead, by the way.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I thought it's kind of boring to just be ahead, so I thought the map would be nice.
Yeah. Can I? How do I be my head?
You gotta spectate your head.
Could I not?
Hello.
Where's my belly?
Where's my belly? Where's my belly? Where's my belly?
He turned around, he turned around, he turned around.
Oh!
Ah.
He
No!
turned around,
No!
Oh, hey.
Little buddy.
Indy, help me.
Sacrifice.
What the fuck? That's rude. Now we're both stuck in here with that thing.
Uh-uh.
Alright, I snap.
Is there anything back?
Oh, good job.
Charge.
Is that a button?
Yeah. Like a
What's your money
tool or
gang?
something.
We love casting spells.
Shadow Wizard Money
Okay,
Gang.
good, he's alive.
We love casting spells.
How about good night, Pocky?
Ooh.
I'm about to.
Is there anything else in here? Oh, it looks like there's everything. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Okay, we're all going.
I saw.
I want this door.
Recovery.
I'm
Yeah.
not strong enough. I think we got everything, Gabby.
Okay. Is there more heads?
It's in the head.
No, I don't. Well,
No.
there might be
Let me double
ghosts.
check.
I actually, I don't know.
He's coming, he's coming.
Where is Ghost?
They were dead with me. So if we haven't
I
revived
thought
them,
I saw. Yeah, I thought I saw somebody kind of walk by.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
It's okay.
we have.
oh,
a
okay, that's ghost. Yeah, that's ghost.
There we go.
You're back.
You look like the Sesame Street character that lives in the trash can.
Oscar the Grouch.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think we got everything.
kiss.
I'm gonna press the
I think
button.
press the button.
Hey guys, the big guy's coming. Just to let you know that.
Well, we can just go hang out in the car, you know, till everybody gets back.
I think we should hit the button first. so he
we
doesn't-
did.
Oh no,
we did.
okay, good. Good. Fantastic. La la la. Boing, 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 boing. What's up, baby girl? You come here often?
No, but I'll come here for you.
I can make you.
I thought you were gonna say I'm gonna come for you. I thought I.
I will.
She's
Oh my!
Oh,
I got you. Wait. You got them? Press
oh my God, they
H.
got me.
Oh wait,
Oh,
actually.
actually, I
I
think
was
if
like,
we just
in the
walk
That
in
works
with
too.
their
That's
heads, it
Yeah,
like will
no.
spawn them,
Exactly.
It didn't.
Where
It
the
didn't
boys?
place on him.
Wait, did we get? You
Um,
didn't get. You didn't get Indy as well. They wouldn't.
Yeah,
get
where's
me.
the boys?
Where's Indy and Shems?
Uh-oh.
Indy, Shems, come
my
on,
boys!
guys!
Hey.
My
Oh.
boys! Oh.
Come here. Oh no!
Back up!
Oh, no! Fuck! No! Ah! I tried. Gotta go. Which way are we going? It's this way.
I
This
can't.
way.
I'm stuck.
Oh.
Grab the head. Nice.
Indy's head's down there. Indy's head's down there. I'm
I
gonna try
know,
to get it.
I know.
Wait, no. Wait until he leaves.
Yeah.
Indy, roll this way if you can.
Can they not? Is this
Lemon,
guy deaf?
Thank you for the
I think so.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh,
Uh-oh.
was that Shems? Oh no.
No, that was Indy.
Shems, run!
Go. No, Shems!
Oh.
No! No,
Yeah.
it's just this
Shems,
guy.
roll. Shems, roll. Come on, bud. Roll to me.
Shems.
No, not that way. Not that way. Not that way.
Jump, fucker, jump!
Oh wait, watch out! Oh my god.
In the car. There
Where's
you go.
Indy? Oh, there he is.
Abracadabra.
Okay, come on.
Okay, come on.
We
Hey! We all
need-
made it. We all made it.
Nice. Why are we barking?
I don't know.
Mm.
Her.
I'm not bragging.
He's
Wait,
courage. Aw.
to be to be fair, I did name my dog Blush Wow Wow, so maybe it is
Wow,
barking.
wow.
Aw.
Yeah. In Brazil, they go wow wow. They don't like go bark.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Wow,
in
wow.
America. Wow wow.
1-1.
Which honestly, if I'm honest, that sounds more closer to like a small dog bark compared to like
Oh, yeah.
other things.
Ow, ow.
Yeah. And
Abba, abba.
Ow, ow, ow.
Ow, ow.
Stuck in load and press escape to exit the main menu. What?
Yeah, I got the same thing.
yeah. same
Why?
here.
I'm not
I mean,
gonna-
it
Why?
just
I don't wanna.
Does that mean we leave the game or?
Yeah, we would
No.
leave the lobby.
Oh,
Bruh.
okay. I thought it was just
So
loading.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
What?
look
It's
around.
literally only been loading for like 2 seconds.
Huh?
Let's just wait. And if
Yeah.
it
I'm just
doesn't
waiting.
work, then we just
Yeah.
leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, just some. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some more water.
All day.
Yeah.
Load.
I'm gonna take a
Please,
sip as
game.
well.
Why are you being goob?
Goob.
Goob.
Why you goob?
Why are you
goobin'?
goobing? Hi, Sheppy. Welcome on in. This makes me
My
nervous.
Oh,
I don't like that it's making us wait so long.
I mean, it's mods and stuff. My lovely partner came home with dried mango slices for me and living my best life.
Woo! We love dried mango slices. They're good for the tummy.
Hell yeah. Ah, thank you for the raid. Oh. I can't wait, can I even mute in?
I am concerned.
Oh,
Someone got me a box of chocolates off my phone.
Oh, box of chocolates.
Yeah, I got Kit Kats, Reese's, and Hershey's.
Ooh. Or the Valentine's.
that sounds amazing.
No, it's just like a box of literally full-size chocolates. It is not Valentine's Day candy. I'm eating a Kit Kat.
Everyone downloaded the new mods, right? Well, then it wouldn't have.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah.
wouldn't have been able to play properly, I don't think.
Mm,
Mhm.
I could turn my fan on. Oh, what's in Minecraft?
Why repo gotta be like this?
I mean, we could always enjoy your look.
I should just put the whole box in the fridge so that I just
Okay.
have cold chocolate.
Mm-hmm. Close one.
It's like-
Why are you like this?
Hmm.
Because it was doing this even before, technically, when we were trying to go into the marketplace on the first
Mhm.
time around.
Yeah, true.
So I'm a little worried.
Hmm. Could always restart. Do you try again? Try the lobby. Maybe it was that error that we got. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Possibly.
There was an arrow?
There was
I'm
just
probably
some
gonna move
red
back
text.
to the main menu now.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll do that too.
yeah, I'll do this.
I think
Stuck in loading. That's so weird. Now the lobby open and anybody can join. I'll give everybody invites though. Hello, Naho.
Hi.
Oh, I was looking at the console.
Okay. Hello? Are we gonna work this time?
Hopefully.
I hope so.
I'm new to
No.
the Discord.
Oh, I see the Bowser.
I wonder why you
harvester now.
won't load.
No. That's weird.
That's really weird.
It would have to been with something that was added previously.
Yeah.
Let's go gambling.
Well, let's hope that it
go
works this time.
gambling.
1, 2,
I hope
3,
so.
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Boop. Boop.
Oh, wait, let's see what's up.
So funny because I see Pancito get up as if he's gonna move, and then he just like sits at a different angle. I'm like,
He switched
Yeah,
it up
bud.
on you.
yeah. He's just like, I'm gonna go lay down, same spot, but my back is facing this way instead. I'm like, okay, fine. Okay.
Wait, is his back facing you?
I don't know. I can't tell because he's on
Okay.
on the couch.
Because I was like,
The
that's
couch.
usually a good thing. Just yeah.
Yeah. He I mean, I feel like he sits in because he can still see me from the living room.
Does it
Ah,
stay
yes.
stuck in loading screen for y'all too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will try to debug something really quick. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna
No,
try to
you're
debug it really
good.
quick.
You're good. I'm having fun just fine.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna like up our output volume until
Yeah,
we're good.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like I feel like he
so bad.
sits on the couch because he enjoys being close, but I'm also loud when I stream, so I feel he's like, you're too loud for me to sleep.
Oh.
But I still want to be near you, so I'm gonna sleep on the couch. That's in the, he sits on the spot that I can still see him out of all the spots. So good sign. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's me and my cat.
I
She
was
like
like,
wants to be near
I
me,
gotta
but she'll be in a bed
everybody
like
else up.
near me because I'm too loud.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good boy. Is everyone making Avatar OCs? Is that what's going on? Is that what's slowly happening? I hope so.
I had
We
one
get a
for
lot of
hot minute, I
Avatar
just
on
never
my For
did
You
anything
page.
with it.
Avatar: The Last Airbender.
I love it. I love that one too.
Both avatars are good.
Yeah.
Hell
Moving
yeah.
on.
I hope
Have you
to-
guys seen the new Avatar movie or no?
Not yet.
No.
It's pretty
It's
good.
good.
I've
I
only
will
seen the first one.
You should watch both of them. The other
Mhm.
two. It's really good.
Same as well.
I will say, if you go in theaters to watch the third one, make sure you like use the restroom before, cause
Oh
like
yeah.
I made the mistake of not doing that, and I had to go halfway through, and it was. Luckily, I timed it right, and it was like during a not as like just a pretty scene, and oh god.
You also don't want to like go too late because it's one of those like 3-hour-ish movies.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty long.
I will say though, I had such a good time. I ate so much popcorn, had so many slushies.
Oh,
The
Gabby,
first time in my life. What?
I've convinced Duke to go see it again.
No way!
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Let's go. Okay, but what's your? This is for everyone. What's your guys' like favorite snack to have at the movie theater, or while
Just
you're watching
popcorn.
movies in general?
I sneak in my own
Popcorn.
snacks.
Yeah, but like,
Nice.
what do you like? Like just anything.
Yeah, what is
Other
it?
There's a
friends sneak in
candy
a whole
store
pizza
right
once.
next to the movie theater for me, so I just go and buy a shit ton of candy and then bring it in with me.
Fuck yeah! I used to do
my
that
theater's
with
right
Dollar
next
Store.
to Yeah, my theater's right next to a dollar store, and then there's a McDonald's right next to it as well. So
Dude.
nobody actually grabs
Banger.
the theater food.
Hell yeah. The only thing I grab at the theater is it's like popcorn, but like it's only because I want it hot and fresh. Oh, we can't hear. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you guys can't hear him. Oh my god, wait.
Yeah, I
One
did the
second.
same thing.
So okay, there you go. Now you guys can hear him.
Yeah, I want
I'm just talking to myself. But yeah, dude, one time, okay. This is so we could go see the Fantastic Four movie. On the drive to my theater, there is like a Little Caesars, so we like stopped there and got like a ready hot to go pizza, and we just like kind of stuffed it into Ziploc bags to eat at the theater. It was great.
That's amazing.
So we just like
No,
open up these Ziploc bags of like steaming, like not steaming hot, but like no, it's not plastic bags, it's containers. We like open containers to have like pizza, and it was just like nom 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 nom. The people next to us were looking at us weird. I'm like, you're just jealous that we have pizza.
100% they are.
Oh my goodness. Hi, G Money. Welcome in. But is there any,
Aw.
is there any so like what specific type of candy do you guys like eating at the movie theater? Nerds? Okay.
Nuts, gummy clusters for me.
Yeah.
Or
Ooh,
style
yummy.
scraps.
I like for my partner, he likes the sweet rope tarts. That's what he likes. And then I have a fondness of peach rings, so I like eating peach rings.
Peach rings are so good, though.
They're so
Yes.
yummy.
With tahini on them too. Oh,
Mhm. Oh yeah, I have to try the tahini one. I
Oh
need
my
to
God,
find it.
Yes, they're so good.
I had the opportunity to try it, but I said no because I wanted to do it with Branch because like it kind of felt wrong to not eat it with him, even though he loves tahini. So
Yes,
we
the
need to do that.
pineapple ones with tahini on them are so good.
Ooh. You know what? Okay, that's a good combo, J Money. Popcorn, Sprite, and sweetheart ropes. That's a good all around movie snack. Yeah, J Money. We talked about it. A lot of people bring they go to like the store and get like a bunch of candy and stuff, and then popcorn.
There's actually a movie theater near me that I want to go to. That's like a restaurant movie theater. It's called Studio
Ooh.
One, and my therapist recommended it. And it's
Yeah.
like they've got like the big comfy sofas, and then you can order full ass meals and stuff. when you
That's
watch the
cool.
movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my theater has something similar, but it's called the like VIP experience where you have like really big chairs and tables, and there's a bar outside of the movie theater, and you get like unlimited popcorn and slushy. So that's what I did with the Avatar movie.
Nice.
That's what we did. So we just had like a shit ton of popcorn and slushies. It was great.
In Australia, we have the same thing, but it's gold class, but you don't get the like unlimited refills on drinks and stuff.
Oh, but still.
Yeah.
And then Branch got like a beer, and that's where I got my I forgot to get candy, so I got my candy there. It was good.
Do you guys like
How do y'all
mixing?
keep your drinks from falling in Australia? You're upside down.
Oh,
You're
Lids.
lid.
Oh,
Aw.
Lid.
Lid.
we must tell
Oh,
the
but-
races.
Fuck, genius. Why didn't I think of that?
Do you guys do the thing where you mix popcorn and candy in the same thing? I know some people do that.
No, not really.
I don't like doing it.
I'll like mix it in my mouth, but not like in
In the bucket.
like in the bucket. No. Like I'll have like some candy, and then like I'll like shove some popcorn in, and it's yummy. I only do that to chocolate though, cause like gummy or like gummy candy doesn't work, you know?
Yeah.
Like-
I realize this is impossible to test because I'd have to go in between levels to check because I don't know if I can reload our last save.
Oh,
We really
no.
did long.
I mean, okay, this
It-
time
oh, just
it
play quick time?
loaded. Yeah, just I mean, last time it loaded, it had an issue when we were loading into the game. So maybe just test that.
Yeah, we
I
could test
did
that.
remove that. I removed that one.
You know,
Remove
okay, but who said that they have McDonald's by their movie theater?
McDonald's.
What's like your what's your order for the movie theater at McDonald's? Is it like special or is it just like your usual?
I just get like 12 McChickens.
honestly, yeah.
Well,
12 or 20? Did you say 20?
12.
12?
20 is also insane. What the
Yeah, I was gonna say 12 was the lesser number that you requested. Actually,
Not 20 is reasonable. 12 is too much.
No.
No, I never heard someone get 12 nuggies. No, okay, for me personally, because like where I live, it's like only it goes up to 10 and then it only goes up by 10. It does you can't like have like 12
McChickens, not
nuggies.
nuggets.
Oh, that's different. That makes sense. Though,
Yeah.
to be fair, I think I said McNuggies, so that's why I was confused. But yeah, 12 McChickens, that's I applaud you. I'm shaking your hand.
They're easily concealable. You don't
True.
Okay,
you don't
but
need to put too much effort into hiding the McChicken.
okay,
My
but
get
friend
caught
got
and
the whole
you just-
pizza.
You get caught and you just slide a McChicken across the counter.
oh, they're bribes.
tell.
Okay.
No, nobody.
I've bought in a Subway sandwich before, and that's about it.
Dude, oh my! I brought a pizza and I've also brought a cheesecake. So
but like, is
No,
this?
not like a
but
whole
when you say,
cheesecake, like
yeah, I was gonna
slices.
say, like, are you bringing these in as a whole or like
no,
just
okay,
little bit?
The pizza, I brought the whole pizza. Did I
You
cut
brought
them
the
up?
whole box.
No, I did not bring the whole box.
Oh,
My
Like
friend did.
I put them in container. I put them in 2 containers and I brought that into the theater. But for the cheesecake there were 2 slices I brought because it's only for me and Branch.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Honestly, if I told Branch, honey, do you want to bring in 20 chicken McNuggets? You'll be like, yeah, obviously.
Okay, but 20 nuggets isn't as crazy to me. Because, like,
No.
they're bite size.
True. I can't. Movie theater and sandwich does not work in my head. You know what I mean?
I will say, Sandos, though, with, like, the cream and the fruits, those are banger. They're very
Yes.
good.
I would.
could someone download the code and tell me if when they launch they get that error again?
I
got
got it.
you.
Where is it?
It's in the
There.
roundtable. Thank you. Sorry, don't mean to
Gotcha,
interrupt.
gamer. No. You're trying to make sure we have a decent time, gamer.
It's never happened to me before.
I just like yapping.
Yeah, same here.
I appreciate it because I'm like sitting over here like, why is it not working?
Look,
Yeah,
that's why I
no
kept
panic.
asking. No panic. Oh, hi June, welcome in. But yeah, okay. What's like?
Just any red text at all in general?
There will be red text, but
There
like
is-
you guys were saying, like there was errors. I don't know if there's
Error,
if
error.
it's different.
Ever.
Okay, create new profile. Let's do 1. Let's see if this
Um,
works.
There seems like there's one error. Hold on.
Because I don't
I'll
know
send
if
you a
like
screenshot of the error.
yeah, because I don't know if
Should
it's
we be
different than what I
quitting
had.
game?
Yeah, I'm gonna quit
Yeah, you
game
don't
and
really-
reopen it.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, chat. 1 second. I'm
Here's
trying to
one
think of
the
other
error
things to
codes I
ask.
got.
Okay, that's for the valuable objects, but I feel like that one's fine because that affects when we're in the world itself.
Yeah,
Not-
here's the other one.
Yeah, same. Okay. Because the only other thing I could think of is the shop, more shop items. If this
maybe.
doesn't fix it, then
Maybe.
it might be the more shop items. Let me see when.
Honestly, that
was
would make
updated.
sense because we'll be loading into the.
Yeah, the shop.
If mostly it's been
shop.
loading into the shop that's been causing issue.
Yeah, so maybe I'll
Okay,
just
I'm looking.
remove that one. If everybody wants to remove the no item spawn limit and the more shop items updated, if you want to take those 2 off, and then
Wait, which one again? Sorry, so more items.
more shop items, and then Oh, I think it removed them both when you.
Oh wait, are we changing the mod again?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So where is
shop
it? More
items.
shop items and
There should be a one called no like spawn limit, but I think they both get removed if you don't
Just
Uh-huh.
disable or uninstall it.
uninstall it just in case.
can
More shop
you
items
send a
updated.
new link instead?
Yes,
Yeah.
I
Possible?
can do that.
Yeah.
sorry.
It's easier that way.
Yeah. There you go. There you
That
go.
way we don't accidentally do the wrong
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
So it breaks. We broke
I'm
it.
reopening. I'll let you know if I get another error code.
Okie dokie
Thanks,
dokie.
besties. Cool.
Who can say where the world goes?
I got that same like larger error code. I got both error codes again.
Okay, yeah, that one, those are from
Yeah.
the valuable items, which
Mhm.
shouldn't affect us loading into a store.
I hope not.
I hope not. That'd be kind of
Me
shitty.
too. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, I have a question for everyone. If there was one food that someone was like, you have to eat as much as you can, and you'll get like $100 for each unit you eat. Which one are you eating? Like what food?
For each unit you eat?
Yeah, so like okay, like let's
Rice.
say like if it like if
rice.
it's rice, then it's like it's a bowl of rice. It's not like
For each, like,
grain of
serving
rice.
size?
Aw.
Yeah. For each
Right.
serving
Cookies.
size.
Cookies,
Wait,
they have very
fries.
small serving size.
What?
One cookie is a serving
one-
size.
Yeah, one cookie.
Noodles
So
get
like,
cookies.
but what?
I can eat a million of them.
Cookie. Okay, let's go down the line.
Mini marshmallows.
Okay. But
Sorry,
like,
I was
if the serving size is like on the package, so like if let's say the serving size is like a cup of like mini marshmallows, are you good with that? No.
I don't think it's a cup for mini marshmallows.
Well, let's just say, you know what I mean. Okay, mini marshmallows. Okay, we have cookies. What else?
Entire massive bowls of chicken Alfredo.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that'd be yummy. That'd be
Or
good.
All of
pesto
the chicken
pasta.
Alfredo.
Pesto
Oh my
pesto
God.
That'd be
pasta. Man.
yummy.
I love pasta.
Hell yeah, dude.
Doritos, probably. I get down a whole bag of Doritos.
Yeah, that'd be
Actually, I want to
yummy.
change my answer.
Yeah. What's your
No
answer
takebacks.
now?
No take
Either
back.
spinach or bean sprouts. Because it's essentially just water, and I can down, like,
That's true,
packets of them.
dude.
Wow, that's such a
pickles.
healthy answer. That's
I
such a
take
healthy
pickles.
answer.
I love
Pickle?
pickles. Pickle.
No, I'm just thinking
Pickle?
logistics. What's the best way to make more money?
Dude. And you'd be like, yeah, I can have it with some like ramen. I could put it in this soup if I get bored of it.
Exactly.
I'll put it in a sandwich.
I have opened the lobby, but I don't know if it's gonna work. So if people want to join, and then we can speed run the first level to see if it works.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry again.
I would
thought
say-
it was gonna work.
It's not
Elaine,
your
what
fault,
would-
Elaine. It's not your
okay.
fault.
It's okay, Elaine. You're doing the bestest. Elaine, what would you pick for
Fuck.
this question? This goes for you, chat, as well. Please
Yeah,
put
chat.
your
If you
answers
got
below.
any foods, fuck.
Are we getting an invite or?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can just click on a lane and then join in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yum.
Loading in.
Dude.
Bro, if it had no consequences and I would just eat like let's say it's like that's what you eat for the rest of your life.
Like it's like okay, it's you have like it's until you can't eat it anymore. So you don't have to worry about like if it's like calories and stuff, don't worry about that. Like that's not gonna count. It's just literally like taste
Ooh.
fatigue. Like I'm getting tired of eating this
Dude,
type shit.
I would do the Chinese roasted duck.
Issue.
I
Oh,
love Chinese
that's
roasted
good.
duck.
Dude, there's some like Peruvian dishes I would eat like no cap. Anything with huacaína on it or like with
No cap.
I was- it's so good. Let me see if I can find a specific dish.
Oh.
I'm praying this works. I want to play game. Oh, it's called Peck and Duck.
Uh-oh.
Peck and Duck.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What's uh-oh?
Uh-oh.
What's uh-oh?
I Firefox.
Oh.
I accidentally opened Firefox. I'm like, oh no, my PC.
Oh no!
It's gonna explode.
Now I'm gonna look up if there's any.
Oh yeah, pescado a lo macho. That's the dish. It's like it's a fried fish with like really yummy, creamy, but like a little spicy yellow sauce. Ugh,
Oh,
I would eat that.
in the line with this.
Pescado a lo macho.
What would you guys choose as a final meal?
As a last meal?
Yeah, as a last
Damn,
meal.
That's
Like it will
difficult.
be cooked to perfection. Doesn't matter what it is.
Can I have like
Yeah.
a like appetizer, like main meal, and then dessert?
Yeah.
Wait, can y'all hear?
Okay.
Can y'all
Fix
hear
this-
Elaine in game as well?
I think she's muted.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I'm
Yeah,
unmuted
yeah,
now.
you're
Sorry,
muted,
my
my
bad.
love.
Discord. Fix. Wait one second. Fix my OBS. I probably would say what like pescado a lo macho as like the main meal, and then for
Mhm.
appetizer, I would need to figure that out.
Oh, no card. It's right here.
That's
Not gonna lie, baconator fries
broke it
from
and
like
everything.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Any fucking cheesy potato, like meaty dish. Like,
Yeah.
Chili's
dude.
Chili's
Right
has I
What?
forgot what they call them officially, but they're like loaded fries, and it has like jalapenos and like cheese and stuff on them.
Ooh,
It's
I need
so
to get
good.
that
And
next time I
bacon.
go. That sounds good. Outback has something similar, and it's so yummy. And they give you ranch on the side too to eat with it if you like ranch.
Yeah, I think you also get ranch with it too. I used to work at Chili's. I'm like ride or die Chili's head.
I
Or as they
love
call it, pepper
chili.
pie.
have the
Angry
reference.
Birds?
Chili's is favorite.
you have the fridge.
Is it an
Oh,
That's a hard one. I like the crispy fuzzy salad.
that was hilarious.
Like,
Oh,
ranch on balsamic, and
this
then,
costs money?
I found the Charizard card.
I just
Oh my
read
god, a
the moral of the
Charizard
thing, so
card?
I
I'm
can't
rich.
cancel it.
I got protection, don't worry.
No.
Please get it.
Okay. I will try. Dude, I
Fuck off.
look, I love
A
Chili's.
speed coil.
Their
Would you like
Southwestern
it?
egg rolls are so
It's a
good too.
speed coil.
Really?
Oh my
I
God.
never had
Yes.
them. I was
It's a
just worried because I'm really
Roblox
picky
Watch
speed
out,
with
coil?
Gabby.
stuff and
Watch
like
out,
that.
Gabby. Watch out,
I
Gabby.
watch out.
They're
There's cheese
delicious,
right here.
and their avocado ranch is absolutely amazing because it's made with avocados.
Okay.
And I don't like avocados, but I
Wait,
love
wait,
that
wait,
ranch.
wait. Oh, okay. I trust you then. I trust you.
I
then.
lost
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
1K on that.
No!
There's another.
I'll take it back. I don't know where I'm going. It's this way. Let's throw this in. I'm just gonna take this back real quick. I hope to God we load. I feel so bad, chat. I feel so bad. Most times my mod packs work pretty damn good, and I get some pretty reliable mod packs that a lot of people use, and then fucking.
Don't blame yourself. We're having a good time.
Oh.
We're chilling. Don't blame yourself, gamer. If I catch you blaming
What the fuck?
yourself,
Hey, get
I'm
over
gonna
here.
be
No.
prison.
Come it.
I just,
Hey.
man, I was so prepared for today, and then it was like, hot, JK.
JK, it happens. Don't worry. Look, we're VTubers.
So
We're
true.
streamers. Stuff is bound to happen.
So true. So
Stuff is
true.
We're all
Yeah, that's
stuff.
true. Scuff
It's
didn't happen to
okay.
me today.
It's okay.
He got a duck. He's a father.
It happens.
Ah, papa.
Look, and plus, that's how you know we're having a good time. We're just chatting.
My
with
That's true.
You
That's
know?
true. Whoa!
I'm gonna honestly just let them go baller.
He kicked you in the butt. Why me? Why me? I didn't do anything! Okay. Oh, ow, ow, ow! I didn't do anything, please. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I was a
Would you
fucking
like some-
clown. And
Nerd
then...
accent with the nose or the teeth.
Listen, your girly pop is dead. You shouldn't be laughing.
Mm. It's a little funny.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Miu!
The way that you flew!
Oh my goodness.
Oh shit, I did it.
Can't believe you revived me and then you got tied in 2 seconds.
Oh.
So sorry.
Hide down here. Yeah, let's hide in here.
Oh. Yeah, I got you. Sorry, I got you killed.
Well, I'm going home, guys. I don't know about you.
I'm going home.
He's in the trash can, so he home.
That works for. Wow, my forehead.
I think we're okay to leave. Oh my god.
If we run past him.
Nope.
But we found there was nothing else in the room.
Well, I should have said that. You should have said that.
Give me.
I wasn't there.
Give me.
You can't blame me.
I got teeth.
Literally there.
No, I was mentally not here.
Me every day. I was mentally not there, gamer. I'm sorry.
I always talk
I think
to
that
the
might be
chat.
everything here.
Yeah, it is everything. We need to take it back.
Please, mod pack work. Please, mod pack.
Like, go out.
Kick you in the butt.
I love this speedrun. It's not very speedy.
That's alright, you know, it's the thought that counts.
Oh no! Like...
What the fuck?
Oh!
Oh shit! No! My house!
My house!
Uh-oh.
Oh, I got this.
We don't have enough
Go.
money. Stick here. We don't have enough monies to make quota.
Yeah, we do.
Yes, we do. We have plenty of money.
26,000.
Yeah, we have 26 out of 9,000.
Oh, it's the other way around.
We should
You gotta
probably
jump over the
leave.
lace like forbidden jumper.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
I
money
That
gets
might be a
sucked.
good idea.
I wasn't.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
I have
Very
like
nice. Hi, what's
Jumped over
up?
that bit.
I can't run. I can't run. Oh fuck! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
No!
It's okay. It's okay. They died in the car.
I ducked.
Go, 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 please go. Ah! Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
I'll
Let's
stream
see what
forever.
loads now.
I know. Dude.
Please,
It's never
please, Repo,
ending.
please, 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 please,
Repo,
Repo.
come on, Repo.
Please, Repo.
Repo, please,
Repo.
please.
Maybe it likes degradation.
Work!
Please don't.
It's not giving the thing though. At least it's just maybe it's just genuinely loading. It's not giving us the warning.
It does take a little bit, if I remember. Usually.
It can sometimes
mods.
with a lot of load, with a lot of mod, with a lot
Ah,
of
give it
Fuck!
to me.
No.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want it to happen.
We could give it a little bit.
Game
What if we live our
over.
best Delulu lives and ignore it?
And ignore it.
I'm down. I'm down to be the Lulu.
we just
I mean,
Lulu,
At
that's
the
all.
end of the
That's it.
day,
We're just always the Lulu.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I literally don't know what's
Yeah.
causing this.
Any
So,
minute now.
Anyone want to listen to some Reddit, Smosh Reddit stories?
Oh, I watch that all the
Yeah.
time.
Me
It's a
too.
good- it's a
Me
good show.
and Naho watch it almost every day.
Oh
I
yeah.
swear.
Loki
It's
opening up
addicting.
Fortnite right now.
Literally loading up with my
Loki
god.
opening up Fortnite
Are,
right
are
now?
you gonna get a dub before we even load?
Fortnite chat. Epic bricks my PC.
Fortnite.
I wonder if I can have them both up at the
Same
same time
here.
and be streaming. Let's see how much my computer can take.
Oh
Oh
god.
my god.
Good
We
luck.
just
with
hear
that
a
search.
like a
Dude.
fucking jet fan in the
Yeah,
background.
that's okay.
She's just a little crazy. She's just a little cookie.
A little crazy, a little
Whippo.
stupid.
Whippo,
That's
why are
nice.
you
That's the
going to?
Lulu life.
Hey man, I may be
Hey, Jack.
stupid,
Why are you hurting my feelings?
Oh, I gets it now. Maybe
I'm so happy I showed you that now.
I love
it
Mummy
now.
Joe.
Hi,
Their animations
Bambi.
are so good. Yo,
Shout out to Baby Balance, who's an amazing streamer in our days.
I gets it now.
Hi, Psychic.
Maybe I'm dumb and stupid.
maybe I'm stupid and dumb.
Maybe it's me.
Maybe it's Maybelline. Not sponsored.
Yo. Dude.
I
Well,
think.
Oh my guys, don't worry, I'll start
Okay.
that for you.
Okay, okay, you know what? Here's my next question for everyone. If there was one person you could get sponsored by, like company or whatever, who would you get sponsored by?
Your
Ooh.
mom.
That's a good one.
Taco
Bad
Bell.
Dragon.
She's already in debt. You know,
Bad
she doesn't need to
Dragon.
sponsor anybody else.
Don't worry, guys. I'm streaming Fortnite for you.
Enrichment.
Maybe like
Let me
maybe
know
like
when it loads.
PetSmart. Unlimited cat
PetSmart?
food.
PetSmart.
Mm.
Yeah, that'd be so nice.
Free vet
It doesn't
visits.
fit with my content whatsoever.
For real.
But
That's
I'll
I wish I could say
real
like Hydro
selfish.
Flask, but you can't even see it. Like,
Yeah.
It's a purely selfish like sponsor. It's like this is for me, guys. Okay. Jaws ain't cheap.
No,
Only
cat
lagging out a
tax.
little bit.
Yeah, totally.
See, the
yeah,
ultimate
totally.
thing would be to be sponsored by like a
Yeah.
grocery
trying to
store
think,
though, because then you could get everything and anything.
Oh, wait. I think I need to
Like-
let me just leave this game.
Like
Yeah, I'm gonna take
Walmart.
I'll
L
leave
and leave. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget to unmute Discord.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm
Better
with
get to
Discord
unmute Discord.
gamers.
Discord.
So
Discord.
my only idea here, guys, if we want to
Mhm.
keep playing, is that we play it unmodded, because otherwise I will have to sit here and like go through each mod, loading them and
Mhm.
seeing what the problem is.
That's
actually,
fine.
What is
Yep.
X players repo?
We
No,
would
no,
just need the
the-
more players mod, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one, but that one should not be a problem. So let me do that.
Imagine if that one was the problem.
Dude, I'd ooh. Oh, Bambi, don't even ask that question. It's not going. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, we keep getting stuck on the loading screen after finishing our first map, and like we're on our way to the store, and we just get stuck on the loading screen.
Oh, it's not
It's just
going
hilarious, I'm
anywhere.
not gonna lie to
Reaper,
you.
why?
Dude, what I would give for like some like what like the chicken and gnocchi soup from like Olive Garden right now. I don't want that.
Yo, chat, drop. How
Yummy.
much does it cost?
I don't know, like $10.
Yo, chat, drop 5 subs in Gabby's chat so she can get soup.
Yeah. I mean, don't try them because I think I was talking about getting queso.
Wait.
Brent's just talking about getting queso. They dropped like money for me to take Brent to get queso
That's
Oh, damn.
amazing.
from like Chili's. It was hilarious. I will send you guys a picture when that happens. I'm supposed to take him, I think, like Saturday or something.
Okay, so with the cooking apron
Well,
on.
Date day.
Dude, I still need to watch that stream
God,
with
what a pet
like
pizza.
queso making the
Bro
pizza with his
eclipsed
mom.
whole mom.
Oh, I haven't seen that either.
I
Yeah,
saw
I
a
need to
clip
do
of that
that.
dude. He's so silly, goofy.
I
It's like, I'm
love
sorry,
queso.
I'm doing too much.
All the
And,
people
like-
thirsting when they were like, "Oh, he's not just fat; he's like thick." And it's like, guys, come on.
He's got a
Big
sleeper
boy.
build.
They're like, "Oh, he's muscle thick." I'm like, guys,
Guys, oh my god!
Bill.
Schmeat! What the fuck?
did you get 20 subs?
I got 5 gift shubbies. Thank you so much. Thank you
Let's
so much.
go. Now
Hey,
you
guys,
can
get
have
some
a
Olive
soup.
Garden. Soup.
Now you could have
Olive Garden
soup.
soup.
Queso deadlifts? What?
Yeah, he does. No, like
Shit.
queso generally works out. He's just a big guy. Like he.
Yeah.
It's
That's awesome.
it's sleeper build in the sense that like he's a big guy. Like he's he's chunky, but like he actually has some muscle under there. And also like the line of work he used to do was very like physical labor thing. He's just a big guy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah. But yeah,
Soup
it's
plug.
slay. It's slay. Also, like, I will say, not to get like crazy, but like, if you're attracted to someone who's bigger, it's fine. You don't have to be like, oh, it's a sleeper build, sleeper build. I'm like, dude,
yeah, yeah.
Society.
absolutely.
he's. You can just be he's attracted. You're attracted to him. Okay, it's completely fine. He's a handsome lad. I'll be the first to say that.
Oh, you're
I don't
right.
think you're the first, to be honest.
Oh,
I
shit.
know.
Ellie
Oh,
put
I'm
it in the
not.
code.
Oh, I know I'm not.
Yeah,
But if I have
in
to,
the round table, it is just the bare bone. We will be naked little babies. And there'll be no
That's
niceties,
okay.
but what the fuck ever, I guess.
It's okay.
That's what they give us
Wait.
colors for.
Okay, so
Hi,
what's
Star.
happening with the mods?
New code, but it is only the more players mode. That is all.
Naked. We're gonna be
No more
naked. What am I
Kirby.
gonna do without my unibrow?
You'll be
No
naked,
more
I'm sorry.
Kirby.
Only naked.
They made you shave.
no
it.
more Kirby.
Only naked.
Edge.
Wait, what about the light one for Ghost?
It's fine. Nope. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'll suffer. It's okay.
Let's get this game working.
It's alright, man.
That just means Shems has to hold Ghost's hand really hard, okay?
Exactly. We'll all hold your hand. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'll be
I'll
fine.
say, wait a
I'll
minute, hold on. Shems, fuck off. I'm gonna hold your hand.
I have to.
Don't
Fuck,
don't
I
look
think I
at don't
fucked
worry
up.
about that quits. I forgot I was scaring machine.
Wait, how did you fuck up? What happened?
Oh, don't I was
saw-
scrolling Twitter while I was
I was-
waiting, and chat could see me scrolling Twitter. We're not talking
Yeah.
about it.
Oh no!
That's what I realized.
Hurt
Maybe you might have been
yourself.
done.
I tried to uninstall the fucking clip thing that Overwolf has.
Oh,
think
that
it-
fucking outplayed shit.
Yeah, I was trying to get rid of that. I think it uninstalled Thunderstore as well. What the fuck?
No!
So gamers, here's a quick tip. If you download R2 Modman, it is the exact same thing as Thunderstore, but it's standalone and it doesn't have built-in ads.
Yeah.
It works
And
the
it
same.
actually, I remember
future.
Elaine put it on me the first time we tried playing Repo, and I couldn't like connect. And then I used that one, and the R2 Modman one, and I perfectly fine. Love it.
That's
Okay.
cool.
Yeah, I'll put
mean,
it in the
I don't know,
round
that's
table in
super
case
cool.
anybody wants it for the future. But it's literally
Yeah.
same, basically same UI,
What do we
same basically everything, but it just doesn't have like all those ads and bloatware in it.
What do we?
Yeah. I do
What
have
do
my
we-
Discord muted, so I cannot hear the other two.
What do we?
We do
I cannot hear now.
Fuck.
Oh, Gabby.
What
Okay,
do
well,
we?
it won't take long for me to download this, so.
I have my
I wasn't
Discord
on the
muted,
server
but I
for
still
something.
hear like echo me.
Oh my god. Okay.
I'll go.
Echo me, you?
Yeah, you sound like you're in a can.
Oh.
I'm in a can. Let me check my audio.
Yeah.
Hold
And
on.
a tuna.
How
Who
much?
knows?
I'm trying to. How many subs
No,
am I
it
away
should
from?
be
You're not echoing for me, Sonny.
It's 12.
okay.
Everyone
Join
is from
game.
Okay, then it's you.
Do you have Discord? Still
Do you have one of
running?
our streams up?
Oh, that.
Oh,
Oh?
yeah. Do you have one of our streams up?
I muted my input, not my out. I did it.
I did that.
I'm so
Oh, my
proud of
goodness.
you.
I'm on Thunderstore. Thunder.
Oh my god,
believe we have
wait,
to be
I'm sorry,
naked.
I was scrolling through Twitter again. Guys, wait, look at the round table. Look at this cat I found. Look at this stuffed animal cat that I found.
Oh my god.
He's
I
a
want
little
it.
wizard! He's a little wizard!
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
He's got
Red
such
little
fat
tomcat
fucking
cheeks.
cheeks, bro.
I want it.
Where do
oh my
where
gosh.
do I buy? I'm
Guys,
putting this
not
on my
only
hero.
was I
Where do you
streaming
buy- look it
Fortnite
up.
with 3 of our streams up, 6 tabs, repo running in the background, and being on a Discord call, and streaming my Discord call while streaming on OBS at the same time. Fortnite ran.
How is your computer
That's a lot of
alive?
stuff
This-
on
yeah,
for these
your
prices of hardware, dude.
Flexing.
Yeah.
It was
You,
only
like,
a
living life
teensy bit
dangerously.
laggy. It was only a teensy bit laggy too.
Only seems a bit as her computer is probably gonna explode.
I was checking on Pancito.
Yeah.
You're good.
My little baby. He's sleeping still. He's sweet little
No,
baby.
he's not real. He's a 3D model. Oh,
No. Is he not real? Oh yeah.
He was
Wait, that's not a
made in
real
Blender.
plushie?
Sad. I wanted to put it on my
No.
It's a
throne.
that's
hamster.
fun.
One, that's amazing. But
hamster.
two, damn it.
Hamster.
He's a hamster.
Oh, you know what? I can tell a little bit with the stick. That's a 3D render. Oh.
Yeah, and
when
like
you
how
look at it,
the
you can see
string on the
the-
neck is, it was a little weird, but I was just like, it's okay. He's perfect. It don't matter.
I mean, also
Oh
the
my God.
chromatic aberration on
Little
it.
baby.
I found my new home.
You know what? They did a
my-
fucking good job. Damn.
Yeah, dude, I love this. I love this little guy. What are these images, dude?
Hold on. I'm gonna share the Twitter. And I don't know if they have the blue
Please.
sky.
I need.
Is it on
I
Discord?
Need
Hold
this,
on. Let me
this,
show my screen.
I need to steal these.
Look at him.
memes.
Look at him. He's just a little guy.
Loki, he would make
He's
such a
just
good
little
Fuji.
man.
Oh my god, yes.
Oh,
He'd
I
be like
love
the
him.
best. I love him.
Turn the goobers into wizards.
All right, we ready to try this out? Are we all here?
So
Oh,
one, two,
cute.
still up things.
We're waiting on
Oh,
one
yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still
I think we're
loading
waiting
in.
on. No.
Yeah,
think-
I'm
yeah.
opening
I
up
think
the
so,
game.
yeah.
A
Can you guys
whole
not hear me?
He's a little wizard. I
No.
love him so much.
Can you guys hear
So
me?
cute.
It hurts my feelings that he's not a holdable. Like I can't hold him.
Yeah, he's not an attainable object.
you must ponder him and manifest.
I
Well,
can't purchase him.
Listen, I feel like I gotta get some connections. I gotta find a plush manufacturer and just be like, listen,
Oh,
for personal
100%.
reasons,
I
I
think it's a
need you to
skill
make
issue.
5 of these. Skill issue.
Learn to manifest.
Musical.
Learn to manifest. You know, and like
Down,
maybe
boy.
like you need to connect with your chakras more so you can manifest this little guy.
Not
into
you
existence.
too. Not you too, Gabby. No.
They know how to manifest.
Chakra.
Chalk.
I say sarcastically.
Maybe you need to give Elaine a lesson.
Yeah.
No.
Alright, I'm in.
All right, let's
Ready?
do
Okay,
this
let's
shit.
go
Shit.
first.
I'm in.
Crochet him?
Fucking
Oh
man.
my god,
That's
you're
what I
so
said to her
smart.
last night.
Gamers.
Ooh,
Gamers.
fuck. You
I've been
gotta fucking-
I've been trying to relearn
What?
crochet and I suck at it.
Dude, crochet.
Yo, I
is
suck
like-
at it too.
Oh my god,
Matchy.
there's this scarf I want to get. Like, not get, I want to make where like the
Yeah.
center has like 2 bear ears and then you can like.
Oh, I've seen
When you
that.
wrap it
in-
around
I've
your
like-
head, it's super cute.
I
think
found
saw
one that's like,
somebody on,
oh my god, wait, I think I know which one you're talking about. I was about to make that. Yeah, on TikTok, it's like a hood.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
Yeah,
somebody on
dude,
DJ.
I'll make one if I make it and it looks okay. I'll make you guys one for Christmas.
What?
Early, actually, birthdays are sooner than Christmas. Yeah,
Oh my
bet,
goodness,
bet,
I'd be
bet.
so
And then
honored.
Yeah,
I know somebody
yeah.
on VGen that makes some too though.
Oh, shit.
That's super cool. I want to
How
go
we
back to
doing? I missed the
crocheting as
notification.
well,
You're
I'm not gonna lie to
totally
you.
good. You're totally good. We've been trying to play Repo, but my mod pack decided to not load the market at all. So now we're playing bare bones.
Bare bones. You know,
Certified
traditionalist
slut is a
here.
crazy to see within 10 seconds of opening the stream.
What? Hi, it's me.
It's a hello.
Hello,
It's
it's me.
Hello, I'm not sorry.
Hello.
Like, yeah, and I am a certified wife.
I played Repo for the first time yesterday. How was it? Oh, orb.
You want help?
Nice.
Where's your
Yeah,
card?
I got you.
Orb.
Right here, right here.
Or someone got their
Buckets.
balls taken away.
Got it.
How did you tumble?
Dude, I find the weirdest shit
Oh, I
on
thought-
TikTok. I found
Lucky.
I found an actual
Sure.
video
Oh,
of someone
first.
like neutering
Hey.
a cat, like
Hi,
the actual
what's
surgery.
it?
Oh
how
my
you
god.
been
Oh
today?
my god.
I don't
Have
like that either.
have you
I was
seen
like,
the
what
ones
helly?
where they like neuter the cats and they line them all up when they're passed the fuck out? Dude,
No,
it's
what the
fucking
hell?
crazy. I'll have to
No.
send it to you. I'll send it to you after this. But like, it's just they just put a bunch of like pass the fuck out cats on like the tables because they have to line them up. Some.
How do you guys
Crazy,
get
though.
No,
Yeah,
there was this
I-
one time like this was early TikTok
Oh
where
my
there was
god.
a surgeon who was doing a breast implant
Yeah.
and like lifted the scap the skin flap. It was disgusting.
Ew.
That's
Yeah.
insane. Okay,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Dude, I was so traumatized. I like Snapchatted a bunch of people. I'm like, please, I saw this on TikTok. Help!
Oh my god.
Is everybody okay?
No.
Okay, I think
Them
you're
died.
good. Oh shit.
Oh,
Someone's
Ripperoni.
what's this? Lord.
It's a soul.
that makes
I will say though,
Lord.
it was crazy how quick the procedure.
empathy.
What
I
happened?
want to go on the potion.
I dropped it.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
That's
You
okay.
have it. Here you go.
You want me to... Oh yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
Oh!
but that shit was
Elaine, what?
I'm
Why'd
sorry.
you do
I'm sorry.
that?
I'm
Here,
sorry.
you
It
can-
just looks
Yeah,
so
there's
tasty.
some
I
whack
just
shit
ate
on
it.
TikTok sometimes.
You can have the crown.
Wait, I
This
found a
one's
You know what?
potion.
Why
I found a
not?
potion.
No, I
You
get
always
that.
say
It's
smash
the
it,
moment
use your
you're
mouse
like-
hitting in the air. Don't
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh,
Book?
I only really had to deal.
I
It
am
was good. Felt
so
like it
I
was
don't-
definitely more fun with
Don't
people.
open
I
it,
really
don't
only
open
had to
it.
deal with the blind
I'm learning
huntsman and the
it.
balloon kid so far. That's fair. Right now we're doing with the head guy. But yeah, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't mind playing like doing
Cart!
like a community night. It'd be kind of fun.
Cart!
Cart.
I have a book for the cart.
I'm sorry.
Oh damn! I'm surprised that didn't kill Ghost because that book, if you hit someone with it, it explodes
I'm
them.
so sorry.
It
Dude,
explodes?
we have enough.
Yeah, I think
I've never
so.
seen it. I've never seen it explode before.
I've killed
Why
Shems
not?
with it.
Someone go ahead to distract the head.
Okay, I will distract the head for you. Booga booga boo! There's nothing here, you liar.
So no head.
Grand Wizard Indy, you lied. There was no head here. No head?
I have
Break
foretold.
skateboard. You have foretold. It'd be so funny if you said that I turned around and then the head was behind.
I have foretold.
I have foretold. Oh wait. Oh, then I guess it doesn't.
It was like talked about for a long time because TikTok people just post the wackest shit and then for some reason it doesn't get bonked.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude,
But
have you?
no.
Okay, have any ladies
Yeah,
who've been on
I
TikTok?
killed
Have you
a
guys
duck
been
and
getting
then
that
I guess
jelly
his
bra
dad came by and
shit?
wasn't too happy about
What
it.
jelly, bro?
So
Jelly
there's like
bra?
this bra. It's just a sports bra that doesn't have any underwire. But like women are advertising this shit in the crate. Like they'll be like, "Hey, look at this," and they'll like lift their bra and their shirt, and their titties will drop like 5 feet. And I'm like,
Oh yeah.
is this what entertainment? Is this what ads have come to? Is this what ads are now?
I will
I just-
say, the amount of bra advertisements I see on TikTok is insane.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Ow.
No.
Shit, bro.
No.
I did
So I
discover.
grab him.
I did discover.
Let go from her.
Laurel
Go.
stuff.
Chicken
Wait,
cutlets.
what?
Excuse me,
I did
entertainment
discover
Elaine.
Laurel.
Listen, they're nice
My
boobies.
fingers.
So
Oh my god, it loaded! Yay! Ugh, oh my god.
Whoa.
I'm gonna
Wait,
have to-
wait. No,
This
I
is
play the
don't
game.
you up. What did you
Oh
say?
shit, we can play.
laurels.
What's
And the whole
that?
Okay, so do you
You
know what a
bitch.
dental dam is?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, so it's that, but it's
Annie?
underwear. Yeah, so
Oh, those, yes!
yeah, but the whole
Those.
the whole comment
I
section
really
is
only
just
started
people being
using
like,
TikTok
"I've
within the
never
last 2
heard of
weeks,
it."
and I've blocked so many advertising creators. On God, like get that bread, but get off my For You
Hey,
page.
Laurel. Okay. All right.
There's some.
Where's the
there's some-
roof?
There's some girls that will like advertise bras and they'll just like lift up their shirt. I'm like,
Ow.
whoa!
Yeah, on God, I'm like, what are we doing? What are we
Guys-
doing here?
Guys, why is there no roof hatch?
It's right here. It's right here.
Oh,
Oh.
come on, let's put our stuff in there.
It's not coming down. Oh, it's gonna go up. Hang on.
Yeah,
Let's
good
go
for
up.
this
Silicone
Ah,
undies
guys,
for
look,
town eating
Oh,
It's
what?
really
Hang on.
difficult
Oh.
to push up.
You guys are all grabbing it. Okay. Okay, grab me.
Coming with me.
Hoist me.
Be
Hoist me
small.
up.
Cute,
People
cute,
must
cute,
be
cute,
small.
Go cute now.
Oh, cute. Hoist me up. I forgot what button it was.
There you go.
Have fun up there.
I'm
Did you get the
here.
thing? Okay, good, good, good.
There's nothing up here. What the hell? Why is there no item?
Because it's not modded.
Did you eat them all now?
I live in the roof now. Bye,
Open.
Jamie.
What Light Blue was talking about?
Bye,
Oh,
Jamie.
oh, oh.
Okay, in you go.
Ow!
I got
What is
you.
what is your wisdom?
What are you doing?
Shems is in there.
So I'm streaking. Oh, that streak. Thank you, Flame.
And what?
Thank you,
Cheeto?
Flame.
Yeah!
What about
I'm bisexual. I did it already.
Look at you
I
streaking.
eat Cheeto. I lie. Am bisexual. What else I do?
Oh my goodness, Lady Helly, the maid hellhound. Welcome on in. Have a
Yeah,
wonderful
right.
day.
It's a cool name.
All right, kids, we're
I'm not trying to
leaving.
be
We're
naughty, I
going to
swear.
Disneyland. We're
I
going to
love
Disneyland.
To
Bring your Mickey
Disneyland.
Mouse. Oh.
But wait, question, gamers.
What's up?
Where would you go for? If you had to go somewhere, where would you go for
Jump, come
Disneyland?
Shems wants
For,
to
wait, for
Bye,
what?
Shems.
And
Bye, Shams.
See you, buddy.
Bye, Shams. Bye, Naho.
Bye.
Bye
I'm
now.
gonna explode.
Bye, Shems.
I'm
Bye,
gonna
Naho.
explode. That was so cute. I'm gonna explode.
He did it. No, I was gonna ask if
except on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
What happens on Tuesdays?
I was gonna ask if
Sushi. Sorry.
if you can guys could go to any like amusement park ever, which one would you go to?
I wanna go.
Maybe
Oh.
we don't have shared.
I don't
I want to go to
No.
Tokyo
No, we
Disney
don't.
because I never got to go there.
You.
Yeah,
seems fun.
Shanghai
That's what
Disney
they talk
looks
about in the
cool.
Bible.
Yeah.
Shanghai
They
Disney
talk
looks
about-
rad. Also,
can't
there's
hear
a
you.
Yes.
there's a pop mod like land that looks sick as well.
Oh my god, yes!
Yeah.
I was gonna say everything is paid for, so that'd be really dangerous at Popcorn Land. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Quetzal
I
went
went
to
to
the Evermore
Park.
Park.
What's that?
Oh,
What's
God.
that? What's the
It's a
Evermore
park in Utah that's
What?
supposed to be very like fantasy park, but it did not do well.
Oh.
Aw.
That's cool.
Badge.
Yeah.
It is very cool.
You know
though.
what?
It was
Everybody
a
go
cool
to the
concept.
store.
Yeah.
I would like to
I
go
found
to
a laptop.
Dollyland.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna pick
Oh,
I would like to go to Dollyland.
are you sure
I
you want
forgot
to
I
play
got a
this?
stapler.
Everybody go to the store.
I want
Alright.
to go to
Stapler.
Dolly Parton.
Hi,
Land.
Daedalus.
There's a
I
Dolly
go
Parton
full
land?
naughty wolf.
Yes,
well, it's a
there
good thing we're on
is.
Wednesdays.
That's the
Bruh.
thing.
Bruh.
Brat wolf.
You're a brat. Okay. I'm just a
Whoa,
bottom.
what's this? Oh, I found a watch. I think I found a Fitbit. Give me the Fitbit.
Noise.
Give me the Fitbit.
I help you.
Got it.
Oh, you got it. Yeah.
There's another thing in there though. If you want that.
I don't know what it
Is
is.
it Fitbit? No. What does it
It's an
say?
ID.
No signal.
Maybe it's an
Ooh.
Apple Watch.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me replay that vocal stem for you. Boop. Okay. Okay.
Where's the
Okay.
card?
No
I
idea.
don't know.
Yes.
No.
It was like a year-round Ren fair where you actually get a character in universe.
Oh, that's not a bicycle.
What a hell of a phrasing. It's not a bicycle. What is happening?
Hey, what's up?
Shooter.
There's a bicycle around.
Bicycle.
You know what is a wood and it gave me out? It's the big ghost one. Oh. With the white man.
What is this?
Oh, you know what? I get it. Yeah. Oh my god.
I got an ID card. I got an ID card. I have an ID card. Oh!
And this is
What's
why you should
happening?
take it back to your kids.
What's happening? What is happening?
Elaine, touch it. Elaine, touch it. Elaine, touch it.
And this
Touch
is
the
why you take your birth control, kids.
I got it.
get to
What
touch
is
it.
it?
What
It's
the
Get
just
on it.
a
Get on it.
bike.
Get on it. Get on it.
What
Touch-
happens?
Get on it?
Just like
Oh,
Lady
Oh,
said.
oh God! Oh, there's a baby! The baby's killing me!
Take your birth control.
Take your birth control.
Where's the girl with the
Uh-oh.
list?
She's getting ready to attack.
Oh God, why me again? No, the huntsman! Ah!
One shot. Oh my god. I'm dying. It's so funny.
First, I was killed. I was chased by a baby. Then, I was hunted down by a huntsman because I was screaming because of the baby. Then what the fuck kind of shit is this?
That's nice.
Oh my God. Oh
Oh my god. Hell no.
what's the worst thing than a predator?
Oh,
A
no.
child.
A child. No.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Let's see if I can move my.
Oh hey. Oh. There goes.
He didn't even see me. Bro's deaf and he still shot me. I mean blind, not deaf. Oops.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
And the baby too. Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, it's okay.
He's getting everybody.
Yeah, I think
No
so.
bueno.
This is no bueno.
Well, my head's in
Indeed.
the respawn.
Because you just have such good head.
I have
Wait,
you
what?
hostage now.
I don't know.
I
Now you
mean,
can never
what?
run away from me.
What?
What? Hello.
Rippy. Blah. I'm like craving a quesadilla from Taco Bell.
Mmm. Quesadilla.
Quesadilla.
I have noodle from leftovers.
Ooh, yummy. My
so
thing is
funny.
like I get really frustrated because I want to make a quesadilla at home,
I
but
think
like
it's Holt's
every
face
single
or
time
something.
I make a
don't
quesadilla,
remember.
the tortilla gets like crunchy instead of like staying soft like how it does over there. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
What are you cooking
This-
in?
Okay.
Man, he missed. Is that guy's blind or
I
something?
haven't made it in so long, so I don't know.
If you cook it in
Wow.
butter, it tends.
Hello, Mew. Hi. Everything hurts in the dark side. I miss you. Goodbye.
I think you did.
Real.
Except Shems.
I thought Shems was leaving. I thought we said goodbye to Shems earlier.
No, he didn't.
I thought so.
God
Oh,
damn
Oh
it.
wait, maybe he has
that the
to.
car?
Almost died.
Oh.
I was damaging him so much.
I need to ask.
That's okay. We'll come back. There's still another like thing. We have to get more
I
money.
know.
I didn't just press that button.
Boy, the Jaguar.
Okay,
It's
there's the
okay,
button.
Master Wizard Indie.
I was gonna be cool though. I was gonna
You
shade
are
the day.
cool.
You're already cool.
Oh my god, he grabbed me.
Only cool people are named Master Wizard.
Stop!
I'm alive.
Shems, do
Mew,
you have
your
food,
husband
Shems?
is dead.
I'm alive.
Oh, I figured. I don't know where he is though.
He was fighting something 1-on-1 and he almost killed it, and but then he died. But he wanted to be
I'm so
cool
proud of
for
him.
you.
Oh, he wanted to be cool for me. Is that right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Shems, I thought you had to go.
I'm learning.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Dare you?
Oh,
He said
okay.
goodbye to you.
I've got like another 10 minutes before I gotta go.
Another 10 minutes? Okay.
Oh, there
Where's
he
that
is.
He's in that room.
Yeah, blind man's just down the hall here.
Let's throw this big thing at him. Let's throw this at him.
I heard you
It-
wanted to be really
the
cool.
propane
Oh,
tank.
the fire, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Let's
really
do
bad.
that.
Don't we
Let's
get-
do that.
Nah.
Do we need any more money though?
Oh, hello.
Oh, we do. Maybe this is not the best idea.
He's a little guy. Oh,
He almost sniped the propane tank. Just gonna leave this in here.
Got you. you in there.
No, I'm so sorry, Miu. I'm so sorry.
Put you in there.
You can just stay in the card. Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
I found another thing.
Okay, that's very cool. This box is in my way. Grab the box, grab the box, grab the box, grab the box. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Get the box, get the box, get the box. Yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go. Well, there was still stuff.
Fuck, I gotta do more. I gotta keep pausing and adding more to the, to the
Wait.
shit.
Oh, fuck. That's fine. Never mind. Ah!
Eh?
You almost
Who killed me,
died.
bitch?
Yeah, I
Better
did.
not be anyone.
It dropped off my
That's
PP.
it.
Alright, hey
Rise
guys.
again.
Oh my god, there were 4 of you in there? Oh my
Yeah.
I was at the bottom.
Wrong way.
I have
I was
one
at the
HP.
bottom.
Well, I knew you were
You
in
want-
there. We
oh,
put
I
you
have
in
one
there, but I
HP.
didn't know.
Now we go, well, we go to thing and then we get more HP.
Oh my god.
Silencio.
The bike's cleaner.
Silencio Bruno?
Silencio, Bruno.
Shut up! Please, I love you, but shush!
I'm out, bitches. Let's go.
Gabby, you didn't see it, but you almost got your head sniped off. It was like a frame difference.
Because I'm better. I don't stop moving.
Yeah, no, truly, truly. If that were me, I would have just got my whole schlong popped off.
They're still getting chased by the the blind man.
Why, hello. Oh,
Hello.
hello.
There's a baby in the car. Okay, the baby left. Oh, someone's dead.
Everybody here.
Wait, what?
I
I
wish
think
the
so.
standard wasn't push
Wait,
to talk and just
wait,
push
wait
to
a
mute.
second. Wait a second.
Missing
I'm
Shem.
alive.
Oh wait,
Hello.
Shem?
Shem's is on here.
Shems?
Oh, okay, Shem's here. We're here. No, we're here. We're all here.
Fine.
Okay. Miu, I'm sorry I got you killed.
7.
No, it's
You got
fine.
me killed.
It was my
Oh wait,
fault.
we are missing. I think we were missing someone.
No, I wouldn't have left so fast if we were.
No,
It
it would
would've
have said
counted down.
destroying Slacker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We just miscounted.
yeah, we're
It's
good. We're
okay.
good.
It's okay. You're upside down. It's hard to count.
I'm not upside down. I'm in America.
Yeah. Sixes look like nines.
America. Oh!
More stamina for anybody that wants
I just want a picture of Valhall where it's like before America and it's you upside down, and then after America.
Oh,
and
thank
it's
you for
just
the
like you
hydration.
covered in,
I'm
like,
hydrating.
cheeseburgers.
Thanks for the meme
it. Excuse me,
idea.
what do you...
It went through you.
Jesus Christ, the butt.
No.
You just let that happen, Indy.
I'm gonna do that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ow!
It's like before America, upside down. After America, upright cheeseburger.
Hamburger.
And the
Alright, come with me.
It's just
Come on.
now with
What is
like cheeseburger and gun.
Cheeseburger?
And the eagle in the background.
Hamburger.
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 Press the button. Press the
Hamburger helper.
Hamburger helper.
Hamburger helper.
Hello. Coming
button.
through.
Hello.
Explody.
Naho got the suck.
I'm going on my
Again.
way to places and things unforeseen.
I'm on the road.
I'll find you.
Oh.
Hi.
Oh,
Let's go.
okay.
Baby jail.
No,
Oh
you're not going
no,
nowhere.
let me out, baby jail.
You're in
Let me
bed.
out.
Oh, the door.
Nowhere.
I joined.
Let me out.
I don't think we have enough money for another
Aw.
one.
Hey, everyone, there's a. I wonder if they still have the old glitch with the health pack.
Nope.
No,
I've been
they
passed
fixed
out
it.
a
Damn.
long time ago.
It shows how long I've
Back
played.
in my day, there would be a glitch where you could spam the health when loaded to a new level.
Oh, no more explodey.
I
Sorry, I'll blow up. Everybody. Oh, what is this?
Face.
It's a
Phase
bridge.
bridge.
Indy,
That's
Indy,
cool.
listen, Indy, listen, Indy, listen. You don't have to
Can I
do
keep
this, Indy,
breaking
listen.
it?
You don't have to do this. You don't have to do
Indy,
this.
listen,
It doesn't
Indy,
have to be
listen.
like
Why is it
this.
yellow? Why is
It doesn't have to be like this, Indy. Indy, it doesn't have to be.
Down boy.
No.
No, down boy. Oh,
Who's gonna let go?
Oh, okay.
Neither.
Neither of us are gonna let go. That's what's gonna happen.
Oh, that looks so sad how Ghost is looking at Shem's dead head.
Oh, Ghost put him there though.
It's so sad.
This was planned. This was a planned murder.
I've actually got to get going now.
Okay,
Alright,
no
have a good night at
problem.
work.
Goodbye, Shams.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
I don't
Wait, no,
know
give me
the
the
rest
hint.
of the lyrics.
I don't know either. Oh,
Nah,
so
he
close.
he left before I could screenshot.
Hell yeah.
Shams is
Okay.
leaving, by the way.
Oh, Shem's.
Not
Shem's
take your
is
fucking balls
leaving.
away.
He actually
Shams
left this
leaving.
time.
Bye,
Yeah.
Shams. Bye,
No.
Shams.
I think they're away. Cart.
Indie card.
Cart.
Card.
They're serving cart.
bye, Shams.
I'm serving card.
Ow.
Do we have any more carts?
No,
Out of
I don't think so.
curiosity.
Oh shit. How long does it go? Release me now.
I have a sunny.
Hmm.
I'm gonna throw it and you're gonna shoot her. Ready? Ready?
Okay.
Go! Not me! Yeah.
Should we start going? Oh, damn.
Okay,
Let's
okay,
load into the next level.
Are we
Let's
going?
go.
Are we going? Is everybody here?
My bridge!
Aw.
Hi, Dip. Come on in, lovely. So great to see you. Alright, upgrades, people, upgrades.
Upgrade. Buddy, eat their cereal.
Boing. Oh, can I get Healy, boys?
Are you gonna have a heal?
Yeah.
This is a 50. Yes, please. Oh, hi, Poco. Oh, it's great to see you, lovely.
Mungo, sirs. You got all
No,
bunch
no,
of my
Poco.
assignments done? Fuck yeah! Congratulations! Hell yeah,
That's
finishing
exciting. Also, welcome back from the ads, everybody.
Want a break from the end?
I wanna
Wanna
break
be
on
on the
the edge. I want loot in my booty. I want booty loot.
You want it where?
I want booty loot.
Booty loot.
Booty
Totally
loot.
logged
Look,
in
look,
for the
look,
last
booty loot.
hour, as you should, gamer. I'm really proud of you.
That's too heavy. I
Finishing
can't
that
carry
quickly?
that. Is that a gumball machine? Can I have that gumball machine? Oh my god. Oh no. It does things. But it seems like I'm okay. Sounds like a didgeridoo. Oh no! My gumballs. Okay, he's still okay. Oh wait, I'm coming.
Yeah, are you accidentally muted?
Gumball.
Are you sure?
What happened?
Ghost is saying they can't talk out loud. I think it's like B and V and M.
Oh my god!
There you
B
go.
is the... Sonny,
B is the fucking thing the bus
Wait, the
That's
wizard does
fucking
cart?
really
No,
funny.
with
That's
the
Elaine,
cart.
Elaine,
funny.
Elaine,
Oh,
Elaine, Elaine. Oh,
but
come
of
on,
course,
we can
it's
tell
video
Elaine.
Dash. I totally understand.
Well, hop on.
Please, let's tell her. She's gonna find this so funny.
Alright, no,
please.
let me do it.
Okay.
Okay, you do it.
When
You do
we,
it.
when we loaded
Oh, I
onto the
love
bus,
Subnautica.
I unconsciously
That's a
hit
fun
B to
game.
thank the bus driver.
Muted.
Number 1 victory, right? Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. Get down.
Oh, you're
That's
so
okay.
Everything
cute.
is so dark.
It is. This actually is. It is very dark in here.
It's so dark.
That was so funny.
That's so funny.
That was
Oh
very
my
funny.
god.
There's a
You
big
said
poop
B
over
and I
here.
was like, oh my fucking god.
I have a question
Oh,
for you
look, there's a big
gamers.
turd.
It's a big poop.
Guys, we found our president.
Eat the
Ew.
president.
Cinema movie snack.
I'm gonna touch her.
Cart.
Oh,
Hi, who wants to
Watch
help
out.
us put the big poop
In the
in?
giant turd is that?
Here.
Check, can we put the big poop
We
in
need
the
a third
cart?
hand.
I got you.
Poop in the cart. There you go.
Oh, he's so strong.
birthday.
Lesbians
Thank
over
you.
here, watch
The
out.
lesbians?
The scissor sister. Oh shit.
I see gnome. Oh, they don't go good gnome. I'm a gnome.
Yeah, the lesbian's over here somewhere. She wandered off this way.
There's a big item up here. What is it? I wanna know.
Oh look, it's the scissor sister.
Oh! I found Gabby. No! I found Gabby! No!
Where's everybody?
No!
Double
Your wife.
blue! Oh, thank you. I should.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oh, wait. Wait. Oh, wait, dude. Ow. Oof. Guys, hold on to this. Hold on to it.
Oops, 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 oops,
I'm jamming. Oh my god, you found one too!
Yeah. Here's the thingy. Boop. What's this? What in the fuck knuckles is this? Is this a caterpillar? Oh, I'm dead. No! Hey, what's up, Gabby?
Do you get like flavored popcorn or just like the basic, the basic, the expensive nachos? Is so the movies. We base up a movie popcorn with extra layer
Gold
popcorn.
Clover Spider-Man.
It's a classic for a
Oh,
reason.
okay, I
Look, it's true.
understand
It's
now.
all a classic. From the
Oh,
theater
wow,
and the feeling. I'll
Gabby.
bring my own microwave and pop that. Hell yeah! Just imagining I'll go to the movie theater with a like
Really cold. over
oh was it? Oh, I'm so sorry, Elaine.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Wait,
I was
Elaine,
enjoying. I was
Elaine.
enjoying the. Yes.
Wait,
Would
can I
you
put-
would
hey,
you bring a microwave
Yeah.
to the movie theater?
Come
and
back,
pop
come
your
back,
own
run, run,
popcorn
run.
and be like, fuck you to the
No,
system?
because I think my significant other would be mad at me because he knows how to make like movie theater popcorn at home.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
so
he knows
cool!
all the secrets. So if I were to do like microwave popcorn, I'd be like, why?
Damn
I
it.
like this.
He'd be so mad. Okay, but that's
You
such a
have to let go
flex.
of
I
it.
love
Nice epic score.
I'm
my
Did
God.
you know that the
sorry.
secret is using
know how to look at the
coconut
map?
oil flavored like butter?
Yeah, but I was.
I didn't know that.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
actually
Coconut
really cool.
oil.
Yeah.
Yummy.
Oh, also,
Yeah.
wait. Okay, but sour candy. What type's sour candy? Is it like solid one or
Oh,
like the ball?
Indy.
That's the real question.
Indy, come
Have
here.
you guys
I found
have
a
you guys ever
caterpillar.
had lemon sherbets before?
No, but
I
it
I
sounds
feel like
really
I
good.
have.
It's a
They are really
caterpillar. He's
good.
got legs.
Also,
It's just like a hard.
The way with your sad little eyes saying that.
Also, like
Hey.
the reason
Look,
why
he's
I
got a
asked
face
if you
drop
would
it
bring a
down. Look.
microwave to the theaters, because Uncle said he would do that.
Oh my god.
But where would you get the microwave?
I don't know, but he said he would.
Where would you get the microwave?
Just imagine
Where do you-
a tiny Mungo with a curve with there being like, oh look, an outlet. And,
I'm like,
the
where?
microwave-
You bring the whole microwave in?
Where do you
At
plug
that
it
point,
in?
might as well just
know.
bring a gas stove and some Jiffy Pop.
Fuck
Okay, but
yeah.
where do you plug it in?
You'll find behind the screen,
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah, or like
How would
the
you get
lobbies of theaters
He's
usually have
Mungo,
plugs.
He will find a way. Ooh, sour gummy worms. Okay, those are pretty
Shark
elite. You know what I
pencil.
want?
Yeah,
I
very
like
shark pants.
I like the sour. I like
Hiya.
that sour.
Oh.
I like peach ring. Peach rings are really good.
Dreams are
Sunny.
good.
Those are yummy.
Yeah.
Flame
Wait,
says sour
wait.
Skittles are
Flame
pure
brands,
acid and I
sour
can't
water-
get enough. Sour I have never had sour Skittles.
Oh.
They're so yummy. I used to be addicted
Why?
to sour Skittles,
Tooth. Oh.
dude.
I'm
Okay,
sorry,
my,
I
like,
forgot
old
that.
friend, I used to eat. Oh,
I'm sorry, I forgot that we don't have the button. It just does it
Oh, no.
automatically.
okay.
Wait, we don't have
To
Naho's
go back
head.
to what I was. Oh.
Yeah,
Go back
I'm
to
what I was
sorry. That's my fault.
It's. Oh, we saw.
Where is their head?
I think it's in
Oh,
the room that we had the boom boxes in.
That's okay, we can take him to the car now.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh shit! Run, 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 run.
You guys always know
Watch
that,
out.
right?
Hey, what's up,
Despite
Naho?
what Stream Element says. Oh my god, I'm alive! Hi! Oh, I'm not. Hi.
You are not alive. You are. I'm so sorry. You are not alive.
I wasn't looking at my screen. That's so funny.
You're so good.
Welcome to the dead zone.
Yeah, it's pretty nice here. You know, I can just watch other people do all the work.
I know, right? And then you could just yap. It's great.
Yeah. I was gonna eat a entire large pack of sour Skittles in one sitting and have dead skin on my tongue. Jeez.
Yes.
Oh, jeez. That reminds me
Skittles.
of like the Takis when people had to go to the hospital because they ate too much Takis.
Wait, what hospital?
Yeah, because like I guess like if you because they're spicy and acidic, so I think like having too much
Oh.
spicy and acidic will burn the lining in your tummy.
That's crazy. Okay. I was gonna say, I love that feeling when I'm eating like lemon sour hard candies because like when like your tongue eventually just doesn't feel it. I'm the same
Damn
with
it.
balsamic vinegar.
Have you ever
Balsamic
drinking
vinegar?
vinegar and water? Balsamic vinegar.
Vinegar in water? Well, I mean, I've had
Yeah.
vinegar on lettuce, which is kind of similar.
It's literally just a chemical burn. That's crazy. The candy
Yummy.
can give you yummy.
Watch out.
Consume entire sour
Cool.
alkaloids. I don't think I've
Oh,
ever had an
Naho,
alkaloid.
do you have Lethal Company?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. And
I may have to reinstall it. but yeah.
Oh, hello. We're back.
what's
I'm
up?
alive.
Gabby, you have Lethal Company, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
I have a
Oh.
bunch of friend swap games, and if I don't have it, I'm willing to get it.
Can you give me a list? Cause I feel like
Yeah.
I have a few, but yeah, give me a list, and then cause I would like if you guys are okay with it, Wednesdays are like collab days, and if you'd like, you could always.
Oh,
I'm
join
down.
us.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I might not be there every time, but I would love to. Be there.
Yes.
I love to, you know.
Just
I'll
knowing we
hang
can
out.
hang.
Yeah.
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 Oh my
shit.
God! Oh,
So-
we need to leave.
Why are they all chasing you? Oh, there's an exploder! 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 Exploder!
We have to leave. We have to leave.
Fuck! Pop tarts.
Yo, left
What
me.
Pop Tarts specifically?
Yeah, no,
Listen,
there were, like,
man.
things in the car.
Listen,
yeah,
there
yeah.
were like 10 dynamite heads and
I've been there
gnomes
for a while.
in the car. I
Yeah.
don't know what you would have wanted from me.
Have you guys played Yap Yap yet?
Ooh,
Yap
Anyone?
Yap?
that's really.
Yeah,
Who's
it's
that?
hello. The panic there. Yeah.
Hello. I would love to play Yap Yap. This is really.
What is
fun.
this?
Yeah. Yap Yap is another like friend swap game where you have to like collect things. I'm pretty sure, but it's kind of like Repo and Lethal
Oh, it's
Company.
this.
That,
Yeah, but
I think I had
wizards.
Cherry.
Hi Mungo. Big love to Mungo.
We love
Hi,
Mungo.
gamer.
That
We love
microwave
Mungo.
carrying guy.
Mungo.
Listen.
Microwave.
Listen.
Micro.
Listen. I think at this point, movie theaters don't really care for stuff as long as they don't make it super fucking obvious. Like, I feel like at this point it's a formality. with most theaters.
Yeah, and don't make a huge ah. Never
Well,
mind.
You don't make a huge mess and it's not like a big thing, then it's. Okay, I got you.
It backfired on me. What the hell?
I go.
Wait, gamers,
Hi.
gamers, what's your favorite flavor of
I'm
Pop-Tart
trapped.
if you have a...
Wait, we talking about Pop Tarts now?
Yeah, what's your favorite flavor of
Dude,
Pop-Tart?
we need to stop him. You need to stop. You need to stop.
Oh,
Okay,
Hold on,
he's
let me
been
try
stopped.
something.
Um,
We won't res you back. Okay, you're gonna be
Okay,
stuck like
he's
this.
been
I'm sorry,
stopped.
gamer. That's it. This is your cage now. But what's your favorite flavor of Pop-Tart?
I like the brown sugar ones a lot.
Ooh, I'm really classic. I like the strawberry one.
S'mores is so good.
S'mores?
hole.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Let's just buy this. How do I pull up my map?
Tab?
I can't pull it up.
Hold
My
tab?
map?
Hold tab?
I'm alive.
Oh.
Send me up. I'll take the gun. Send me up.
Nice
Okay.
ass.
Oh!
Oh no. Let it go. Let it go.
Okay, I'm ducking away.
I don't know where it went. Oh, here it is.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
Can we get
Yeah,
this
it
next
is.
time?
Yeah, I
Yeah, if
did.
you want. Oh no! Why can you not be trusted with these things either?
I'm sorry.
You're in the ah!
Y'all some hypocrites.
Oh, I ain't got no money.
Then y'all go murdering.
What?
Listen,
Oh,
Indy, I was
can I
trying to
res
stop
you
it. I
guys,
didn't know
or-
Naho would do
I'm
this.
gonna res you guys.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Ah, fuck! I'm so
Mm-mm.
sorry. I didn't. Help! Can somebody help? Hang on, I gotta grab a lid's head. Are we starting? Are we could just.
Yeah, if we're not gonna be able to, if we don't buy anything,
Yeah,
I don't think we can start.
I was like, I don't think we can afford anything.
No, we can. We can afford something.
Yeah, there's some like
Why?
upgrades.
Like upgrades and stuff we can buy.
Just take all the extra stuff out.
Okay, wait, okay. Well, then
Yes,
take the
first we
heads.
need
Take the
upgrades.
heads. If you guys can buy, take the heads.
Yeah, take the heads.
Fix my wrongdoing.
There's
Who
something
I'm
puts
here.
their
Why is it?
Pop-Tarts in a toaster?
I'm grieving Elaine.
It's the
I'm
gun.
grieving Elaine right now.
It's the
Oh,
Wait, hang on, hang on. Is that everybody? Hang on.
Wait, you're
Wait,
on
there's one more
something
head.
here.
There's one more head. Don't press it.
There's one more head. Wait.
It's Ghost.
It goes.
Help me, help me.
I'm sorry. I can't contain the evil demons in me.
I trusted you, Naho.
Michael!
I trusted you with that gun. Why would you do this?
I'm
Why?
fixing my mistake.
Why?
it's just the why.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
going. I'm going.
It's my turn.
That's
This is my
understandable.
shame.
Wait, gamers.
No, 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 we're leaving.
No,
No, we're
come
leaving.
in
No,
here.
no, we're leaving. No, come in the car. It's
Come on.
okay.
Get in here.
Oh, I can't. I can't. Oh,
Get your ass in
it's
here.
time. It's time.
Oh no. Gamers.
Don't worry, I got
Oh,
you.
shit.
Get in the
My
car.
time.
Get in the car.
Get in the car.
I did it.
Oh my god.
I wanted to
YouTubers.
blow up.
No blowing up for you.
I'm hiding in the corner.
We don't have any shared
Oh.
shared things.
No, I should-
No.
Just looking. Oops.
It's okay though.
Oopsie. I didn't get help.
There's one more health pack here. If you need help.
Oh, yippee. I have 50. I'm okay.
Ooh.
Oh.
No, you should take it now.
It made me.
I got.
I'm sorry.
Telescope.
Ellen,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yes.
Ellen, if you're forced to rebrand, what thing would you be?
My telescope.
Oh, that's so hard.
I'll give you some help. There you go.
Oh, thank you. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, I heard a scream. I heard a scream. Oh.
Everybody's okay.
What would you rebrand to, Elaine, if you had to?
my
Maybe like a
God.
platypus?
A
Maybe a
platypus? That'd be super
Ooh.
cute. You gotta go have
I've been
fun.
really
Thank
into
you.
platypuses recently.
super
So
Wife,
I'll
I
go
can grab that.
Fuck.
I'm below you.
Mm.
Did you
I'm
fold?
trying-
You did.
I got it.
Hey. How about you? How did I say your name again? I'm so sorry.
Me, you.
Me.
Yeah.
I'd
If you had
probably
to
just
rebrand-
rebrand. I'd probably just rebrand as like my name I've always used, which is like Sunny, which is Sunny Bunny,
Oh, like a
Sunflower
sun-
Lady, stuff like
sun-
that.
That'd
That's
be
so
super cute.
Yeah. So I still
Sunflower
go by Sunny.
Bunny
I don't
would be
mind
really
with people. Yeah.
Okay.
I said
Now,
So that's probably
should
how
we
I would
rebrand?
rebrand.
What do you think I would rebrand it?
I know. Honestly, a furry.
Ew.
I'd be my ghost.
Ew.
photo.
What's up,
I'd
ghost?
be an
Yeah.
avatar.
I think my heart rate's low because I just hit F to turn on my night vision.
Oh, honey. Oh, it's okay. Here. You come here to go kick you. Kick you.
Ooh, a treasure room. There's treasure in these rooms. It's got so quiet. Oops.
Sunny, give me an animal.
I'm gonna go turn this in since we have 3 things to go do. So I'm gonna go turn this one in.
Bum 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 ba bum ba ba da bum. Chat. Some of you in here, you've been here a while, been here a little bit. What animal would you say that I could be? What animal would you think would fit me? Like, I've been thinking about it. I looked it up. There's only one platypus VTuber around, Elena. I do that a lot, don't I? What animal do you think will be cool?
Look, it's for fun. It's
Oh,
like
hello.
It's
Hello.
I
Oh,
searched
Cops,
up
to your
thermal.
left, to your left.
Ooh, I go.
But yeah.
Okay, so
Could be, yeah. Cause Gabby asked the question, what would I rebrand to? I think a platypus is pretty cool. They're fluffy and they're soft, but they're also really weird and venomous. But they're cool. And they're a little silly. Besides cat cow, yeah. Besides cat cow. Poor Nox, I believe in you one day. Go back again. You say you want to be a Selkie? What if I was okay, listen. What if I was a platypus Selkie VTuber? The suit is it's a brown fur coat kind of thing. I'd be a brown coat instead of a white coat, and it turns me into a platypus. Seals and sea lions are cool. They are cool. I'd essentially be a seal if I was a Selkie. But, I feel like I could see it. But I can't, this is as far as I can imagine, because then I'll get really sad and I'll want to rebrand, but I can't rebrand. But the only thing we can do is have new outfits. Why are there so many people dead? What's happening?
Who's dead people? Who's dead?
No.
I can come out now.
Yeah.
Where's the car?
It's over here.
There you
There you
go.
go. I'm gonna grab that hole. Grab that hole. Then we'll have her butt head. And we need a bunch of loot. I think there's loot in this room. Okay, one more head. There you
How
go.
much head?
Alright, now we gotta get all this stuff.
There's an ocarina here. Ocarina of Time. Excuse me, is there a demon dog over here?
It's just Indy.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see more stuff over here. Man. Oh, I have it.
Nice.
My brain's doing the think.
No. Trophy.
Does this put us over? No, it won't. Okay.
I disposed of Indy. Fear not.
Oh, thank you. Oh. Go this way. We're gonna get our friends back. Oh, what the fuck is this? Dreidel, dreidel. Oh, dreidel. Fucking Christ, this is heavy. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made it out of clay. Oh, it's a vase. Oops.
Your voice is like, there's like a filter on. You sound so deep. No, stop it. Because
I have a
Put
vase.
like one or two more things in. Yeah.
I have a vase.
Coming.
We can bring everybody back. Here you go, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Stay. Yippee!
Goal already.
Welcome back.
Guys, no, stop.
What's
Wait,
happening?
no, what?
We're
What's
close to
happening?
the goal. I don't like it.
That's good
Oh.
though.
Yes, but what the fuck? Let's spend
Do
every
it!
money
Do
on
it! Do it! Get her to the goal.
No.
Yeah. We've been out here? I think we have.
No.
Get Gabby to the
Hey, look at that
goal.
me.
Get Gabby to the goal, or y'all are pussies. Easy.
Damn. Okay. Shit. You really.
I know how to be a hype man. Or woman. Nothing. There's nothing in the refrigerator. No snacks, no nothing. Where's the last?
I can come where I'm.
I just was upstairs. What the hell?
Oh, there we go. Oh, there's a big painting. I'll find the last point. I bet it's down here. It is. Bonk. I will let someone else explore that other area while I grab this painting and hopefully don't fuck it up. Music, video. Hey, there's a big painting right here.
A big painting.
A big painting. This is worth $20,000.
That's a lot of money. Who's that of? Man, who's that guy?
A dev, probably.
I got you.
Wait, which way are we going? Oh yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go a really dumb way.
It's something Wait, lift it, and then I'm gonna try to. I can't do it. Whatever. Oh.
Ooh, ooh. There we go. There we go. This way. Ooh.
Maybe we should grab it like this.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
That's okay. There we go. We can't put it in there yet.
No.
We put it on the floor though.
Not where the cart's gonna go though. So we should probably like scoot it all the way over. Gently set it down.
Oh,
are we putting it up against the wall?
Oh, no, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
It's so dark. Oh. Maybe it was the flashlight mod that was messing you up.
Huh? I don't know where it goes. What? Oh no. La 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 la. Hello, Mew.
Hi, there's a few things this way.
I made your cart.
I know, babies.
We got a painting worth worth 17,000.
Nice. There you go for you.
Now Ghost can have some
And
music
then
What?
and some
Here's some
apple
water.
cider
Oh my
or
God.
water.
Oh, yeah, apple cider. Here's a cup for your apple cider.
Perfect.
All right, there we go.
Seems to be everything. Where is everyone else though? That's what I'm a
I
little
have
worried
no
about.
idea. I heard some stuff going off on the other side, and I think they're fighting stuff.
They may be dead.
They are many dead bodies. Okay.
Oh yeah, I see that over there. They're by the other
Okay.
extraction. Okay.
Wait, how do you tell if there's dead body?
There will be red dots on the map.
Oh.
Oops.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, something's right there.
Get out.
That's okay.
I'll go fetch the dead bodies, I suppose.
Yeah.
No, we'll go together because it's 3 heads. You shove them in the cart.
Yeah, they're just on the other side.
Oh hey. Oops.
He's in that room over there.
There you go.
Is there some more loot here?
Oh, I giggled real bad and I couldn't laugh.
And put it in the cart.
Rhinoceros.
Oh fuck, this is heavy.
You need help?
Yeah. Maybe?
Who are you?
I'm ready for gamer.
Oh wait, you are not down here. I've gone the wrong way.
Perfect. Oh, perfect.
It's not moving.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It'll stay. Trust.
Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, this is very heavy.
Oh, it's the vase. Okay.
Yeah, I got it that far though. It's
Good
not
job. Good
bad.
job. Good job.
I should not let
All right.
go.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. Bring it to the hole here, and then we gotta drop it slowly. Slowly.
No.
Gosh.
Okay.
Oh god, this is so awkward. Is Elaine dead?
I'm alive.
No.
I'm good.
Oh, okay. Okay. Whew. This works. I'll keep looking.
I think we got enough.
Oh, okay. Let's come back then.
We definitely, with the painting, have enough.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Try to lift it. I don't think we can lift it.
No, I would just drag it probably if you can.
Oh, there's a thing in there. There's a thing in that room. There's a stack of cash, Naho, if you want that.
Oh, where is it? In here?
Where Ghost is.
Oh, yeah. I got bands on bands on bands. Let's go.
True.
Azura, what's my name? Thank you so much for joining the program, please.
Trying to, I wouldn't. There's a bookcase.
Okay.
I'm directionally
There you
challenged.
go.
Oh my god.
Go this way.
This way. What's my name?
Oh. Downstairs. Careful at the painting down there.
Always funny. I know which man's
Oh.
for.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
You got
Let's
it,
be
you got it, you
quick.
got it. Oh no no.
Let's be quick.
Oh. Okay, we're doing this. We're doing this.
Painting.
Okay.
Let's get the money. And
Money?
let's do it. Okay, painting.
Painting.
Okay,
Uh-oh.
putting it in it. Put it on top. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh. Oh my god.
Let's do it,
Get the
let's do
cart.
it,
Get the
let's do it.
cart.
Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I think, did the painting break it?
No, I think
No,
the
no, no.
compass.
I was trying to throw something here and I think it broke it.
Oh, sorry.
Shit, we're gaming.
All right, let's get out of here.
Get out.
Yippee.
This way, this way.
Also, guys, we reached our goal.
Let's go.
Today?
Let's go. Let's go.
Tacos?
Oh my god.
Looks like your chat isn't pussies. Oh no!
Fuck that!
Oh fuck! Fuck.
No, we can't.
Damn.
Look at me
Yeah, we
talking
reached our
shit.
goal.
Oh, yeah, he's right.
So,
Oh.
we're gonna have a
What's the
outfit.
goal? What's the goal?
Oh, the goal we reached was a Gabby outfit.
Ooh!
Well, whatever monster that was.
Yeah. So, I guess whichever, like, for now, I'll just, like, get whichever, like, outfit wins. I make it a PNG, but I'll make
You
it
nearly killed me, bastard.
possible for us to make it. That's freaking high up. Shit, dude. Elaine, if we keep
What?
going through these goals, I don't know what to do next. That's the difficult
Perfect
part.
time. Hey, Ari.
No!
Hi.
Gang,
I
your guys
died.
still ready?
Oh,
'Cause
the truck is.
we reached our
Look, I'm an
goal
alien.
of the outfit contest.
Yippee! I can't wait.
I'm excited. Excited.
Let me get this shout out right for you, Ari, real quick. Make sure I spelled it
Oh,
right.
Ari! We love
Yeah. We love Ari. Welcome, Raiders. Do some repo.
Woo!
Okay.
Is that Pancito?
Well, too bad we can't take
No,
that with us.
I wish Monsito.
I almost got.
Tiny kitty.
Monsito is currently cleaning. Say hi to
Tiny
him.
kitty.
It's okay. He's nice. He's chill like that.
Jules is
Well, I
being
think he
chilling
tried
on
to kill me
Duke's
and then
chair
the
right
eyeball
now.
killed some- I don't know
Being
what-
chilling.
You bitch. Ari, how was your stream? What were you guys up to? Tell us all about it.
It's okay. I'll put you in the truck when you die.
Also, unfortunately, I can't wave because I can't. For some reason, it doesn't work while I'm in repo. I mean, love Eldritch Overlord.
Is it based off your mouse?
Gab. No, it's I have a stream deck, so
Oh, we.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, it just worked. Never mind. Huh. Hey y'all.
Okay, it's gone.
See, he was
I didn't
nice.
watch the
That
last
little
one I
guy
tried.
didn't hurt me. The Mr. Crawley guy, he didn't hurt me. Hey.
Hey guys, Naho's also dead though.
Uh-oh.
I don't. Yeah, it was struggle just trying to get back here. I don't know where they are.
I could go
I
look for her.
will
Hold on, let
find
me
them.
go.
I
Let me
got
go.
Okay, I got stuck with the eye twice.
Start that way. Where did they die? They died near the last one. This way.
Oh, they're right there.
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm about to sprint.
Me too. Hey,
Oh, they went to go get Naho.
we got her.
We got him.
Wait, no, this is Indy. What the fuck? Never mind.
Where's Naho?
What the
Oh.
fuck? I'll be
Hi,
back.
Andy.
I feel loved.
Yeah, you're welcome. Whoa, no, whoa, no, no!
I'm so sorry.
I got fucked by a spider, I got fucked by a clown, got fucked by an eyeball.
You want to call this this round our last round?
Yeah, this is mine for sure.
Oh, yeah, your heart rate and stuff's low. Yeah.
They could leave. I can't tell them to
Don't worry, we
leave.
all get to play again.
We can wait. You.
We'll work on the mods. And
Oh,
then
we can
do
say it in
a,
chat.
Like run outside.
I don't know
the
if they can
stream
see
to make
it.
sure it all works. So next time we can always try again.
I don't know. I don't think they saw it.
Elaine's dead.
Everyone's doing
Yeah,
this.
I'll go get her. Don't worry.
Oh no.
Rescue mission.
No, I must get Elaine.
Too bad.
Get out of my
No,
way.
ghost, no! No! Now they're gonna get fucked by the eyeball and the clown, too.
Dude, that's so funny. Oh,
Oh, no!
I know, they're going.
Move the eyeballs in my way.
Explodey.
Damn, they were right there, too. Shit.
I know.
I tried, sorry.
It's
I
okay.
tried so hard.
I got caught out by an
surprise, it's like-
eyeball. Because I was chased by a
Yep.
spider. And then the clown was like, yo, what's up, bitch? And I was like, oh.
No, the spider's
Bible
chill
is
like that.
evil.
He's not evil.
Real chill like that.
Are you sure?
Oh,
Don't do it.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Explosion.
Ah! Why'd
I
that help?
feed you booby art. How dare you try to
This
kill
is your last
Booby art.
boodle.
I want
art.
booby art.
Very nice.
I'm making booby art, yes.
I want booby art.
Everybody's
You want to see
going.
the booby art I've been working on?
Yeah.
Yeah, of
I
course.
also make.
You should
Let's
jump.
go.
Oh!
No, it's everyone. Everyone must go. No, no, you can't run from this. No, I play FPS shooters. And now for the finale. Oh no, is it too close? Shit. Oh fuck, is it too close? Oh man. Oh no. Wait. I did it.
Uh-oh.
Oh wait, do we
Are
all
we
have
all
to fight
dead?
now?
Well,
Yep. Now we get a fight.
Oh, okay.
Which
Oh,
I thought
yeah.
would be good.
never
Wait.
mind.
No,
Oh,
we
it's
need
if
to
we
make
die. It's if we die
Yeah.
during the whole thing, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna have
So
no
should
money
we-
and then.
Should we all
no money
just
and
die
then
now?
leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I?
First to die win.
Oh
First to
wait,
die
wait,
wins.
but if we all die, it sends us to the losers thing, and we all get to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's what we're gonna do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mew, did you
Let's
say
find the
something?
clown.
Can I
Skip
put
the
booby art
skip.
in the couch so they can see my booby art?
Yeah, I don't care.
What is Crescent
Okay.
Moon?
Yeah, it's like a boost thing. It's like a modifier
go,
for
thank
later
you.
levels.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I put booby art
Can
in
we
the
just-
couch.
Timmy, can't we just leave? Like without paying any money?
No, we gotta kill it. I think we all gotta die.
You just gotta die.
Either that.
Oh, okay.
I bet there's a
I was
hole around here.
Kill me.
I found Futterman.
I feel like, do you guys remember? This is really niche,
Where are
but
you?
that muffin.
Futterman.
Oh yeah, that's
Muffin.
better.
It's muffin time. Somebody kill me.
Oh, this could do it.
What is this?
This
Oh.
Look
I want to go in. I'm gonna.
A couple days passed.
Uh-oh. Hey guys, you think it's gonna explode?
If you were watching Knives Out,
What is that?
Got it.
Ducky.
probably open it as
What is it?
Hello.
How is that supposed to kill me?
this.
No. Go away, Ducky.
Because
There you go.
Oh,
There you go.
Duck
You touch the
killed me.
money, it's a trap. It's a trap.
I died first.
You did. You are the winner.
I won.
That's
I
Indie
won
walking
'cause
around
I
still.
died first.
Uh,
Yeah.
If he dies by the duck, I think it'd be really funny.
wait, this is.
Indy, come touch the money, Indy. Indy, come touch the money. I don't know if he heard me. Unfortunately, typing here doesn't work because that's a modded thing. Oh, you might die to the duck though. There we go.
Head to the cache in the mouth.
Don't run from it. Don't run from it, Indy.
Oh. I didn't know it was reusable. Laser.
Die.
Laser.
What the fuck?
Oh, there you go.
I
There
saw
you
like a weird
go.
plant thing.
Yeah, no worries. Just send it to me.
I was trying to kill the duck first.
No, he would have
Oh,
revenge on the duck.
Die.
The duck it is.
Time to die, did it?
Tax man.
Tax mans.
Reminder that tax season is apparently.
Is this a Ponce? Is this a Hans from My Little Ponce? Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, no, no, please, no, please. No, please. Stop, no, please. Oh shit. Holy fuck. Oh. I didn't even do anything.
Force a
You didn't
Yeah.
have to do anything.
How did you?
Elaine just stood there like, huh?
Yeah, I was just like, no, please, no, please. And then it went dead quiet. And I was like, huh?
Uh-oh.
That was crazy. Well, well,
Oh.
gamers, thank you for playing. Winning by doing nothing,
So
exactly.
fun.
So fun.
Is
10 out of
everyone
10.
leaving or?
I think,
Well, yeah,
I think
I'm
most people
leaving.
are.
Yeah.
That was like 3 hour. That was like 3 hour repo. So.
Yeah, it was 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah.
That's true.
2 hours of technical difficulties, 1 hour of game.
It was
But it's
best
okay. Next
technical
time
difficulties
we'll
anyway.
configure the things, and then we'll do practice games before streams, and then like figure it out. And then when we get the good mods, we'll try again.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'll do like an and you can vote on what game, and then we'll figure it out by there. But
Yeah.
thank you guys for joining me. I very much appreciate it. I'm gonna go do some work. I forgot.
Okay.
I have to do that today. But thank you. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
I'll just excuse myself from the Discord, so that way I don't make any oopsie poopsies. Guys, I will be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go to the bathroom because I really need to go to the bathroom. And then we're gonna do some worky and then maybe some art or hightail. I don't really know yet, but I will be right back. be honest. Oh, hello. I'm a little guy. I think I'm gonna stay a little guy today. I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to do work. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't know. Because, like, tomorrow we're streaming less because we have Dragonlance, which means we're only streaming 4 hours instead of 8 hours. And I don't know if I want to work in those hours. But, like, it's not like it's gonna take a long time. And I was thinking maybe we could design an outfit as, like, a sub goal for Dabu. And I think maybe I want to do that instead. Or just some art, maybe. Some art. Done. Okay. Back from doing chores. Oh my god, perfect timing. We're gonna hang out and we're gonna do art. Dragonlance? Lance. The Lance of Dragons. We're doing Lance of Dragons tomorrow. Unless for some reason my DM has more teeth problems, which I don't think he will. I think he said next Wednesday he's gonna go dentist. Dragon Lance. Yeah, there you go. The lance that killed the dragon. Okay. Click that guy. This guy. Swipe. Oh, man. Read my face. It doesn't want to. I prefer China glaive. What is a China glaive? What that? Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Ah. Okay. We worked on this earlier, which I thought was really cute. I am gonna send myself naked. I need help. I got back into Fallout 4. What's the problem? What do you need help with? That sounds like a perfectly reasonable thing. What do you need help with, my friend? Chinese glaive is a long slashing staff weapon. Oh, that's fair. My favorite weapon? A shovel or a baseball bat? A shovel bat. Shovel baseball bat.
Okay, I like it. Picasso. Well, Force OP is the only thing I want to do with my free time. I mean, hey, like, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do, you know? You can't help that. Hello, Gemini. But yeah, I think I'm gonna be drawing a new outfit. Because we were talking about it earlier. And I'm thinking that maybe for Dabu we could have it. If we hit the sub goal. Is there a naked woman there? She's not naked! There's no nipples! There's no nipples, you goob. No nipple. Import. For flowers. For hours. Telling on the bluebirds. She's not naked. That is me. Save failed. What? Copy. Okay, now can I put it in here? Draw nipples? No! You want me to get banned? I'll paste. This is a big file. Okay, it's okay. Pop shop, meet me in the moonlight. Or she. Oh, look at this little stretch Pete. Oh. I'm massaging her foot. Have fun. I feel like I saw something that wasn't supposed to see like a chimp seeing its own reflection. What do you mean? No, it's okay. I've drawn over my base model before, guys. What are you talking about? There's no nipples. I'm a Barbie doll. It's a Barbie doll. You guys are being goobers. What?
You still say it's a
No, Barbie dolls have clothes. Barbie dolls have clothes. Yeah, that's why it's a naked Barbie doll. You don't have to have nipples to be naked. Yeah, yeah. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. Hi, Ken. I'm just Ken. I don't know what I'm drawing. Arrest that woman points at. Don't arrest me. I'm not a woman. I'm a cat cow. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I need like ideas. Give me ideas. What I need to do. Drawing guide. Edit drawing guides. I'm gonna start with a little bit of symmetry. Oh fuck! It's not on the right. Fuck. Fuck. Gotta line it up. Line it up. I think that's pretty good. Ideas for what? Sorry again. She gave me a Igarshi drip. I feel like that might be racially charged. We're just whatever. Like, if you have any outfit ideas, we're just spitballing. We're just concepting. We're just having fun with it. Because I'm a little down in the dumpies. For no reason. No reason in particular. I just feel a little goopy. Actually, why am I not using my pencil? I have a pencil brush that I really like using. This one. I really like using this one. The fuck? I don't know. Kimono? Charged to a cow? I don't know, man. Ask OSHA. OSHA? Yeah, OSHA. Or PETA? I don't know. Elaine full tactical gear outfit? That'd be kind of cute. What if it was a tactical gear Korean outfit? Oh my god, I just got really dizzy. Okay. Hanbok. Sci-fi Elaine outfit. Elaine has sci-fi outfit. Let's see. Modern. Oh, so maybe my elite drip rec was. I didn't say I'm doing a kimono. I'm doing a hanbok. I'm Korean. Naruhodo. Listen, I'm Korean. I can do the hanbok. I don't know what that one is. I can't say that one. That would be the NAACP. That's fair. I like this. Look at this. Look at this. K-pop Elaine. K-pop Elaine. Look at this one. This is pretty cool. Can I do like a 50-50 split? I think 50-50 split would be good. Maybe a little bit less. Yeah, there you go. I'll close this. Okay. So, oh, this is really not that symmetrical. One album coming out someday. Someday. I feel like if I were ever to make an album, it would be like a meme song album. I wanna dance in the light. Let's see. It's more like straight, I think, this part. Hi, Elaine. Hi, Mark. How you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Wait, is there like... Hold on, I have an idea. Korean Selkie. Lore. Or like folk lore. Igarashi is a character in Blue Lock and... Oh! I'm gonna be honest. I thought the word Igarashi was like... I didn't think it was... I thought it was like a Middle Eastern word. I'm gonna be completely honest. Scottish, Irish, Nordic, Korean shapes involves humans transforming into animals or vice versa. You know, the Jeju Sea Woman, legend of lore diving deep in Abalone, reflecting the tradition of longing to the sea. Awesome. The heavenly maiden myth. Chonnyo. In Korean, Chonnyo refers to a maiden or young or virgin, often appearing in a tragic spirit known as a restless soul of a young woman who died unmarried, haunting places like old schools or hospitals. I think this is different though. Clueless. I am clueless. What annoying is South Korea doesn't use AR-15s. They use proprietary 5.56. Well, yeah, I mean, it's whatever Samsung makes, right? I 'Cause 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 ' A bear woman. Wait, what if I took from the Korean folktale creature that eats rich people? How would wearing a Middle Eastern clothes be even racially? Because I'm not Middle Eastern. Yeah, Yongno. Yongno. I don't know this. I don't know about the small arms, but Samsung does make their tanks. Yeah, I love that. I love that fun fact. I want art of the Yongno. I want to take design from Yongno. He's literally this folklore character is a creature that eats rich people. If you get too greedy and you get too rich, they eat you. Aren't they cool looking? So everyone wears Middle Eastern clothes when they go to Dubai or Qatar or whatever. But that's you going there, you know? I am here in America. Like, listen. I ain't about to fuck on nobody's culture outside of my own, you know? I mean, it's funny on the surface, but it's kind of horrible how much power Samsung has down there. Oh god. Oh god. It's like Coca-Cola. It's like Coca-Cola. What is this? What is this from? It's not the same. This is different. Oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you. Come here. These rich people. If it's harder, I guess to go to heaven. Oh look, it's a little crochet of him. Those are a kufia. What is a? Oh, is that that's the scarf, right? Dude, that's fucking sick. What the fuck is this? No one in the Middle East cares about cultural poetry. It's just as long as they keep out. I promise you, no one in the Middle East cares. Listen, I don't want to catch flack. I'm not one to catch flack, okay? I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy on the internet. I'm just a guy. Listen, I'm already having mental problems being afraid of the fuck do you call it? Waist beads? African American waist beads? I really want just a thing of waist beads because I think they look really nice. And like I'm asking someone who could wear them with no problem if it's okay if I wear them because I'm afraid that I'm gonna go out in public with them and someone's gonna yell at me. And if someone yells at me about them, I'm gonna cry. I will cry so hard. And literally, that's the same with me and my VTuber. If someone yells at me about this stuff, I will cry. I'm just gonna straight up start crying. I'm a little coward. Or oppress people. That's okay. Okay. I guess. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared of this conversation topic. I think I'm just gonna stick to making Korean or non-cultural clothings. And then you know I'll call it there. Cause yeah, I'm a little coward and I'm afraid of people. I'm going out with colored skin and ethical in America. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm Korean and it's just kind of like I don't know. I don't want and like waist beads don't inherently like look cultural, but I don't want people in public yelling at me. Cuz I'm a little crybaby. I don't know how. I have an idea, but I don't know how I want to do this idea. Okay, let me draw the base outfit first, maybe. Also, this ends at like the top of the rib cage. Like this goes like this. Fucking fire though. I agree. That's what I'm saying. And like, okay, so listen, I'm a little chubby gal. I'm a little chubby gal, and I think and I'm very afraid of scales. And I think it would just be fun. Fun and almost somewhat natural way to make sure, I'm not gaining too much weight. So, I thought it'd be cool, but I'm still afraid. Does not mean I am not afraid. Talking about Samsung and tanks earlier reminds me of Mitsubishi. Huh? I'm also half Korean, by the way. Let's go, brother! Let's go. What's popping? I can't say many Korean words. I was gonna go with that meme, but then I was like, I don't know. Adopted though, so I don't really know shit about Korea. It's okay. Because Mitsubishi makes AC cars, rockets, ships, tanks, missiles, trams, buses, and robots. It's actually kind of sick. Oh, also jets? Fuck yeah. Okay, so... Oh, I really like... Actually, I just realized the woman on the right's outfit, dude. That's actually kind of fire. I want to close some stuff. Non-stop disco. Yo, this shit's kind of fire, though. Aren't Indian waist chains? People wouldn't be mad about that. Indians back saying, well, what is the difference, though? What's the... I don't know the difference. Is there a difference? What's the difference? 안녕하세요. That's my Korean. Oh, God. I only know, like, baby words. Like, hello, strawberry, please, water. I like this outfit a lot, too. Okay, wait. I'm having ideas. Okay, wait. And Youngno. I probably should actually take this to a fashion designer instead of trying to do this myself, because I have a sense of fashion for myself, but nothing outside of that. Indian and Pakistani waist chains are gold chains like necklaces. They're jewelry. Oh. I don't know. I guess I just like the beads, I guess. I really like that. Hold on. Let's turn this off. And go like this, I guess. Why isn't... Oh, shit, I don't have drawing assistant. God damn it. Or do we do it lower? There's that girl from fucking Wives and Demon Slayer. I think they have an outfit that's like kind of like that, trying to... No, they don't. They just have their boobies out. Okay. Never mind. I thought one of them had like chest wrappings. I guess not. We sometimes have beads in ours, but they're not a common thing, and the beads would be accompanied with gold chains. That's fair. At that point, I would have to check whether I look better with gold or silver. Because, like, I have olive skin, and I have both. I wear both. I wear silver rings on my left hand and gold rings on my right hand. I don't know. What you doing, you? Look at Humboldt. You know I love to get high. You know what I'm just thinking about? Female Yasuo. Woo! Yeah, we don't fucking... Oh, fuck. Yasuo. From League of Legends. This is not the outfit I thought of. Never mind. I don't know who I'm thinking about. There's a idea in my mind that I have, but I don't remember. But yeah, we don't burn. Let's go. I'm a firm believer in all colors look good on everyone. It's just a matter of how you style it. That's fair. That's fair. I want to go back to this. Used to slip away. I don't know how to know. Should I just go home? It's alright. I'll go all night. I won't go home. Traditional. I don't want one with like strong colors so I can see how it kind of like sits. Are these not crossed? Do they go in the center? I think they go in the center actually. You know, I love to get high on my lows, fuck around and lose control. Fast and way too strong. Faster than this. Cold running down my spine. Still sense of time. See, I know I'm not where I'm supposed to be. All night I won't go home. Is it supposed to be higher? It's supposed to be a little bit higher than that, actually. Run around and lose control. That's pretty thick. You know. I have a question for you guys. For you guys that know VTuber, or if you're an art, actually I don't really care if you have experience with artists or not. I just want this as a general question. So I have the allotment to have probably like an extra outfit, right, with my VTuber. And I thought of maybe some extra toggles that I'd like as well that I saved up for. And I feel bad because, you know, it's more work on my rigger, the person that rigs my VTuber, but also steady money from them from me, but also actually let me move that back. But also it's not the worst things in the world, I think. But I don't know, I feel bad because it's like I'm constantly asking them to do more stuff. But at the same time, I'm also not rushing it. I'm like, you know, whenever's fine. So, is it long sleeved on this? Yeah, but I'm probably gonna make it short sleeved. Wash away. I mean, I would be happy because it's a returning customer plus income. Okay, that's what I'm hoping. So I feel, cause like, okay, like one of the things that I told them I'm more than happy to pay for. I can't imagine they're upset about being paid to do with this. Okay, that's fair. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a goob. Okay, so what I learned, okay, this is not going to show it, recently, is the mouth on my model is wrong. And I said I'd pay more for it. So you see how this mouth looks? How that one looks? And then this one, I think. Yeah, you see how their mouths are different? It's because they have two different mouths. Like, they had an open mouth and a closed mouth, and BZ didn't realize, so she just used the open mouth to make it look, but it's supposed to, the left one is what my mouth is supposed to look like, and I said I'd pay more, but then they're like, I'd have to redo it, and then I'm like, and I just feel bad. The right one, the lips are wider instead of being more full and plump, and I gotta feel bad. I just gotta feel bad. What has this shine? Yeah, it's plumper. each more plump. I don't know if that's like more helpful. Yeah, but yeah. And it gives a little bit of a different look to the face, and I really like the left face a lot. But I said I'd pay them more. I just kind of feel bad because they already did it, and I never caught it until now. I never caught it until now. The horrible casual sleeves. Is the left one using the lighting and shadowing for the open mouth? The left one. So this is like the closed mouth. So there was like 2 different mouths that were in the file. This is the closed mouth. And then this one was the open mouth. I think it's this. Nope, that's not that one. This one. And then this one was like the open mouth. So like you can see like the shine on the top is gone. And some of the shading on the edge of the lips are gone as well. Although the teeth are different, but I don't really care about the teeth. The teeth are the teeth. But meh. But I don't know. I don't know. Short sleeve handbook. Can handbooks have short sleeves? Okay, cool. In my opinion, it's not worth the money because if they have to redo it, that means you'd have to pay a lot more than if it was a quick fix, right? Like, it's such a minor change. I don't think it's worth it, but I think the artist wouldn't care either way. Yeah, I'm talking like we haven't confirmed whether we're gonna do it or not, but it was like a thing where I'm like, oh, I would like that, but like, you know, to each their own. Oh my God, someone is smoking weed out my window. It smells kind of bad. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel bad because like literally like a few days ago I was like, could we look at that? Could we look at that? And then a few days later I was like, but what if we also did this? Hi Jester. Welcome on in. How you doing? How are you doing? Well, they have like cuff sleeves. That's fine. I haven't drawn the thing yet. And like I've been trying to be very conservative about like any other updates I want to the model because it's like I want the least amount of work for BZ because like we've already done so much. Remember me? I need a reference. Reference. Where is it? Reference. There. How's everyone doing? Pretty good. I mean, more updates means more money for them, so I don't think they mind, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm hoping so. With our first model, which many of you have not seen, I can show it to you guys though. With our first model, are always looking for work. That's fair. Where is it? Doge. Elaine. Oh wait, no, it would be in Petwoods gave me. You making a new outfit? Yeah, just for fun. This was my second model, but by the same art parent. But so I love this model a lot. It's made by Yagi Luro. And I loved it a lot, but the artist and the rigger got really well. Okay, the artist got super busy because it got super popular, and then the rigger got burnt out so hard that they never actually finished this model. there was a bunch of toggles and stuff that were broken on it that I just couldn't use, and then they disappeared. So that's probably why I got a little bit of anxiety to make sure that like I'm not doing shit that would make people tired of my shit, you know? Make sure that drawing assist is on for this one. Well, shit, yeah, that's why I'm kind of like, I guess I should have prefaced with that. The more I think about it, I probably should have prefaced with that because, like, from the ounce buying perspective, I'd demand a refund. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It was like my first VTuber model, and is what it is. At this point, at the very least, maybe I should have prefaced with that. At least the first one was a good thing. At least the first one was actually a good thing. Huh? But, yeah, no, I still love the artist a lot. The rigger, like, just kind of disappeared. So, there was nothing more from that, but I just super want, like, it to be a good relationship, because, like, not gonna lie, this model is kind of like my forever model. For Skype, oh, yeah. I was like, it sounded like the person either went through some shit or is not a great person. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know. I don't know what really happened with it. It sounded like they were just getting super burnt, and then they just kind of fell off the face of the earth. So, it be what it be. But yeah, I probably should have prefaced that because, like, from the outside perspective, telling an artist to do things for more money, normal thing. But maybe with the pretense, it gets a little, I don't remember which thing I was looking at. And now I've lost it, and now I don't remember. I wanna party with you. I feel like it was over here that I was looking at it. Like the cuffs? Or something else I was looking at. I mean, you gotta remember, an artist can't always say no. This is true. And I would definitely hope that they would exercise that right to say no. Or, like, at least, like, find an alternative or something, you know? I feel like maybe I overdid the sleeves on this. They don't have, like, the cuffs on it. Also, the cuffs kind of look like they just kind of follow the silhouette of the shirt. It looks like, I thought it was like a folded up thing. Late Joe Sun Dynasty. Just remind them that they can, whenever you add suggestion, just remind them that they can whenever you add a suggestion and that you'd prefer if they were honest about it. Yeah, I do my best. Every time I'm like, hey, what do we think of this? I'm not like, hey, I want this. I'm like, what do we think? Do we think we like this idea, or do we think an alternative, totally open to alternatives, is usually how I like to word it. Cause, like, you know, there could be things where, like, an artist is like, I just, like, I could get money, but I just don't want to do that. And I'd be like, totally fair. Totally fair. Like this. And then drawing assist. Erase this side. Not that much. Yeah. I don't know. I think I got, like, post collab anxiety, and I think that's why I just wanted to talk about it. So thanks for letting me talk about it. This is why I love you guys. You guys are my best friend. Also, I have a new fun fact. Yes, give. It's getting stormy. But this one's not in the center. There's a little bit of like this on top. Interesting. Fun fact, yes. Did you know that rocket thrusters are the size that they are due to horse butts? You're talking about horsepower? What are you talking about? What? Horse butts? It's getting cold. Was not expecting that. Is this the outfit for Lunar New Year? That'd be cool. It could be. It could be. I'm just kind of messing around with outfits right now. What size of a horse bum cheeks? What is that? I need more information. I need more information here, sir. I feel like I'm rather confused. Good intentions. Need to know. I have to. Like, that's what I'm saying. I have to know too. Like, what does this mean? Basic legs would be good. The other one had beads on it. What is this from? Young No coming to Pathfinder? Shit. What the fuck? Pathfinder. Young. Young No. The fuck? Is there no other source of this image? World guide yet. I haven't said yeah, but I'm also to see this guy. The young no eater, the abuse of the cleanness of fell to greed. So the thrusters were sized that way in order to fit on American trains, and trains were the size due to the track sizes. The track sizes are the same as in Britain, which are those sized due to the tram rails we used to have, which were the sizes that were due to the Roman roads, which were sizes that were because of the Roman roads wanted the roads to be a width of 2 horses. I like this fun fact. I'm gonna screenshot that. That is a fun fact. That is a fun fact indeed. Where is... What do you mean there's no text for this? I want to see it. That's the weirdest chain I've ever seen. I like it. I like it. I want to see the full page of it. This is just fine. You'd find that actually a lot of things have weird shades like that more than you think. Oh yeah, it makes sense. History is interweaved like a long train track. What the fuck is this? Young no, there you go. We have like summers for the good times. I'm not gonna be there. Wait fun. Words will I cry into the baseline. This is your brain on ADHD. But this is how my brain works on topic to topic. I just really like knowledge. Knowledge! It's how you get Ferraris, chat. Knowledge is how you get Ferraris. Every time you take 'em on. You know how IPAs came around the beer? I do not. Me like caramel. Walk beside me. Oh, you see nothing as well. Actually, one of my closest friends' favorite fun fact. Ooh. Here in my garage. IPA stands for, if anything, fair. So true. I also don't know. Yeah, I guess that's what I get for. I think I'm needed, then I understand where we came. So let me say you're so sick to me. Stick to me like caramel. Oh, someone did make a person. Let's go. Feel nothing as well. And three of a violent caramel. No one to tell the bitter yeah. Just bought my new Lamborghini. It's fun to drive up here in Hollywood, but you know what I like more than materialistic things? Knowledge. So IPA stands for Indian Pale Ale. When Britain controlled India, they wanted to drink the beer that they loved, but they didn't want to travel. But they don't travel very well and would go bad by the time they arrived in India from the UK. And India didn't have the climate to grow hops, so they devised a beer that would be able to stand the journey and named the. Look at the characters. Knowledge. Moon. The flame knows what's up. Yes, Moon. This is the dream tiger that like just blew the fuck up on the internet. And it's one of the designs that like I've loved for years. And I'd like to incorporate it into this if I can. Because it's really cool. And I like it a lot. Okay, do they have any other drawings around it? They do. It's like this inky tiger. I saw that it's blowing up. It blew up a long time ago. Let's see, when was it posted? It blew up 2 years ago. It's 115 million views on Twitter. But yeah, I got it all over my For You page back in the day. kind of want a mask. Let me look at. I'm gonna kind of look at like the front. I like this a lot. This is cool. How would I draw the mask though for something like this? I like this shape. This kind of shape where it's like the top half and you can still see the mouth. 2 years ago? Yeah, yeah. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Okay. This one fade. Oh, I didn't put drawing assist on. Nope. There we go. Oh, my love. I'm being a goober. I'm like, no, I'm like rotating my tablet when I could just rotate the drawing. And we found something so out. Related to swords. Ooh. There is an outfit, right? A costume. It's got a long beak. And that makes sense. Hopeless hallelujah. Hopeless heart, not heaven's gate. Oh, my life, I drew ya. Young, no art. An anime girl inspired around young. Oh, yeah, inspired by Young No. Oh, I like this one a lot. This is cool. I like that idea. Ooh, I'm getting ideas. Okay. What if it went past the nose? Does the one in this one go past the nose? It does. It goes all the way down here. Do things. Oh, hi, Orwell. How you doing? Actually, I could make this higher. So we found something so out. I'm gonna make this part rounded. Angels up in the clouds. When is Lunar New Year? I was summoned by the mention of blades. Fair. Do 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 do. I can't stand it. My special interest is pocket knives. I know more than I should about metallurgy than anyone who doesn't work in the industry should. Pangolin Dragon? No, it's well, kind of actually. It's Young No, which is a Korean folklore character that eats the rich. The mountains. Let me see. Ooh, wait. 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 Okay, gonna lurk. A good nap. How good nap? Let me look at that character again. Would making it down make more sense? No, because the scales go up, so I feel like the scales going up make more sense. Oh, no, no friends, oh, not anymore. Hey. Here we go, and then I kind of have a fun fact about swords. Let her rip. I have a fun fact about metal. Do you guys want a fun fact about metal? I learned it yesterday. Yes, I want to hear. Did you know that the rarest precious, the rarest metal that cannot be made naturally is called californium and is made only specifically in nuclear power plants, and a gram of it costs like $2 million. Why can't you be at home tonight? Stay with me inside. It's nice. Fair. Lonely too. I know I wish I could. I can't deny. Yeah, I learned that yesterday. I think that they should. I understand it was made in California, so I understand that it's named Californium, but I feel like they could have came up with a better name for it. Just saying. I just not fun fact, but it's a cool one. You're right. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love her. I love her. Helene, give me another woman's. Hey, Linda. Linda's good. Linda's good. I have an aunt named Linda. Linda. Sorry, Linda. Do Linda. But I don't know where to go. I lay here instead with you quotes. I love her. That's so fucking sick. Janice. You could use Janice for the next one. Wait, what was your fun fact? Did I miss it? So in medieval Europe, the sharpness of a sword did not matter as much. This is because knight armors were so well built, excellent. The swords were doing nothing in terms of cutting, so most. Oh, that is actually cool. I did not know that. It's really cool. I mean, it makes sense. Metal sword cannot pierce metal armor. Maybe we do keep. I don't know. Because I duplicated it, right? I did. Okay. I don't feel I ignore. That is the only fun fact about swords I know. You can also sharpen basically any steel as sharp as another. But what about the soft metals? Oh, I guess that's not technically steel, so that makes sense. Whoa, that shit's cool. Oh, that gives me another cool idea. That's furries. Let's make it one. Let me look at the eyes again. Yeah, I feel like a mask makes sense. Elaine's thinking so hard right now. I know what it is. I don't feel I ignore dreaming more like us. Softer? Why would you want it to be softer though? I guess so it's not too brittle. Can it be too hard that it becomes brittle? Eating. Feel I ignore, am I dreaming? The more like us of me feeling not too much. Myself to just walk away. This is desirable. Softer means less likely to. Harder is to stay sharp, but yeah, more brittle. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Really liked the shape of this. Don't feel I ignore dreaming more like us. Another fun fact that it's a bit that's a bit shit is that one of the major reasons that nuclear fusion it's not going to happen anytime soon is because nuclear fusion reactors need metal called tungsten, but tungsten might not be one of the most useful metals on planet Earth after the commonly used ones due to its magnetic durability properties. Because of this, there's not much of it left on Earth. Really? In fact, there's only enough in the entire planet to be able to build exactly one nuclear fusion plant? Huh. That is a fun fact. Or that's an interesting fact. How come we have no more tungsten? That's the real question. Why no more tungsten? Kind of a bummer. I made a ring. I had a ring made of tungsten. Yeah, see, it's kind of poo poo. Like, why not? Why don't we have more tungsten in the world? I don't like how this is coming out. It's like an alligator. So, like, if I looked up in like an alligator mask, alligator mask. Gotta stop using it for random shit. You shouldn't have ate it all. Why'd you eat it all? Oh no. Hungry. Okay, fair, I guess. All around me, threatening me. I'm breathing, holding on to what I'm feeling. In these senseless feeling. Is that what I accidentally opened? Whoops. Oh, no. Oh, I closed the thing. I was like... I wonder if Function is as dense as some of my friends. I swear. Damn. 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 Dragon mask, maybe? Concept. It may be, but there's like a dozen other reasons why fusion isn't gonna happen anytime soon, and one of those reasons is lobbying from energy. That doesn't. That's not. I mean, that's kind of fine, I guess, but not really better. I want a mask, and I don't know how I want it made. Looking at this world. Hi, Norman. Try my best. Fair. Usually with knife steel, you have to trade off how long it stays sharp with how brittle it is and how stainless it is. But there's always new steel developed that doesn't lose it as much in any category called Magna Cut. Whoa. That sounds cool. My name is I ask again. Say my name. Taking fantastic strides in the field, though, which is very cool. That is cool. As long as someone's making strides, listen. Listen, I'm all for finding out new animals all the time. But also, science, we gotta be doing more things. Holding up our face, sleeping in disgrace. You don't feel the words they say. It's I am just trying to draw now because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want her to look like a Pokemon. She's kind of looking like a Pokemon, though. Actually, I have another idea. Vision waste isn't going to be solved probably for the next like 200 years. Oh, cries. Cries. Hesitation. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. My bad, sorry. He's got teeth, right? He got teeth. He got sharp teeth. I love you. I love you. Should I stay or should I? Probably shouldn't make it so such a normal shape. I love you. I love you. I love you. I need this file again. It's like here. Actually, what if we did it this way? And then erase that bit. I can't do. Hi, Momo. I'm not really into that whole look. Why though? Oh, Jesus Christ, Moira. Scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the bap. I'm scared the shit out of me. Let's see. I love your squishy. I'm glad you do. I do too. Don't know if I want eyes in it yet.
It's under the sauce.
It's under the sauce. It's under the sauce. Oh, he's got like little ears. I just realized he has like tiny little ears. What the fuck? Really like this depiction of him though. Man, let me tell you, 2 10s in a row with little sleep is not a great combo. I'm dead. Well, I hope you don't have tomorrow. Are you working tomorrow? If you're not working tomorrow, you should definitely just get some good rest tonight. Take the day off. Relax. If you can. Sure do. Fuck yeah. I better get some good rest then. Doctor's orders. Dr. Squisho Elaine's orders. I'm trying to make like the scales that I see here, but it's like hard. Because my brain is like not same angle, so confused. Like I work tomorrow and no! know I work every day, but you have you need a break. You can't keep going on like this. You don't take a break, you go kaput. Your body won't be able to do it no more. Don't booty shake at me. This is not good. Not good for your health. Tiger, so it makes sense. What animal is young no? This is a Korean website, and I cannot read it. Search Google. I know it's mythically automated math dances because it's telecom depicted as a monster that preys on characters. A long face, a willow pipe that makes a BB sound, representing explosion of either eat the rich, heavenly goal, appearance, wears a red mask representing a yang to expel evil. It has a long, narrow face and is covered in scale pattern cloth, often with a dragon head mask in some regional variations. You know what it's time to around me. Buddhism, education, Confucianism, and, whole slavery thing, Benin, structure. So it gets extra interesting. While most of the acts from the other one areas follow a lot of the same broad stroke Oglana dances, had different elements and stories, one being Young No. As mentioned before, it's thought that the most of these before had spun off from but something happened to make this one. It's clear that you variants owe to this. What this? What is this? I'm learning so much shit right now. That's what happens when you hang out here. You learn shit. BB monster. BB of fuel rods. We want to save the night. Goes on. Come on, from underneath you, come on now. Are you counting only? Wait, wait, folders? Folders? I like this tassel idea. I don't know yet. I hit Garfield. What? I'm gonna go back to the outfit because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with that. Okay. Nope. I'm trying to collect knives this way most of the time. I don't know how effective they are. I promise. No, you're just a collector. That's just how it is when you're a collector. Makes sense. Feeling lucky. What was that outfit that guy wore? Okay. I think I have 2 of these now. I have 2 of these ones, actually. I really like this one. Hey, we're all mostly opening mail with them, so I'm sure they're fine. Yeah. Exactly. As long as you're not, like, actually doing something crazy with them, you know? I don't know if I want that at the bottom. What would be for the bottom half, though? This way, I'm feeling lucky. I think a skirt would be good. Maybe like a layered skirt. How does actually? Modern fashion. Thank you for the save check. I think this stuff automatically saves on iPads, I think. Thank you for the wellness check. I do need to drink wilder. I hope you're having fun with your knife conversation. I'm sorry, I don't have I have a sword. I have 1 sword. That's all I got for now. I want another sword. I want another sword someday. What is the... Okay, so there's a high tummy, a sword, and a very, very big... I apologize, man. No, you're so fucking good. If I had a problem with it, I would have said something about it. But you are totally okay. I'm just glad you guys were talking about something you guys enjoyed and weren't like... You guys could have been arguing. The fake sword that is metal, but just a slab of sword shape. That's fair. I have a sword. He is sharpened. I got him from the Ren Fair. He is made. He's very nice. I like him a lot. Oh my God, it's beautiful. Something like this. Yeah, I want like these guys. Card receives phenomenal reaction to their outfits. Oh, is this just a K-pop group? Wait, I kind of like that. Like a big sash. Okay, what group's dressed in traditional inspired outfits? Me too. Me too. Let me look a bit closer at the... I wanted to look closer at how they did the knot. Why can't I look at the image? I want to look at the image bigger. Bigger! What the fuck is this? Open image in new tab. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about the physics of it just right now. Kinda taper it out like this. And then it all you need. I like how comically large this is too. Is that we do it in this style? Yeah, sounds like. There's like another one here. And then they had like this pattern on them. Nothing that I like the way it sounds. Yes, it's like this. Got nothing to do with you. And maybe like one more to be like the 3, and then we put a dot in here. And then bigger dot. Everybody wrestles with their demons. Angel when he's sleeping. Are they gonna make me hungry? A snack, so it's fine. I don't have snacks, but go for it. You say that I'm the only one, and that I'm the closest one around. And they have pants. They had like a short skirt. Because you like the way it sounds. Of mine. think the skirt's gonna be similar to my skirt. Actually, it's a little different. Short. I like seeing this one. Yeah. Okay. It actually kind of ends here. The other layer. And I'm the closest one around. I didn't do drawing assistance. Way it sounds. I need to see how it falls naturally. I like the layered ones, honestly. So, like, if I did it layered, it could be like... Okay, so one fun fact I did is, did you know? One fun fact, did you know shashuka is one of the few dishes where the origins cannot be confirmed. It actually appeared pretty much in every populated continent. And that's how I feel like with bread. Bread, I feel the same way. It's just kind of universal. Pretty, like, everyone had a type of bread. I don't like the shape of this. Try. Let me turn this off for now. It was a one-man, like Johnny Appleseed. Imagine that it was spread like Johnny Appleseed. That'd be fucking amazing. Dance on the edge of a knife. It's very pleated. Is it going to be layered and pleated? Yeah. Doesn't look like it. I think it typically looks like it's just one layer. But it's very ornate. Okay, so then that's the case. And nothing but your perfume. I love you. I'm glad, honestly, that, like, Elaine can just kind of vibe. Elaine can vibe, and chat will start talking about swords or something else that they like, and it'll be fun. It'll be a fun, good time. And Elaine can be a little girly pop in the corner drawing a skirt. Like Johnny Appleseed. Yay! Bread is so old it cannot be traced as far as it's too ingrained in our history. Exactly. Yeah. Please. No, 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 no. Please come on over and ruin my life. And we dance on the edge of a knife. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What? Yeah, isn't it like this and then... Wait, I think I did this wrong. And then this is like this. And this is... I think that's how it is. Another fun fact is, so you know how most non-Jewish have their own blood-based food recipe? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Blood-based food recipe? Like blood sausage? I think it's because we have vampires. We have we have sanguinarians here. We don't need blood-based food when we got sanguinarians. For those of you who don't know what sanguinarians are, those are, I think, American. It's they're vampires. Because we have vampires. There's a guy that like makes teeth for people, and they're officially sanguinarians. Sandwiches? Oh. Very close. Close enough. They're sandwiches. How's it going, Star? How's this look on it? We're gonna script for my senior animation. How's it going? We're gonna have Sunday and yeah. But I honestly think it's because of vampires or STDs, one or the other. That would be my bet. What kind of shoes? I guess, wait. Oh, fuck. I have another tab with it, but I don't. I think that was the tab. Yeah. They're wearing high heels! Oh, fuck. Fashion. But he was really trying to push that I couldn't do 30 minutes of animation, but that just made me want to do it more, but we shall see based off the script. Fair, I believe in you. I think you got this. Unless you're like, I am dying, I don't wanna, then like, you don't have to, you know? Do I have to put shoes on a model? Like, could I just wear my other shoes? I don't want to think about shoes. My favorite local cobbler was flirting with me. Oh! Did you flirt back? You gotta flirt back. Oh, Blackpink did too? There are ways to cheat too, like since I'm doing stop motion, I have the option to just do traditional film stuff too. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, chat. I'm just kind of drawing. Actually, I like that part. Drawing assist. How to flirt I don't know how to flirt IRL very well, so I just bought pastries fair. Yeah, make them something. But America has no blood-based food recipe. This is because the industrialization took over America. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. We are a gluttonous country, so it makes sense that we wouldn't really, we'd rather just get new pig than reuse old part of pig. I mean, we had the Great Depression. We used lard. That's where lard stuff came in, I feel like. Any meat? Nah, there aren't any meat farms. Most of your meats are battery farmed. Huh? I feel like there weren't batteries back in the olden days of the Great Depression. We could have some in the future. I want to get my steps in so I can wear my shoes out faster so I have a reason to go back to the cobbler scene. Ooh, yes, do it. Do it. Do it. Like more wrappings or something. Just go the other way. Just go the other way. Or rather, it was already industrial, not maybe not battery farming. That's fair. That's fair. They did eat a lot of lard. Did lead them to eating a lot of lard. Let me tell you what. I think lard-based things at the very least. Maybe instead of blood, we did lard. If you think about it, it would make sense if we did lard instead of blood. Just feel like that makes sense for our country. I feel like the straight one looked kind of better, but I did the straight one at a bad angle. Boop, boop. This pasta is not actually Italian, and dumplings are not actually Chinese. Damn. I guess, so these are a British horror anthology podcast, and they had an episode that they kept talking about an abattoir. I didn't know it was, but I guess it was like a British battery farm. What is a battery farm? And it may be pasta isn't Italian, but they goddamn perfected it. Let me tell you what. How do I can group it. There's a button right there. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, I think I'm done with that concept. I want a different concept. Guys, give me another outfit idea. I want another outfit idea. Give. Battery farm is kind of closed penned and oh. I thought that's like is that where we get batteries? Tactical gear? Okay. Post-apocalypse. Ooh. The gear images. I like this one. It's me, anxiety. Yeah, we are. Barista outfit? Sleepwear comfy? We have that actually. That one's already being done. We gotta do a hood. Mad Max maincoow, yeah. We gotta do it. I think I'm just gonna do this on one layer. I'm gonna do my best to do it on just one layer. Because I feel like I was doing too many layers, overthinking things. And we're also going to make sure drawing assist is off. Okay. And we gotta have a hood. Actually, no, give me drawing assist back. And then if there's anything that we want to not do drawing assist with, we'll just do that last. Okay. Hear me out, Squishmallow maincoow. That's what I am. That's what I am. I'm already Squishmallow. I am already marketable plushie. Thank you very much. Oh, try me. Society. I'm gonna do like post-apocalyptic where it's kind of like the air isn't really breathable. I think that's kind of how I wanna, or like it's just very hostile environment. Because post-apocalyptic could mean anything, you know? No more sun, no more air, breathable air at the very least. No more gas, no more electricity. But no matter what, we gotta have a hood. COVID era wildfire. COVID era, I would just look like I would just put pajamas on. No more propane and propane accessories. No more propane or oh shit, sorry. Outfit ideas. And there we go. This is not helpful at all, actually. I like that I looked up realistic and then I get this. Is that racist? None of this is realistic. I think that one kind of had to be realistic. I like this one a lot, actually. And she didn't want the lady in office. But wait, Vex, was this the one who said I was gonna see the same person? I said it as a joke, but it would be cool. No, you both said it. I said it earlier, and I was like, I don't know if I want to do a tactical gear one. But we're gonna mix it. We're gonna do tactical gear and post-apocalyptic, I think. And okay, we have to have Wasteland weekend outfits. Wait, copy all of it. Copy. We have to have a chest plate. Whoa. Is this where you pretend like you're in Mad Max? Oh, dude, this one's sick. I actually quite like this one. You'd have no protection from the sun. Fuck off. Look at that big. You gotta have a shawl. Doesn't matter. Oh, okay. But see, like, this is some of these. Oh, I know that's like a main character thing. But this is unrealistic. You get burned by the sun. You get burned by the sun. I like this one a lot. This one's cool. I am vexed. You're vexed. Vexed is here twice. Oh my god. You know, Flame. Identity theft isn't a joke. I like this jacket that we were looking at earlier. I guess I have never seen, this is a joke, Vexed and Flame in the same room before. Should we go to the Fallout fan celebration in Good Springs one of these days? Yeah, maybe. Good night, Moon! Good night, Moon! Mwah! I hope you sleep well. Tuck, 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 tuck. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Now, the real question is, Vexed and Flame, is do I make a little bit of gooner bait? To make a little no, you're not. I don't know, that sounds like something Flame would say. Flame vexed? Flamey vexed? I feel like I gotta make it a little little sexy, right? Always? Okay, hold on. Army girls, tactical. Vexed is fighting Vexed. Yeah, fucking hold on, tactical TikTok. This makes me laugh. Serve it in the Pentagon. Hottest soldiers, dude. That's fucking crazy. Okay, we gotta do booty shorts. I know that for a fact. We gotta do like the booty shorts. All right, hold on. There was a girl earlier that yeah, like these. Those are like booty shorts. This is a fucking of Weird Al. It's of Silly Stu working at the Pentagon. Donald's not you spend it on. It's talking about the Pentagon. Fucking love that song. Slides back into stream. Maybe a few more minutes. Well, just like, I don't know. If you got the assets, you might as well, like, emphasize them a little bit, you know? And then we gotta have, like, the tactical pockets. Like, the big fuck-off pockets, right? Like, come out a bit. Alright, what do tactical pants look like? Yeah, there we go. I found it. There we go. There we go. There we go. These ones. Yeah, these ones. Yeah, these ones. There's ones where they wear a little less clothes, though. Might be not safe for Twitch, though. Or just men's pockets. True. Or like airsoft girl outfits. That's true. Also, like warcore girls for tactical. Warcore girls? What is warcore girls? Warcore girls? Yeah, those works. Okay, wait, this means, hold on. I gotta take a step back. Hold on. We're taking a step. We gotta have the baggy pants then, right? Wait, no. We bring this back. Gooter bit, I'm out. Listen, I'm just accentuating some assets, okay? It's for art ref, I promise. It is. What if we bring back, we know we won't, but bring back the hip dips. Maybe a little bit shorter though. Bring back the hip dips, you know? And then we can bring in the baggy pants. So you can still have baggy pants, but at the same time still have like a little of that leg meat, you know? A little bit of leg meat showing. Perfect. Oh, break my walls, Magnolia. Basically never see below Lane's waist. Nope, not really. That's because I'm sitting all the time. I don't have a standing desk. You want me to stand all the time? Magnolia. I have a snatch waist, obviously. And then we gotta do the big pockets. The big fuck off pockets. Hard for Meta Group be like, we like the leg meat. Exactly. We gotta get some of that leg meat in there. You know what I'm saying? We gotta get some of that leg meat. Gotta be. No, I realize I'm not gonna ask how Orwell knows all of this. I think I've come to that conclusion. So I was like, but I think I'm good. I think I'm okay. Not really known here, but did you know the modern computer technology is also driven by video games, the video game war of the 80s, 90s? That's actually really cool. I probably knew that, but you know, we a little ditzy up in here, so. Okay, so and then we have the pant. We have the top of the pant, right? And then we gotta do like the belts. Just so many fucking belts, guys. Just all the belts. Elaine ditzy, unheard of. No, all the time. All the time and forever. Okay, night for real. Good night. Good night. Alright, and then now we can go back to the top. Where like we need to have the vest. How do you have a bulletproof vest though with really big boobs? With bigger boobs than I think tactical vests are made for, you know? Like, are they more... Could they still... I guess they'd still be rounded, right? And then... Because we gotta look snatched while in there in the apocalypse. Plate carrier chest rig? What does that mean? Plate carrier chest rig. Yeah. So you'd okay. So yeah, we can still have the tatas. We can still bring out the tatas. Look, you guys are so smart. Okay, you guys are so smart. Okay, so now we can still have the tatas, right? Oh, wait. The hood part. Wait. Elaine's got an idea. This hood part, right? It can be attached to the top. Yeah, look at that. It'll be attached to the top. Got a sort of crop toppy, but room for side under. Yeah. I mean, we gotta put into consideration that while we make these outfits, our main restriction is obviously not hardcore NSFW. That's actually it. Just TOS safe, you know? And now we gotta do the chest rig, right? So it's like this. It's like angled. And then there's like a chest piece here. It goes here. And it goes in a little bit. So you got like this. Right. And then it goes in like a trapezoidy shape. I guess it would go down to like here. I'd make it go down to here. Stinking base. Dirty stinking. And then to make sure. Oh, wait. And then like, oh, wait, hold on. This is going to go here. It goes all the way down here, right? And then it's got this strap, right? Because it's got the side straps, right? We can make multiple so it can be like a little sexier. It's like here. Well, there'd still be the shirt, I guess. So hold on. There we go. I don't like how short this one is. Oh, wait, for dimension, we could, like, bring this down a little bit. Or maybe not too far down, but, like, with this. And then bring it like this. And I should pick up a Type 56 chest rig. How is that like, why would you want that one versus other ones? Right, I want the guy, this one. Okay, I might have done the angle just a little bit wrong on this. Right, and then this is like this. And then... Okay, and then this reconnects here. And then this goes here. And then this goes here like this. Because it looks kind of tactical and vintage cheaper, and it's better with 7, which is good for AKs. I've never shot a gun before, guys. I might be drawing this, but I've held a gun before. I've never shot a gun before though. Big dirty stinking base. Big dirty stinking base. Dirty stinking base. And then we'd have the things. They're only this angle because I'm drawing symmetrically. Actually, I'll just make them straight up. Shot a small caliber rifle at a camp one time. Damn. I've shot many guns and it's been a while since I considered taking a course and getting my permit. That'd be cool. Especially with times like ours. It makes a lot of sense. What's this chest thingy? What's this thing that he has on the... Oh, let me get my... Where's my mouse? What's this thingy? I should make the big image bigger. Yeah, what's that thingy? What's this? What did for? Is it just for patches? That would be my last one for now. Yeah, go for it. What's up? Cause like, what if I just did a big old heart? Daddy's tractor up on the things that don't matter. You know, wait, you do your thing. Posting in the honky tonk. In the break of dawn. Come on, come on, come on. The bees shake for the bees. Shake it to me, girl. Won't you, girl, shake it for me, girl. Should we make this scarf thing useless? Looks like heart storage for whatever. Hold on, let me zoom in. Okay. Well, I wouldn't do a heart there because that's a ceramic. That's where the ceramic plate is. But then it could be like shiny. It could be shiny. And behind it is a bulletproof part. Oh, okay. Big old barn. Like, what if we like made this useless? Actually, no, we could do a bandana here, actually. And then we... What if the bandana could say here? Like a cow or a heart. Looks like mole webbing holding a pelican case. The box on the front is whatever you want. Like, you have a Velcro. I want it... Okay, I want a box right here, then. I want a box. And when it opens, it has chicken nuggets. There's a box of chicken nuggets. It's my little snack pouch. It just has a few chicken nuggets in it. Can you tell that I'm hungry? Chicken nugget. My chicken nugget pouch and little fries. Okay, maybe not like that, but like I have chicken nugget. The chicken nugget holder. Yeah, it's in my chicken nugget holder. chicken nugget. Chicken nugget. And then, obviously, we can't forget the arms. Which I think this is where I would start doing. Hi, Pinky! Okay, so you know Kira Toriyama. He is the author of Dragon Ball. I'm not sure if you're aware, but he's incredibly... But one thing you shouldn't expect to have the influence and women's lurking, because I like you a lot. I like you a lot. Thank you for the check-in. Okay, so... We gotta have, like, a cool sleeve thing going on. I think we'll do, like one of the, like, on one arm, we'll do, like, a compression sleeve. A compression sleeve. And it can be, like... It can say moo on it. Moo. And then... Is that, like, Dragon Quest? Future Trunk fit go hard. Future Trunks. What else do people wear on their arms, though? Other than, like, tattoos. Ooh, like plating? That'd be cool. Little plating here. Because if it's a zombie apocalypse, we don't want them biting us. And if they do bite us, we'd want them to bite, like, a protected part of our body. Pit boy tattoo that says moo. That'd be kind of fun. I saw this thing actually for VTubers that's like you can put alerts on VTuber models. And it'd be really funny if I had like tattoos that said like the highest like or the most recent like sub name. I think that'd be funny. A watch specifically on the right wrist with the face towards your face. Okay. Okay, wait, then I have to move this up just a little bit. Wait, hold on. Move this up a little bit. So we want the arm brace. Oops, I need this to be uniform. There, we got the arm brace now. A little bit lower. And now you want to watch. Hold on. Oh, watch. And then like the face of it to be on the inside. Before he wrote Dragon Ball, he wrote Dr. Slump, which is about a little robot girl who wore glasses and her gag adventures. This was a huge boom in Japan back when women who wore glasses were seen as nerds and bookworms and would be teased constantly. When airless boom happened, idols and celebrities started wearing fake prescription. Damn! That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That is fair. And we can have, like, tattoos and stuff. Gotta have, like, some sort of eldritch tattoo. Boop, 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 boop. And then, what is the doom symbol? This is U2 and 3D. Yeah, I remember that. I actually, a lot of people used to do that when 3D movies were like super popular. And then it's big, and then they go like this, and then we'd have the Demon Slayer symbol. This is my tactical outfit. Bring it back, do it. Do it. This is Tacticow, which is a name of an actual VTuber, but this is Tactical Moo Cow. Wait, that's what you were saying? This needs to go in here. Alright. Give me one more. I want one more. And then I'll probably get off for the night. Give me one more. It's okay. It's pretty early for you, isn't it? Or late? Early or late? Caffeine. Oh, someone asked for barista. That reminds me. I feel like barista's pretty normal though. I would just do a Starbucks outfit. I would just do one of those, like, the fucking apron Starbucks outfits, to be honest. I can speed run it. Watch. Oops. Oop. Bean bucks. Huh? Starbucks bean bucks. Yeah, dude. Oh wait. Fucking. I'll speed run it. So that way we can get one other suggestion in here. Obviously, they gotta go around the boobies. Wait, right? No. They go past the boobies and then they come down. And let's go here and be like, hipster coffee. I could do that. Still speedrunning it, so still give me another one. Because that one just kind of goes with this one. The line's just a little bit off. I should just draw on the side. Like this. Milk Joe for good. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I wouldn't, but exactly. How far did the aprons go? I think it depends on the apron. They go all the way down there? Well, I'm cuntifying it a little bit. Just gonna go here. And then I'd have like a pocket here to hold stuff. Witchy main cow? I do witchy main cow. And then my name tag, and then coffee barista Elaine. Yeah. Bean box. Okay. Oop. The drawing assist. There you go. Hightail main cow. Hightail main cow is just main cow. To be frank, Hightail main cow is just main cow. And then they have like a. Ooh, I like the kind of like you're wearing like a collared shirt kind of feel. Okay, maybe we're just gonna do this one. Oh my god, a Beanbucks Cafe overlay with a drive-through window. Fuck yeah. He's so fun. I mean, we did a while ago have a stream where I took you guys to Arby's. No, yeah, I tried to take you guys to Arby's, but then you got us arrested, so couldn't. We had to go to Taco Bell instead. Goth designer main cow. I mean, I kind of want to do the goth aesthetic anyway with this. I think that'd be fun, actually. I want to do the fucking. I forgot. Are they like these ones? Yeah. They're these ones. I think they're like called snake bites. And then I do like a stud. I wouldn't do like the. Well, no, because that's like literally missing an opportunity. Having the nose ring. Cowboy main cow. Cowboy main cow could be fun. And then I'd do the one of these. Oh man. I do like. Actually, no. Let's do one on that side and then one on this side, or like two on this side. Yeah. There's no cowboy main cow. Not really. I want more asymmetry. Hold on. There we go. I'm trying a nose ring like that, but I think I do like a false baby because I don't. Yeah, there actually I saw one that's like they're one of these. No, they're like this, but they're made out of silicone and the balls just go into your nose. And they're just made out of silicone, but they like swish. Cowboy Lane model, and then make her. We make her play Red Dead 2, bro. That'd be kind of fun. On God, that'd be kind of fun. I'd be down for that. Okay, drawing says okay, and then the balls go where? The balls go in your nose. In the nose. Into your nose. Balls to the walls, balls to your nose. I get it now, like upside down of that. Yeah. I like oh okay, I like the jean shorts. Like not full on Daisy Dukes, you know? I think that'd be cute. Have to go down here. Like this. And then like this, and then we'd have a shirt. What is the fucking, there was, fuck, what was it? It was like, oh, what the fuck was it called? It was like a play on like it was like Twink IHOP or whatever. Or, I don't remember. Was it Goth Girl IHOP and Twink Hooters or something? I'd do that. I'd do one of those. Fun fact, did you know that the phrase balls to the walls come from the shifter? Oh, that makes sense. Femboy Hooters. Exactly, Femboy Hooters. And then wasn't there one for IHOP, though? There was one for IHOP. I thought it was Goth Girl IHOP or something. I'd do that. It'd be like a Waffle House waitress. Somehow you can find slightly better frame of mind than they come through. Goth IHOP. Is it Goth IHOP? Goth IHOP. God damn! I'd be a Goth IHOP. The balls of the walls fun fact is made. Why would you make this up? Why would you lie to me? That sounded so legit. It sounded so legit, Orwell. Why? Was it just because you wanted to share a fun fact, too? Also, we are making these Daisy Dukes. Making them Daisy Dukes. We have to make them Daisy Dukes. Also, I'm making this wider. Like a little apron. And then, yes. Daisy Duke's bikinis on top. Yes, exactly. Okay, perfect. Hold on. I like this outfit that they got. I'm gonna do the little flared out sleeves. So cheap. I feel like I did this collar wrong. Time, baby, happy, bulletproof. This time, baby, I'll be. Is that how it works? I don't know how this works. Oh no, it's like this? I don't know how collars work. Daddy will come out to play when you want. Oops. I went to a Waffle House and they had a sign on the front saying fighting not allowed. They gave me a paper Waffle House hat and I tried grits for the first. I love Waffle House, bro. Waffle House is the best. They won't even close if it's a hurricane. Waffle House outfit. So you may know that hello was the first popularized for the telephone as a started English grade, but did you know that the hello was actually historically spelled oh, bells. I mean, that's fair. That's why I feel like that's why everyone spells like hello or says hello differently. Oh shit. Oh shit, the womans get different. Oh, the womans get the ones that have a dip in them. Oh, you know we taking. You know we taking that shit. We taking that right now. We taking that shit right now. What the fuck you mean they made it even sexier? Come on, dude. Come on, dude. What are you gonna do? I mean, they probably kick you out. And if you want a hot pancake, you know, can't be fighting if you want a hot pancake. How low did they go? They do not go that low. Let me tell you what. They go like this low. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say it'd be easier to get me the whole thing. So, yeah. Ahoy! Alexander Graham Bell is known for inventing the telephone, and he wanted people to answer the phone with ahoy, but fucking Edison convinced people to say hello instead. Fuck, man, I like ahoy. I actually know if they were pronounced differently. Ahoy is insane. I like ahoy. I like ahoy, though. Ahoy is cute. And so let me draw these straps better. Silence, don't you dare look at me that way. We don't feel the same. A burning pain. Like to you up. So made. She's so perfect. Blah blah blah. W. You confess your love, it's just let me say. When I talk to you. Fuck yeah, look at that. But it'd be like more where the boobie sits, so it'd be like. Be more with the boobie. The star. W2 ahoying, your boss is insane. Come on! I'd ahoy my boss. Ahoy! Ahoy! I like it. I think it's fun. Dun 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 dun. Girl to do. Lying on my bed staring into the blue. Quite a terrifying love is driving insane. Okay, and then we'd wear shorts. What is this? Waffle House costume? Why would you wear a Waffle House costume? Sound like a but don't you feel it too? First. I didn't change my voicemail since before I hit viewers, so it sounded so different than my current voice for years. Oh, fair? I don't even know if my voicemail works. Then we could still do. Ooh, wait. Bean box. And then I can have like a name tag. Lane, I don't want to do a 595 anymore. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright, what do we think of this chat? Is there anything else? I feel like I have to go back to the goth IHOP pictures. Oh, I need fishnets. Name badge? We got a name badge. That's what this is for. I know it's just like red or whatever, but that's what this is for. Let me make it more badgy. There we go. But we need like I think we need like fishnet though. Should we do a little fishnet in here? Don't just say. So like underneath the apron, there's a little. Oh, and then a little bit down here too. Hold on. Looks great. Why do you say it like that? It feels sarcastic. You sarcasming me. Are you pulling my leg? Okay, last fun fact for real, because I just remembered this one. So I don't know if you've heard of the real CERN is a massive international particle system collaboration that created houses the famous Large Hadron Collider. Did you know that they invented the internet? Not the World Wide Web. They just needed a way to transfer files across countries more conveniently, so scientists came up with the internet. Oh, I showed the original diagram. I'll show you. That's cool. Now how to sound different through text and read it in a different voice. Looks great! But the thing is, the reason why I think you don't like it, Orwell, is because you accentuated the T. You accentuated the T. But thank you. Thank you for the pause. Hold on. Let me just add a little bit more fishnet. A little bit more fishnet. I think it's got to go across the whole thing. Guys, would you like me more if I was a femboy? I think I'd be cooler if I was a femboy. It's too late. My boobs are too big. It looks great. Thanks. That one's the same as. Well, I don't know. I feel like the other ones were pretty. I don't know nothing about CERNs though, or particle physics. I know nothing about those things. Oh Lord, she hard on my raw until I collide. There you go. Oh, don't attempt me with a good time. With the paramedics to clean the tubes. Look at all these outfits. Look at all these outfits we made today, chat. I don't know if I can move this one. Oh, I can move this one. Cool. Stop it. Stop. Okay. Look at all these outfits we made. I think we did a good job today, chat. Oh, easy. The best way to make an outfit, you just put them all on top of each other. Versus off the clock, fuck yeah. Look, we just combine them all together, and then we make something out of that, obviously. This would be a rigging nightmare, by the way. If we applied them all together. No, I want this one. There we go. Ready for anything. Ready for apocalypse, ready for a 9 to 5, and ready for ready to eat the rich. Ready for a 9 to 5, ready to eat the rich, and ready for the apocalypse. I don't think you could be more prepared than that. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. But I think that thank you guys for hanging out with me and shooting the shit with me. I really, really appreciate it. I'm going to go raid somebody. Do you guys want Resident Evil or do you want Deltarune? You pick. You get not ready to eat the rich. I don't have painful enough weapons yet. So you eat them. You eat them slowly. Bite by bite. Resident Evil? Okay. Alright. Raid Nilbog alive. Okay. We're gonna go raid Nilbog. I want to sleep so I will die, but thank you for stream. Well, you should sleep anyway because it's good for you. But regardless, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I love you guys a lot, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow is a shorter stream. We're only streaming for 4 hours. Same start time, but ending after 4 hours. So if you want to get your streaks, be sure to be there or be square. I love you guys so much. Have a great night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Mwah. I love you.